So I think the Virginia people. That was awkward.
Bro, kissing foreheads to random women.
He's a robot.
Shout out Goodell.
Goodell
weirdo.
is a robot.
You fucking weirdo. Oh, are we PGing?
Mike's hot right now, so they can all have the rest.
Oh.
And with that, welcome into our draft coverage for night one of the NFL Draft. That should be a good indicator to let you know what we're in for this evening. So, welcome everybody. We are covering and doing a little bit of a watch party here for night one of the NFL Draft. You subscribe to this channel, obviously you're a huge draft geek, and this is the day that we basically call Christmas as NFL fans. But it's not just my lonesome. I'm joined by one of my best friends, Jake Burns, and my other best friend, JT Creed. So I want to go ahead and get some introductions out of the way so everybody knows who's talking. But before we get started, definitely leave some comments. If anything looks off stream-wise or audio, definitely let me know. I'll be in the comment section looking. And super chats are open. If anybody wants to send one in, I'll definitely make sure that we respond to your comment or answer the question that you ask. But with all that down, obviously we have the ESPN Draft Tracker up because we don't want a lawsuit, and we're watching here on NFL Network, so hope you guys are doing the same. But let me start with the obvious one here, JT. Who's your favorite team? And then let's talk a little draft, maybe some of your favorite players this year and people maybe you're a little higher on than most.
Yeah, man. Vikings fan, obviously. Guy that wears the jersey, so everybody can know. High on a couple guys. I would say Devin A-Chain is a big running back I'm super high on, a little higher than consensus. I like him in the first round, maybe second round. I think he's kind of a game breaker behind Bijan. Bijan's, to me, still kind of the clear first guy. I'm not as high on Will Anderson as most. I don't think he's the clear-cut number one edge guy. I would still kind of keep him at my one, but I really like some guys right after him. So, yeah, that's kind of those are my two somewhat simmering takes, I would say.
And we'll go position group by position group before we get started. So now I turn it over to Jake. Let me hear some of your players that you're higher on. And, of course, let's talk about your favorite team as well. They're a topic of conversation.
Yeah, I'm unfortunately a Washington fan. So that's a lot of turmoil there. Witherspoon's high on everyone's board, but he's probably my favorite player in the draft. Not necessarily my highest rank, but he's just the most fun to watch. You cannot smile watching that tape.
Big Witherspoon guy as well.
Yeah, I think we're all kind of there with Witherspoon. And obviously we've been talking all day, but let me hear your guys' favorite players and things you're looking forward to here tonight with the NFL Draft. We got round 1 today, and then tomorrow rounds 2 and 3 will be live for that as well. Man, so where should we start, guys? You want to go position group by position group, talk about some of our rankings?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, we got plenty of time to kill here. So let's start with quarterbacks. Obviously, if you subscribe to the channel, you know who I'm high on. But to run through it real quick, Bryce Young, Will Levis, C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson, Tanner McKee, then Hendon Hooker at 6.
Oh,
yeah. I
like
like
McKee over Hooker?
I do have McKee over Hooker.
Wow.
Situation is a big part of it, man.
Yeah, I'm not a McKee guy either. So.
It's okay. It's okay. You're all entitled to the wrong opinion. It's fine. All right, JT, let me hear your quarterback rankings.
I mean, yeah, the big four are still my big four, I would say. Bryce Young's going to be 1 for me. Then I got Anthony Richardson, C.J. Stroud, then Will Levis. So I'm a little lower on Levis than T.J. is at his 2 spot there. I don't know. I don't like his demeanor a whole lot. I don't know if I want him. I don't know. I just don't like him as a leader, man. I think, commanding a locker room is super important as a quarterback, especially at the pro level. I don't know that I like Will Levis to command my locker room. I'm definitely higher on Anthony Richardson than some people. I think some people are just as high on him as I am. I think Bryce Young is the right pick for a team that really needs to kind of right the path. But Anthony Richardson, to me, has the highest ceiling by a long shot. And I don't think his floor is as high or as low as many people think. Yeah. I kind of see the athletic traits bring his floor up more than... Or not necessarily more than the ceiling, but to me it's more of a floor pull up than anything.
Richardson's interesting for me where he's all the way down my quarterback 4, but if you were to ask me who's most likely to be MVP, if any of these guys are going to be MVP ever in a year, it's Richardson, I think.
Yeah, it'd be Richardson and Young, right? Richardson and Young?
Yeah, Richardson's ceiling is just through the roof, but
yeah.
I go back and forth on his floor to where I think I think his running ability does help that, but I'm terrified initially of his throwing. I do think it could be fixed.
Yeah.
Do you think is it the accuracy or anticipation? Like, what's the throwing?
It's weird because his tape isn't consistent to where I feel like sometimes he's got that power and that touch, and then the next sequence
he lacks like the feel, or is like a feel thing?
Maybe that's why.
Because I mean, you have to have elite touch to.
Maybe that's why he needs to start right away.
Well, yeah. Well, I've said a lot of times where he feels like a guy who started for 1 year, and I think you bear that out with the film where it's like you can take his 10 best throws, and it's like, holy shit, why are we not talking about this guy going number 1 overall? And then you could take literally any other 10 throws, and it's like, okay, that didn't look the same. So I think if he just gets to a spot where he can start right away, which I know I'm in a minority there, but I want to see him start right away. Let's iron out the consistency. Let's have him work with a QB coach the next 2 off seasons. And I think by year 3, kind of like Josh Allen, he could be that MVP kind of guy. But a lot of that comes down to work ethic. I don't get to interview these guys, so don't know anything there. But he does seem like a high character guy, and I don't think there's any concerns there.
If he's football smart, which they'll determine in the interviews, that would start intriguing me more and more. To where his football IQ. Which
if he's crushing on the whiteboard.
If he starts crushing on the whiteboard, which is something, again, we can't see, he starts rising.
No doubt about it.
What makes Bryce Young kind of the clear-cut number 1 for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, personally, if he was, let's say he's Will Levis' size, 6'2", 215, we'd be calling him and we'd be putting in the same tier as Trevor Lawrence. Personally, I think if we gave him that frame, we'd be saying the same thing. So the fact that he doesn't have that, does it pop out on tape where it's like that's a problem?
If he had that frame, I would have considered him a better prospect than Trevor Lawrence, which is hot take.
That is a little hot take.
So you're concerned about his frame.
That's really
I'm not concerned about the height, but the frame itself.
The weight. Yeah.
I am. He should be the number 1 overall pick in my opinion, but enough to where I'm like, there's concern.
He weighed in just over 190, was it?
I think he was like.
At 204. 204 at the combine, but
water weight. That's water weight.
No, it's all.
My man drank as much as possible.
3 gallons of water
time that day.
Chugging some milk.
Yeah, 3 gallons of water. Easy.
Ate the most salt possible the day before.
Reportedly played at 185.
I can see it.
But to that point,
but it's kind of a fixable thing too. Like you can gain weight.
Well, he's 5'10". Do you want him to? I mean, you could get Russell Wilson,
5'10",
get a
200.
little fire hydrant build.
5'10", 200.
I just think about
you can hold
think
200
about Myles Garrett, like bearing down on him and stacking him hard. Like,
you think the new NFL rules help that though? Like not being able to land
totally. Without the new NFL rules, the way they're ref now, like 10 years ago even, he wouldn't be a first rounder. Even with his take.
I feel that.
Yeah. Well, also shout out Breezy D's in the live chat. Glad you can't say the Saints. I think that'd be a fire fit. So hopefully we get to see it. But kind of talking about that.
Can't see the Saints, yeah.
I would like that fit. But Bryce Young, I think his pocket presence is maybe the best I've ever watched. I don't know if I've ever seen a prospect with that type of feel for the pocket and escapability, and that's the reason why 5'10", 185 hasn't been a problem yet. So has been an issue in the SEC playing for Bama, and I think the other note too is like Alabama last year when they lost to Georgia in the national championship, that was a good roster. Alabama this year was nowhere near that good, and he still had them college football playoff competitive. So he was the reason.
It felt like he was carrying them.
He was definitely carrying him.
Also, show me his bad tape. Show me his bad.
Yeah, what does he not do well?
I don't think there's a single games they lost. It wasn't because Bryce Young
Tennessee.
failed them.
That Tennessee game could have been 58-0 if it's Bryce Young.
That's not on Bryce Young. Exactly. It's absolutely wild. Like that doesn't happen. Even great prospects. Trevor Lawrence was the best prospect since Andrew Luck or Peyton Manning. Like he had
tons of
bad games.
What do you think his upside is? Like we're talking Pro Bowler. What are we thinking?
I think we're gonna find out quick. Frankly, I think within year 1 or 2 we're gonna know really quick. Because I think it's still very high.
Yeah.
I think his floor is insanely high, but
see, my thing is,
you don't think the ceiling's there as much, or is it just like lacking elite traits, or like elite arm strength, that kind of stuff?
Arm strength,
elite arm strength.
Arm strength, it might be. Okay.
I think he can get.
It doesn't jump out.
I think he can be someone who gets to like QB 8. Like we consider, kind of like like sometimes you'll be like Matt Ryan had some years where he was like QB 8. I know you're not a big Matt Ryan.
Don't say that name around.
There are years where Kirk Cousins is maybe QB 8 or Dak Prescott's maybe QB 8, and I think that's about where Bryce gets.
I think it's a little better.
I
think his upside's a little higher.
But I'm just saying on a year in year out basis, I think you could say
I'd
Bryce
say
Young
at
could
worst
be QB 8.
kind of top half of the league.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know though. It's tough.
What
You
I
see
was-
so many quarterbacks
I know.
like just fizzle out. So it's
Yeah.
kinda
What I
tough
was
to-
mulling over is, do I believe there's a scenario he could be a top 5 quarterback? Top 10, definitely. Top 5, that's when it starts getting
That'd
hard
be
for me.
him over, that'd be him superseding Mahomes, Allen,
Burrow.
Herbert, Kyler when he comes back.
I think he could be
Rodgers
better.
for the next year.
I think he could be better than Kyler.
Ooh.
Well, for starters, Kyler now has 1.5 legs.
There's probably a name I'm forgetting.
That doesn't help. But also, I do think some of the personality stuff and leadership stuff with Kyler is real.
No, that's fair.
Oh yeah,
And
I hate Kyler.
that can
Not a
his
fan. Not a fan.
athleticism can only take him so far. And we've seen him play out of his mind, and still that's as far as he can take a team. Like obviously he could have had a better team around him in scenarios, but
Sure.
I don't see a team not rallying around Bryce Young. I don't see him not doing everything he can to
He's
help
a
a
pal,
team.
yeah.
He plays with his brain. I think we've seen, and like I think Kyler Murray could still play at his equally best, but I think we've seen Kyler Murray's best. I don't think there's any improvement going forward.
Okay.
Even if he didn't get injured, that's just my opinion. I don't.
agree.
And again, that's not bad. If he kept playing at his best, that's
Like
awesome.
a year or two ago, yeah.
That's awesome. Like if he can play that every year, that's great. But I just don't think he can get better.
Well,
I'm not a Kyler
let me
guy.
ask 2 more quarterback questions and let's start moving around. But
Sure.
obviously, so much of quarterback is going to be the situation.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's obvious at this point that Bryce Young's going to be the number 1 pick. And if it's not, then the whole world is about There are going to be some people making a lot of money because they still have their CJ Stroud tickets or Anthony Richardson tickets or whatever. But what do we think about Young going to Carolina? I think it's a mostly good situation. Wish they still had DJ Moore, but I think there's still some pieces to work with. Why don't we start with the former the Vikings fan? Obviously, former Viking Adam Thielen. Headline.
Yeah.
That's right.
Relax.
Wide receiver 1.
Yeah, he's rough, dude.
well,
I'm not a fan of.
that's one way.
Well, no, I don't. Yeah, Thielen's he's a little washed, in my
Washed,
opinion, at this
yeah.
point. But aside from that, man, I like the fact he's going to a team with kind of, a defense that's turning upward. I don't think he's going to have to, light the world on fire for them to be competitive in games. I think to win games, he's going to have to do a little more. He just doesn't have a ton around him, but I don't think it's a situation where he's joining, a terrible roster.
I prefer him go to Carolina than Houston. Sorry.
Yeah, Houston's a way
Just
worse
weapons
roster.
wise, I'll take.
And that's
Terrence
kind of
Marshall Jr.,
and then just like the game scripts won't have him doing 5 to 7 step drops for 3 out of the 4 quarters. Like he should be able to run a realistic game plan.
Sure.
That if he had a really good roster, it would be somewhat similar. The Panthers will be in enough games, I think, to where he won't have to go crazy stretching himself.
And one more note, no disrespect to Houston, but I like Bobby Slowick, and I'm interested by any Shanahan disciple, but first-time play caller versus Frank Reich, who's going to be calling plays in Carolina. That's substantial and has to be taken into the equation. But what do you think about the Carolina stitch?
I think it's great. I mean, I know a lot of people are harping on the fact they lost DJ Moore, but they're only in that position because they had to give up DJ Moore. I mean, they were at 9. They weren't at 2 going to 1. They weren't at 4 going to 1. They're all the way back at 9. So concessions had to be made somewhere, but they've built that team well. It just hasn't had a quarterback the past couple of years. I love what they've done though. Line Ike Kwanu was my number 1 tackle that year.
Uh-huh.
And he improved greatly throughout he started off a little slow and then he picked it up, and I think he's going to have a killer year too.
Yeah.
Boy, I don't know. I just love the way they built that team. Now what they're lacking is probably, assuming they pick Bryce Young, then receiver, but
You pick
Panthers
at 39.
1 and then 39 is that
39, you could get Jalen Hyatt, Cedric
There's-
Tillman.
there's
options.
more value there than ironically in the first round anyway. So they're going to get
Carolina's
decent
kind of
value.
set then if
Yeah.
they go quarterback receiver. I mean,
If they go quarterback,
that's what we're
receiver.
all thinking. I think.
Yeah,
Or
no,
that's what I would do.
That's what I've been doing in a lot of my mocks, and specifically with your boy Jalen Hyatt. Which, you know what? Let's go ahead and start talking wide receivers. We'll come back to running backs, but I think wide receivers is one of the big storylines of this draft. And right now, the over/under is set to 3.5 receivers off the board in the first round. I'm gonna go under. I think it's gonna be few and
4.5?
far between. 3.5.
3.5.
And I only had, I think, 3 in my last mock.
I like the over.
I didn't have Johnston go round 1, and he's my wide receiver 1. That's sacrilegious.
That's right, you didn't. I remember that.
Have him go to
I
Houston
think it
at
might be a
33.
situation where if 3 guys get taken somewhat early, someone pulls the trigger.
But who's going
earlier than
early?
they want.
Other than JSN, who goes?
I don't.
before
I mean,
16?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Maybe
I'm just saying
Johnston?
that's kind of where I could see it, almost like pushing the needle, or like, you know what I'm saying? Like people kind of worrying that they might get someone outside of their top 6 or whatever it may be if
Right,
they wait
yeah,
too
yeah,
long, kind of thing. In an ideal situation where we know positional value and it's not our jobs on the line kind of thing, and we can just draw it out how we want it.
Right.
I think under is the way to go. But in reality,
No.
a run on receivers happens, and then you got 5 in the first round.
And the other side of that is, I'm saying the line is 3.5, but I have no idea what side is juiced. I would reckon, or if I had to assume, it's probably the under. The under is probably like minus 135.
You think so?
Or something, probably. And then maybe the over is the better, odds-wise play. But yeah, go over my wide receiver rankings real quick, then I'll toss it to y'all. Quentin Johnston, Jackson Smith-Njigba, to me, they're the guys who could be a wide receiver 1 in an offense. Followed up by Zay, Addison, and then give me Tank Dell at 5, just ahead of Josh Downs.
Tank Dell's your 5.
I honestly
Love me some Tank Dell.
I don't know that there's a wide receiver 1 in the draft, to be honest. I think there's a lot of good 2s and some guys that may have 1 upside.
Yeah.
But it's more of 2s, and that's why I like JSN more. I think he's a better fit as a 2.
Like a really nice 1B
Johnson.
high 2.
To me, he's kind of a better 2 receiver.
That answer right there is why I would smash the under, in my opinion.
Yeah, it depends on what those
I
are.
agree. I don't think there are a lot of 1s, and the ones that are in there are projection 1s. To where
it's like guy like Johnson, like you gotta kind of bank on him getting better.
Yeah, I think Johnson can be like
he could be the one. He's the one that I'm like he could be one,
but he could be a bust.
Yeah,
for sure. Jason's not gonna be a bust, no chance.
Yeah, JSN has the highest floor.
No doubt.
Of all the receivers.
And to that point, all these wide receivers would have been at best
injury.
Yeah, of course. Because he missed all last year with that hamstring. That's scary.
Yeah, soft tissue. Hamstrings heal though.
But they reoccur though.
They do reoccur, and when you rely on 6'5", 7'3" cone, that over the middle of the field, quick explosiveness, that could be tough.
Yeah, your hamstring's a big decelerator, which is important for in and out cuts.
There we go. We got the doctor in the house.
Yeah, I got you on some
Doc Creed
stuff here.
And to that point, the highest guy here, Quentin Johnston, is at best my wide receiver 4 last year. None of these guys are touching Drake London, Jameson Williams, or Garrett Wilson.
You don't think it's close?
And I think they would start having what I saw Chris Olave as a prospect. That's where we start getting into the territory. It's like Olave is a nice.
Olave is pretty good this year.
I would have Olave higher, but I love Olave.
But we've also been able to
have
see
hindsight. Yeah.
Totally.
So the reason Olave was my tier 2, my wide receiver 4, was to me he was a high end 1B. Or high 2. The other 3 guys I thought could be wide receiver 1s.
You haven't even said the best receiver.
Jalen Hyatt.
John
Dotson from last year's class.
Oh, last year.
Commanders fan over here.
I was talking about this year. Hold on, Jalen Hyatt, man.
Well, let me.
I'm big on Hyatt.
Yeah, Hyatt's your 1.
He's the most exciting receiver prospect for me. I want weapons on offense, and to me, he's the biggest weapon. To me, I know the limited route tree, all that good stuff, but I don't know. It's just something he jumps off the screen at me, and none of the other receivers do as much. Zay Flowers does a bit, but the height kind of limits me a little. But I have no height concerns about Hyatt. Obviously, no speed concerns. Clearly, he jumps off the page at me a little bit more than some of the other guys.
And what I will say is, like, a lot of these wide receivers, a lot of the corners as well. It's all kind of like, what's your scheme? What are you looking for? What's the skill set you're missing?
Thing too.
Jalen Hyatt can fit in any offense because speed plays. Yeah. And you're going to open up the middle of the field because of it. So Hyatt can go anywhere and it kind of makes sense. But let me hear your wide receiver ranking, Jake.
So mine, I got Quentin Johnston 1, which there's lower floor but higher ceiling. If I'm getting a first round receiver, I want the potential for a game breaker, superstar receiver, and I think he could become that. Jason 2, Zay Flowers 3, Addison's at 4, and I don't know if I like him at 4. He's slipped so much for me over the past couple months. And at 5, I'm just caught between a lot. I like Downs. I like Michael Wilson, Cedric Tillman. I like Jalen Hyatt. His hands scare me, but his speed is killer. As a speed guy, I like Tyler Scott better, which he's lower in most people's boards.
That's a hot take right there.
He is, but if that's what I want, if I want that speedy guy, I like Tyler Scott better. But
sure.
I won't be mad at any team that takes Hyatt over him.
Well, let's talk about a few more guys because we got a UNC fan in the house.
Yeah,
and
Downs,
Josh Downs.
Definitely bigger on Downs. I like him more than Addison quite a bit.
Addison might end up
I
being
think
sliding
Downs
too,
is a bit limited in. He'll never be a receiver 1. Okay, just it's not his game. It's not the upside piece, but he can be a lethal part of an offense. He can be that thing that kind of takes an offense
from good to great.
Takes him up, yeah, exactly. So from good to great, kind of puts him at that next level. He's a playmaker. He plays bigger than he is. I don't think there's many corners that can cover him one-on-one, just like without help, just given his route running. So I love him. And I also really like his ability to track the ball over the top, too. For a small guy, he's great. So big downs guy, for sure.
And then the two names you had as honorable mentions for your wide receiver 5, Michael Wilson, Cedric Tillman. I don't know if we'll hear their name today, but it's Quinn Johnson.
I honestly haven't watched a whole lot on them, so I'm kind of curious what you're...
They're the other two
you have Johnston,
bigger guys in the draft.
Yeah, Johnston's 6'3", but even he doesn't really have the contested catch stuff. It's kind of, you think it should be there.
That's
Wilson and Tillman are like the two X receivers in this class that legitimately play their size.
Wilson is a dog.
So where they go?
Wilson's a dog. He's just been hurt. Which, granted, that
big
very
issue,
well
right?
could be red flag.
Yeah,
I don't have
issue.
access to these medicals. If he clears all medicals and teams are confident in that, I think he'll go way higher than people expect. If he doesn't, for obvious reasons, he's going to fall. But he's missed a lot of time. But when he's on the field, is lethal.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem for both those guys. Tillman was a little banged up in 2022. Looked really good in 21. I already liked his 22 tape, but then you see 21, it's like there's a little bit more juice in the tank here. And then for your context, if you didn't watch a lot of Wilson, it's because there's not a lot to watch. Played 26 games over 5 years. But he looked great at the Senior Bowl, and that's kind of what put him on the radar once again.
You guys value the Senior Bowl? I know
I do.
It does move people a lot.
And if you look at the games he played, he
was
looked
good at those games, yeah.
And Tillman was a big one where like a lot of people were low on him. Then you go back the previous year because he's been hurt all this year. He was good.
So you guys think receiver with those two guys included it's a deep enough position to wait to the second round?
Yeah, honestly, I like the value in the second round way more. And I mean, I've been saying that in general about this class. I said it to you guys about 50 times today. The second round is the best value point in this class. Yeah. But I think Wilson and Tillman, because they're the only like 6'2", 6'3" guys that play like it, they're going to go pretty early tomorrow. Like, I could see them both being gone before pick 50, honestly.
Because if you're looking for that type of player and you don't pick one of those three players, I don't know. I don't know you're getting this entire class.
Yeah,
the entire class.
Hope you got Michael Mayer in the first round.
I
don't know. Yeah.
Dang, because otherwise, nope. Yeah.
All right, well, that's wide receiver, and now we got people coming out on the stage here at the draft, so we're starting to make some progress, but...
who's that guy?
I've never... Mahomes?
He's got someone that says boss.
I don't think he's got much of a future in this league.
His brother's the cooler one, right?
His brother's
third is really cool.
I see him on TikTok.
I heard that he didn't dance over a memorial. Yeah.
All right, well, let's flip sides of the ball here. Obviously, we could talk position groups all day, but let's talk a little edge and corner. I think those are the other big time, positions of high priority and high position value, so I like talking about them. But let's start with edge. God, I'm trying to remember my edge rankings off the top of my head.
Mine as well.
Shoot, I might have to pull my position rankings. I know I had Anderson 1. Obviously, I'm a big Will Anderson believer. I think he should be that top 5 guy. Tyree Wilson, I still really like. He's my number 2. You clean up that hand placement, and that guy is going to be a force to be reckoned with his size and his length. Other guys I generally like. Miles Murphy was somewhere there as edge 5 here. I'm going to pull up
I had him as edge 3, actually.
You had him as edge 3? Hold on. Let me pull up.
Murphy's edge 3?
I had Murphy as edge 3.
Let's pull up my big board. Okay, Lucas Van Ness was my edge 3, and Nolan Smith is my edge 4.
You like Lucas Van Ness over Nolan Smith?
I actually think I like Smith more, but I like the inside-out versatility of Lucas Van Ness. So because of that flexibility...
You think it's a team fit kind of thing? Like scheme fit?
Yeah, sure. Like I think Van Ness in a 3-4.
One goes one side, one goes the other.
Yeah. I think if you can get Van Ness in a 3-4 where you can both be stand-up guy on the outside, but also maybe kick in, play some D-end, that could be interesting. But, I mean, more often than not...
I see more as a 3-4 D-end, to be honest.
Yeah, I can see that. He would have to probably bulk up just a little bit, and the Panthers are now officially on the clock, boys. We have begun the first round of the NFL draft.
Did you say your edge rankings were Anderson, Wilson, Van Ness, Smith, then Murphy?
Yeah, that's exactly your 5.
That's exactly my 5. There you go.
Now, granted,
I knew you were smart.
Nickel, I knew you were smart. Nickel is the new base. Like 70% of teams are pretty much. I mean, teams are sitting in nickel about 70% of the time in general. So Van Ness is a guy that strikes me as I want him to play outside on early downs, kick inside for passing downs.
Yeah.
And then Nolan Smith's a little different, where it's like 4-3, this guy could play some Sam linebacker and be a blitzing specialist.
Yeah.
3-4, he could play outside. I think there's a lot of upside. Honestly, like, I'm going to catch some flack here, but poor man's Micah Parsons. That's kind of what Nolan Smith gives me shades of. He's like poor man's Micah Parsons.
Man.
Which, that's dangerous to say.
That's dangerous.
Let me start with Jake this time around. What you had the same 5 edge rankings. Who's number 6? I got Will McDonald right there behind it. Will McDonald is a fiend.
I love Will McDonald.
It might be Will McDonald. I'm trying to think who else I would maybe put.
I had
at that
Ojulari at
5.
6.
Ojulari's solid.
I like his finesse kind of pass rush.
If you call Adibare an edge, you can put him in that mix.
Derek Hall?
Derek Hall's my 8. Ojulari's 9.
Oh, you have Derek Hall over Ojulari.
Yeah, just by a hair.
I have Derek Hall slightly behind.
And then
Ojulari.
Foskey's my edge 10.
Yeah,
Maybe
I think
my
I would
big
say
board.
Will McDonald. I'm kind of similar vein to Nolan Smith. You want that speed. I don't typically value that as high. At least the super speedsters on edge, in essence. But he's so good.
All right, we got Bashir in the live chat predicting Anthony Richardson's going number 1. So here we go. I hope you got that.
I hope you're right.
I hope you got that ticket, because if you're right, my man, that is going to be a big payday. All right, let me hear your edge rankings before we get
Edge
pick number
rankings
1.
for me, Will Anderson and Tyree Wilson, to me, are 1A, 1B more so than a 1 and 2. I like the upside of Wilson a lot more. Will Anderson, I don't love his lean. I think he plays a little stiffer than what I want to see, but he's so dominant as far as his power goes and his get off that he's able to get away with it. But I do think it translates too, so that's why I've still got him at my 1A, I would say, to the 1B and Tyree Wilson. Although I think Tyree Wilson a little more polished at the end of his career, could be a Pro Bowler, maybe a Hall of Famer, who knows? I think he's got that elite upside.
Yeah, no, upside.
Miles Murphy's going to come in at my 3. I think, to me, I like his explosiveness when he gets to the point of contact with the tackles and things like that. I think he's got pretty violent hands, and I think he wins that way a lot. Number 4 is going to be Nolan Smith, just because of the upside, kind of what we were talking about, just elite athleticism. And then 5 for me is Will McDonald. I wouldn't be mad if he went 2 or even 1, to be honest. I could see him being one of those guys that we look back and we're like, man, that was a steal in this draft class.
Another hot ticket, Will McDonald, first edge.
You had Smith above or below McDonald?
I've got him slightly above because I like the versatility. I think McDonald to me is just a traditional pass rushing DN on a 4-3 kind of scheme. Like, that's how I see him. Whereas like Nolan Smith, you can do so much with him that he's not really scheme dependent. You can kind of drop him off the line a bit. You can do a lot with him. You blitz him. There's just a little more versatility. But I like Will McDonald. He's more polished as a pass rusher, in my opinion. But.
Well, it's interesting. A couple of the guys we mentioned here. Lucas Van Ness played on the inside. Will Anderson played 4 tech instead of 5 tech, so he's on the inside of tackle shoulder as opposed to being able to pin his ears back, play on the outside of that. And then Will McDonald also played a lot more on the inside of tackle shoulder. So I think these guys get better, honestly, at the next level.
Will McDonald. I don't know. His tape jumped off the page at me. I really like it when defensive ends have elite lean and are able to stay on their feet, kind of getting such like deep leverage in on a tackle.
Sure.
You love the Von Miller Bendy guys.
The Von Miller Bendy guys, that's like just something. I just think the thing is that one, you can't teach it, and 2, it's something to fall back on. If you've used XYZ moves, you can always fall back on the lead bend. So.
Yeah, no, I agree. But also you have the arm length to go with it. I mean, Will McDonald's a really, really special player, and I wouldn't be surprised if he makes his way into the first round. And
he's like one of my guys. That's what I would say. Like my guy of the draft kind of deal. Like he's not as deep of a sleeper. Well, he's still kind of could go first round.
We can
pick 2 overall.
Actually, number 1, I heard it's Will McDonald here. No, pairing him up with Brian Burns, that'd be fire. But. We haven't talked corners just yet, and maybe we'll have some time here before we get started. But obviously, we're all drinking, having some food as well. So hopefully, you guys are enjoying yourself. As we got 5 minutes until Bryce Young is taking number 1 overall. So it's draft night, boys. We've been waiting for this for some time now. But speaking of my guys, I have a my guys.
Did I say Will Anderson was my guy?
No, you said Will McDonald.
All right,
no, you said
I was like,
McDonald.
no. Wait, let's relax for a second.
Anderson's good.
Go ahead.
McDonald's definitely your guy. But I have a My Guys video out on the channel, so we'll talk about corners later on. But one of those guys for me, and I think my biggest My Guy is probably Julius Brents. I am an absolute.
You like Brents?
I'm a huge Julius Brents guy. I know the 2 of y'all like him as well, but is there anybody else you look at and you're like, I think this guy is way better than where teams are pegging him right now? As there's some applause in Carolina. Seems as though the pick has officially been handed in.
Bryce got called. That's awesome.
And Bryce was already standing up. They showed Bryce Young before they cut to the Panthers' war room. And, the same thing that we all kind of saw coming is looking like it's coming to fruition here. But anybody that you're like, man, I'm way higher on him than everyone else. Who's Jake Burns' my guy? I think Anton Harrison is about the same range for me. Brents and Anton Harrison feel like my guys.
I feel like Michael Wilson was one of those guys for me, but
Wilson's good,
I feel like there's a small camp that's also joined that, so I don't know if he's truly my guy, but I I love Michael Wilson, so he's definitely my guy. I love Julius Brents. I told TJ he got me to look into him though, so I don't know if he incepted me or not. If he was in my head when I was watching him, but I do love him a lot.
Planted the thought in your brain.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Brent's is a stud. I like Jamie Robinson on tape, but his athletic testing kind of ruined that for me. So
that was so disappointing.
I'm a big Keely Ringo guy.
okay,
Oh, really?
it's safety or corner.
Yeah,
that's kind of the point. Like that's
Okay.
why I'm so high on him.
that's-
I just see him as such a versatile weapon. Like defensive weapon is kind of how I see him. Like he's got good enough corner coverage skills to be a starting corner in the league.
Sure.
But he's got the size and plays with enough like anticipation, athleticism. Got a nice base too. Like if you look at the way he's built, he's not just like a 2.0. I think he's weighted at 207. He's thick throughout. He's not just like big upper body, kind of twig legs, stuff like that. He's gonna hold his own in the run. I could see him playing a little bit of nickel. You could even see him if he puts a couple pounds on, he can play outside linebacker. Like I don't know, just saying, I don't know what scheme he would go to, but I mean with the league just going so heavy into passing, I could see him being used as kind of a chess piece. Against tight ends a lot too.
Oh, especially against tight ends, I could see that. The one thing with Ringo is it feels like his feet get stuck in the mud sometimes, and I think if you just
he's not an elite coverage corner on the outside. Like I think he's got the
potential to be there.
I think he's
though.
okay out there.
You clean up his footwork, get a little bit more choppy as opposed to sit and plant. I think you could be onto something
He's
there.
like a tight end killer to me.
He could be a nasty tight end killer. Yeah, that would be awesome.
Two more of my guys for me would probably be Dwayne McBride.
Dwayne McBride's so fun.
He'll never catch a ball in his life, but if you just want him to rush, he will be a demon for you.
Adrian Peterson's the best running back of all time. It's fine.
No bias, give the
You're good. You're good.
And for one of those late round QBs, not really saying he's going to be like even a starter, but I just like him way more than everyone else is Jaron Hall. Most people's late round QB who I still like is DTR, but I just something about Jaron Hall's game.
Yeah, what are we thinking on DTR? Like, what's the consensus, and then what do you guys think? I watched a good
where he'll be picked.
Where is the consensus on him? Where do you guys like him more than consensus? I mean, I know you just kind of hinted at.
I feel like there are people that like him more than McKee.
Okay.
And that's where
I
know that hurts TJ. And we got a pick.
There we go.
Goodell at the podium.
Bryce Young.
Young is officially the number 1 overall selection.
I thought they were going to pick Will Anderson. Wild.
Well, now the draft really starts, so we'll talk about Houston here in a second. But we already talked a lot about Bryce Young. What I think was really interesting from this draft cycle, and then I'm going to go get another drink, and then I'll give you guys the floor. I love how every QB got their opportunity to kind of have a song and dance. Like we were like, oh, maybe Anthony Richardson at upside, maybe he'll go 1. Oh, maybe it's Levis. Okay, now it's going to be Stroud, and then it was Stroud for a few months. And then we all kind of came back to the consensus number 1 quarterback. It feels like Bryce Young here. So I'm going to go get another drink. Y'all need anything?
No, we're good. Yeah,
okay. Cool. Well, the floor is y'all. Let's talk about Bryce Young going number 1. And if you guys want to transition to Houston at 2, this is where the draft begins. This is where the fun begins.
It never made sense when Stroud, and I still don't really know where it came from because I didn't initially see a report. I just saw the odds change once the Panthers moved up to pick C.J. Stroud number 1 overall, but Bryce Young,
Frank Wright size thing.
And people use that as example, but when has he had the opportunity to draft or play a small, good quarterback? It's like
they don't come around.
Exactly. So I don't even know if he has his type. Well, maybe he doesn't because I don't know if he's the one driving this or not. But
yeah, small quarterbacks getting in the top 5 consideration aren't things that we see all the time. So
let alone number 1 overall.
Right.
So I that might have been what drove it, but I always felt and have always felt that he is the best quarterback in this draft. I don't think it's close. I have Levis 2, which is higher than most as well, and I think there's a massive gap. I said before too, if he had a bigger body, I would have him ranked higher as a prospect than Trevor Lawrence coming out. I think he's just his football IQ is just insane. His pocket awareness, his movement, his little wiggle, slipperiness, and
Drew Brees comp.
Hall of Famer. I love that.
Slightly better in the pocket, in my opinion.
Yeah, he can throw you open.
Movement in the pocket, not necessarily delivery. It's like it's been pretty fleshed out as far as everybody kind of knows coming. I think most people are in agreement that he's the right guy to take at the 1 spot for a quarterback, and the Panthers need a quarterback. So we can kind of move on to the Houston pick at number 2.
All right, what do you guys think it's going to be? QB or defense?
I think they've got to go quarterback, man. I'm usually not a guy. I know there's some people that are like draft a quarterback until you find one.
Yes.
I'm not even that type of guy, but you've got to do it right now. You have no one. You have no one.
Here's the thing.
Davis Mills is not it. Like, he's not going anywhere.
You have excitement around your fan base with the new coach, and you made a great head coaching hire. You have a god awful roster, but you just need that. I mean, you need that spark, and you ideally won't be picking number 2 kid. That's what people never think about. The goal is to not have the opportunity to draft someone this high.
Hire D'Amico Ryan so that way you're not in this spot anymore.
And if there's any scenario that you would try and draft a QB at 12 or you move up from 12, that doesn't make sense to me. If there's a QB you like, you have to take him.
You've got to take a quarterback. You have the 12th pick to do whatever you want elsewhere.
But I think, I believe, it's a good chance of smoke. I believe the reports. I think they're going to take Tyree Wilson. I don't love it. He's not even my highest edge.
I'm a swing for the fences. Take Anthony Richardson. That's what I'm doing.
I don't
Wrong
hate that
name,
either.
but right idea.
I love that because they're going for something. There's opportunity and hope there for the team, and you are shooting for the stars again in an opportunity that you ideally won't be back in.
You swing for the fences. I mean, especially if you think it's kind of a gamble, because best case scenario, he's a freak athlete and it translates. Worst case scenario, you're back in the top 3 trying to get another quarterback next year. If he's really that bad, to me, it's kind of in a way a win-win. But you can also look at it and be like, man, take best player available at 2 and 13, and you're setting your roster up for success next year.
But that's the thing though, is like at 12, like. Are you?
12, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Same difference. But are you drafting a quarterback then? Because then what are you telling that guy? Hey, we believe in you. You're a first rounder.
Oh, you could have taken me.
Didn't want to take you at 2. Yeah,
that's great.
I can't. I think it's gonna be Will. I think Will Levis is the pick.
Do you think any chance they trade out?
Do you think Will Levis is the pick?
Well, I'm 1 for 1 on my mock so far. So I don't want to hear it. And the pick is in.
You don't think?
Wow, the pick was in quick.
I figured maybe trade out, but we would have already known about it by now, right?
Well, I was telling him there's this juicy Reddit
theory. It's been debunked.
It has indeed been debunked. Damn it! But it was going to be New England trading Mac Jones, pick 14, next year's first, and a 4th this year to get to 2 and take C.J. Stroud. And I was like, I kind of like it for both sides, but I mean, obviously not all that likely.
Yeah, not happening, unfortunately. Man, that would have been juicy.
That would have been steamy. We got Breezy in the live chat saying CJ at 2. He's got the same agent as Deshaun Watson. Is that enough of a complication here? No. I think QB is the right pick. So even if it's Stroud, who I have as QB3 just behind Levis, I'd be fine with that.
That was such a specific scenario too, and also I forgot which agency that guy works for, but it's one of the biggest in the league.
Yeah, so naturally
they cover so many people. You can't avoid everyone from that agency or even that agent. It's a big agent. Like, you're going to have... What if the QB next year has that agent? What are you going to do? Not draft another one?
And if you're a big-time agency, are you not going to go after Deshaun Watson after he won a national title and is going to be a top 15 pick? And are you not going to go after C.J. Stroud after what he did against Georgia and is going to be a top 5 pick? I mean...
That's what...
Now, granted, we didn't talk about the S2 test. I do wonder if this is not C.J. Stroud, how much of an impact that actually does play.
If this isn't C.J. Stroud, then
he might be falling.
I think he might be falling.
That, or we've also heard... rumors about Tennessee moving up to 3.
Ooh.
We'll talk about that in just a moment. Ooh. Roger Goodell to the podium. CJ Stroud is indeed number 2
all the
pick.
Smoke.
It was all smoke. It was all smoke, and damn it, I went Stroud over Levis on last month.
I'm happy for Stroud.
Which always cry in the store.
Yeah, he should be. Dude, I mean,
I think they did that.
All week,
I know.
I think they did that then. All that smoke because
they probably released the S2 score then. That was Houston. That was Houston releasing that. No doubt. No, 100%.
Not bad yet.
They probably did that to mess with the Colts because the Colts did less homework probably to move up all of a sudden. And now there's
no shot. Arizona's trading out of 3 spot now, right? They're taking Anderson.
It depends because I can see the Colts even trying to move up 1 spot. No, I can. Here's the thing: are the Colts willing to let themselves potentially be jumped again and be stuck with QB4 this?
Because Arizona could just move back 1 spot, get an extra 3rd round pick or something. Yeah, that's enticing. Well, here let's just talk about Stroud right here. I love this fit because I know the S2 score would say otherwise, but to me, I think he is a very good processor and he's super accurate. So you put him in that Shanahan-esque offense where the throws are going to be there. all you need to do is not chuck it at a linebacker. Shout out Jimmy Garoppolo. He still finds a way to do it. And I think you'll be able to see some success right away. If they can get a wide receiver, maybe at 12 or even at 33.
Dude, they've got to go receiver at 12, right?
JSN?
I would
or
maybe
33.
Wait till 33. I would wait till 33.
Jordan Addison, Quentin Johnston could be there. Zay Flowers could fall. Who knows?
How's their... You guys probably know better than me. What's their offensive line look like?
Well, you got Laramie Thompson
They
left
got a
tackle.
great left
They're
tackle.
good on left tackle, then.
Kenyon Green going into year 2. He struggled mightily year 1, but second-year
right
player
tackle?
now.
I
Left
still
guard.
like Kenny Green coming out. I hope he has a better year too.
They
Well,
desperately...
right tackle, they good there?
Titus Howard I actually like. I think he plays well
Okay,
at
I was
tackle.
going to say DeJuan Jones.
And then they made a trade for Shaq Mason to play right guard. So I think center's,
so they're doing okay.
They
center's
got
the one
Shaq
spot where it's like
You're
you
not taking
gotta
them at
find.
12. Okay.
Yeah, no.
Where do they go at 12? Defense, you think?
I think edge makes a lot of sense.
Edge.
Lucas Van Ness, Nolan Smith, someone
D'Amico
like that.
Ryan's going to want to get his edge.
And in my mock, I had them trade from 12 with Atlanta at 8, and they got Tyree Wilson there. So that is still on the table here, and that would be a hell of a first round. We got Stroud plus Tyree Wilson. Oh my gosh! But
Goodness gracious.
I do love Stroud going to this offense, and I think this is one of the best places.
Do you know
for him to
what?
go.
Do you see what Daniel Jeremiah did?
No.
He had them take Stroud at 2, and he had them trading up to 3 with Arizona
I
and
love
take
that.
Wilson.
I had a mock way back ago where Houston took 12 and got to 1 and took Young and Anderson. But I wouldn't hate if they
They've got
moved
a
to
whole
3.
round of picks, though. Man.
Yeah, well, they have
They
Cleveland's
need
first rounder.
To me,
next year.
they've got to pair him with the receiver.
Yeah, JSN at 12.
I think JSN, if he's there at 12,
College teammates.
I think you've got to take him to show organizational support.
That's enticing.
And then you play Robert Woods on the outside, Nico Collins, John Mechie the third return to practice. So
You want to put full confidence in your quarterback, you take JSN at 12.
And also, it's a deep edge class. You can get a good option there at 33. Will McDonald, who we've been hyping up, he could be there at 33. B.J. Ojolari, plenty of
good
options.
options at 33 for edge.
I think Ojolari plays a very good value pick. Just that the
second
way
round
the
somewhere.
NFL is, so many passing downs.
I don't know if he's a D'Amico guy though. I think D'Amico's going to want that
Beefier,
destructive body.
I think he wants a 4-3, more 4-3 type. I think Ojolari's 3-4 outside linebacker. But yeah, all right. Well, what do we think happens here at 3?
Shoot.
Is Arizona sticking and picking, or
That's-
it makes all the sense in the world to trade? It just comes down to if they get the right offer.
They're almost in a position where that not literally any offer, but they need to trade down if they can at all.
Well,
Even
also
if they don't get the perfect value, I mean, you need your roster. Your rosters might be worse than Texans.
You think if Will Anderson,
It might be.
If Will Anderson was more of like a freak, like
if he was Nick Bosa, if he was Nick
generational
Bosa,
guy, you stick and pick.
Yeah, Bosa
If he was
or
a
Chase
Garrett
Young,
Bosa,
Garrett, yep.
I think they would pick.
Yeah,
I
agree.
love Will Anderson, but I don't think he's that kind of prospect.
Well,
I would trade down.
Also, all the hype yesterday and today has been that they want Paris Johnson Jr. tackle out of Ohio State. And I love me some Paris Johnson Jr. OT1 basically the whole cycle for me, but at 3, I don't know. I don't know about that. So if you can get back to 11, if Tennessee's willing to give up something here, then you're talking about Christian Gonzalez, Paris Johnson Jr. territory. I think that's a good place to go. Land one of those guys would be a great fit.
Oh, I'm excited for C.J. Stroud.
Yeah,
That's just a good
I'm
story.
so glad.
Just
got
got to give him a weapon.
I'm just glad it didn't drop to like the second round or something, and we're sitting here like, man, that S2 test,
Well, this is huge for the S2 itself because the whole buzz about it is
now the media will never bring it up.
Yeah, well, that and
Right?
apparently the S2 is a good indicator, not a good indicator of if you score high, you'll be great. Instead, if you score low, you're going to suck. Apparently is like the whole thing about it.
We'll see.
But at that point, why would you
He
take?
scored low. So
But at that point, why would you take the test?
You're allowed to refuse the test.
If I'm Will Levis,
you're
and I
saying
scored,
like no upside.
if I'm Will Levis and I score a 93 percentile, the fuck is it doing it for me? But if I score an 18%, oh my god.
I still don't. I don't know. Playing
There you go.
football is so. It's like very macro, and a lot of these tests are so micro. As far as like what they're testing for, there's so much that's going on in a football game that you can't replicate on a computer screen. I'm sorry, you can't do it. I play Madden pretty well. I can't play quarterback.
A minute 20 left.
Don't sell yourself short.
Traded.
Yeah, right. Can't throw a spiral. So
All right, well, actually, so got a little bit more than a minute until Arizona has to get the pick in. And DeAndre
do you think
Hopkins,
this is trade like stalling or what?
I think it could be. And there were rumors
I think they're
that
trying
They've
to.
got to know their guy if they were going to stick and pick, right?
Yeah.
They had to have known their guy by now.
yeah, and
And it's Will Anderson.
pounding to the table.
That's Houston.
Oh, it's Houston. Okay.
I think they're just going.
He was
they just
standing in
cut
front of
it.
the
trade
logo.
up.
Oh, from 12, that'd be fun. Houston traded up to 3.
No way!
Damn,
Daniel Jeremiah, No.
Son of a bitch. Daniel Jeremiah.
That was live. Unbelievable.
Well, Tyree Wilson's going to be the number 3 overall pick, and I'm going to
Yo,
lose.
shout out to y'all for bringing that up pre it happening because that's hard.
Shout out to
That's
Jeremiah.
That is dope.
Well, I had a bet going on with the PFF NFL
Wow.
podcast that Nolan Smith would go before Tyree Wilson, and I think this trade
that
is.
ruins
I think this trade just indicated
That's
that
absurd.
DJ's ecstatic right now. It's like, I called this perfect.
he led the
Unbelievable.
NFL media circle with 6 correct picks last year, which is crazy. 6 picks.
So
He's 3 for 3 so far.
yeah,
This
but
is Tyree.
yeah, this is Tyree. He's 3 for 3.
what's the trade details? I'm sure they're talking about it.
Yeah.
Got to go to rap sheet here.
I don't-
They're probably. Putting
I'm
it up
scared
on
to look at my
screen
phone
here.
because I'm worried to see like the next.
If they got both of those extra firsts, that is a hell of a trade for the Cardinals.
If they got, well, they're going to definitely get 12 this year.
If they got 12 and 30, whatever it was,
33. I think it'll be next year's Cleveland.
I guess that's a second, but it's a first. Let's be real. 33 is 32.
It's basically a first.
Let's see what we got here.
Luke Tyree, shout out to him. Said Texans are cooking.
This is unbelievable. That
Oh,
I
I just had the number 3 overall pick spoiled for me, so I will not say anything here. I was trying to find the details,
do it.
and
that's why I was scared to look at.
How does
stuff.
spoil
No, we're no more Twitter. No more Twitter.
yeah, well, they'll put the details up. But man, I love the aggressiveness here, and I mean Nick
I love
Caserio. This did feel like an offseason where it was like, dude, you got to show up, you got to put this roster together, and it's going to be one of these 2 edge rushers, and you give D'Amico Ryans the best of both worlds, and now I don't feel too bad about that mock draft months ago. I'll have to go clip that out. A couple different names I had in there, but to go get top tier, blue chip, potential high end guy at the defensive end spot, edge rusher, and then get your quarterback of the future. This is saying, hey, the AFC South is kind of up for grabs, and we're trying to make a push to go toe to toe with Jacksonville for the next decade. So
This is how you take an extra first rounder and you change an organization.
and also big win for Arizona. Whatever they get, they're moving back to 12. Christian Gonzalez could be there.
Fantastic.
Paris Johnson Jr. could be there. One of the other tackles could be there. As now Goodell is coming to the podium. Cardinals have indeed traded back from 3 with the 3rd pick. Houston takes Will Anderson.
Yes.
So my edge
Oh
one
my goodness.
off the board. Your edge one, and then your 1A.
He's my one.
And I
Wow.
mean, I think
I
This
love
is
it.
an example, and this is what like I talk about with the Vikings. I hate that how like passive we are as
Yeah.
an organization. I love this as a simple. As a fan, I'm happy because you did something. You're trying to do
100%.
something and make our team better.
man, and I think if you're a Houston fan, you were
Wow.
already stoked about the D'Amico Ryans hire. And now you got a quarterback and a blue chip defender to build your team around. I mean, I don't know how you're not a leader.
And you
right
got
now.
2 of the
Great.
top 3 guys in the draft.
Yeah,
and they're,
100%.
and they're also changing a culture, and they also, on top of getting 2 amazing players who are basically my probably 1 and 2 in the draft, my 1 and 2 in the draft, they also got amazing culture fits, well, future culture fits, but also like these guys are just, they're great locker room guys.
No doubt.
Will Anderson's supposed to be an amazing locker room guy.
I'll say no
Amazing
questions
player.
about him.
Yeah.
either side.
Nothing. I mean, just great dudes, great culture.
They're basically
great huggers.
leadership guys. That's what we talk about.
Good
Like
hugger, yeah, no
you
doubt.
take, like if you take Levis and Will Anderson back to back, I'm not happy about it personally.
Oh, okay. I'm
Just because-
feeling differently, but that's okay.
I don't know. I'm talking about you talk about the leadership thing. I don't know. I think it's CJ Stroud's kind of locked in as a great leader. And
I mean, he was a
Will
leader
Anderson
for
on the other
Ohio
side.
State. We've already seen it. Yeah, no doubt.
All right, little Khalil Mack comp. I agree.
I
Yeah, you actually did say that.
He plays
With a little
very
less
similar
special.
to- yeah,
With
just-
a little less special.
yeah. He's not quite the freak that Khalil Mack is, but he plays kind of similar style to me.
But see, you can see there that they're showing
Hands.
highlights. His hands, but he's also playing 4-tech. He's lining up. This one's a little bit more wide here, but he's typically lining up right over tackles or on the inside of their shoulders. Man, I think pin his ears back, let him play 5-tech, and let him get to work.
Kind of looks like he like runs kind of like AP style, like kind of like head bucking. Like looks like a bull kind of dude. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
I can see that.
He's a beast, man.
Well, I mean, I love this selection here for Houston.
I could not have drawn this up any better. If I was running things for Houston, I think they nailed it. I really want to find out what they gave up for it, but I can't imagine it was too absurd.
If
and
they
worth it.
made this deal without giving up 33 and could still take a wide receiver there,
I'm sure they still have third. Yeah, I'm sure. I don't know. I think they probably gave it up, to be honest.
I can see it.
That's a big move. That's a big
Yeah.
jump, man.
I
12
think
But
they
again, I
gave
don't
up-
want to get spoiled, so I'm not trying to look it up.
I think they
12
might
to
have given
3.
up 1 next year's 1 and 12 or something.
Do you think maybe they gave up the 33 for Arizona's second round, or is that? Do they have
Arizona
a
picks
swap?
34.
34?
Oh, yeah.
So-
Oh, they might
yeah.
have just done a swap. They
By one spot, though.
It wouldn't be worth it for Arizona.
Yeah,
I don't
I
think.
doubt it. Hold on. Let's
Unless
see
that
if-
was like the sprinkle. The
Yeah,
sprinkle in Arizona's like.
yeah, a little bit.
But I
It's not a big deal. I get it, but hey, every edge counts.
if that's in it, I think there's also something else as well, though. Still in the trade. I don't know. I'm
All right,
very
here are
curious.
the details.
Some like fifths and
hear
sixths
it.
or something.
So it's Houston getting pick 3 and pick 105. Houston gets 12, or excuse me, Arizona gets 12, 33, 2024 first rounder, and a third rounder next year.
Houston,
Arizona got a lot
Arizona
from that.
fleeced them.
Yeah, Arizona.
I mean,
that
they
was
were
a big
going.
win.
Arizona
They were
was a
going
big
from
win.
12.
They're picking 33 and 34.
Arizona-
Pittsburgh starts the second round, and then it's Arizona.
Arizona just murdered that trade.
That's exactly what Arizona wanted.
That was
too. It could not have been better, but
Still like it generally for Houston,
I
but
still
don't
like
know.
it because here's the thing.
They just got fleeced.
picks in
The
for
2024
Indy.
first did it for me.
I mean, they gave up a lot.
Yeah.
they
That's crazy.
33 and that future first. Yeah, that's tough. But they have two
It's
firsts
basically
next year.
they gave him three
They-
first rounders.
They
for,
they have
for Anderson.
they have two firsts.
If you
Here's the
can,
official
a
details.
33 is a second rounder, but Lou,
Yeah, but
it's
basically, yeah.
3 first rounders.
Yeah. Well, they have two firsts next year. They have Cleveland and theirs.
I'm just
So
saying,
I think
think
they still
about
have
what
Cleveland's.
kind of player in the NFL could yield that haul.
Do we know it was the
You know what I'm
Texans
saying?
first they traded?
Huh?
Do we know that it was the Texans first
Next year? I don't know. It didn't say Cleveland right there, so I think they traded their
probably was,
own.
yeah.
And then, which I mean, if I'm Arizona, I want Houston's first, not Cleveland's.
I
personally.
bet you that was the argument
Personally,
over the
I'd
phone
take Houston's.
to get down to the final minutes. I bet you they're trying to trade Cleveland's.
That probably was the last negotiation.
That
probably
probably
was.
trade.
All right, Colts pick is in. Will Levis or Anthony Richardson? I'll get you a drink. You got a second? Yeah, you got some time. Let me hear Will Levis or Anthony Richardson.
It had 100%.
I'm going to be kind of upset. I think they're going to take Levis. I don't know why. I've got a feeling they will, just because.
They sent everyone to his pro day.
I just think they're a Levis.
If it is, the NFL Stock Exchange pod is going to be happy. They've been predicting this for
Irsay
months.
doesn't give me. He gives me very Levisy vibes.
Well, did you see their draft?
You know what I'm saying? Let's not call him what he isn't, but very
They actually-
Levisy heavy, if you know what I'm saying.
Very.
Sure.
Yeah. There's something about Levis compared to Anthony Richardson that I think he prefers.
And it's not the,
It ain't the arm.
and it ain't the quick release.
Not trying to say Jim Irsay is not a stand-up guy, but
But we're not saying that he is. No.
I'm saying he's not. No, on the record.
I don't know, man. Jacoby Brissett.
So
wasn't
we got some predictions saying it's going to be Will Levis. I think you're right.
I think Levis.
I think it's going to be Levis.
It's gonna
You
be
say
Levis.
Levis?
I think it's Levis.
I
I
think
think,
it's
it
Levis.
should be Levis. I won't be mad either
Oh,
way.
dude, give me Richardson
But
for Las Vegas.
Ooh,
Give
sit
me the
behind
Raiders.
Jimmy G.
Give me the Anthony Richardson.
is
for
he
the Raiders.
is he Josh McDaniel kind of guy?
He had Cam Newton for that year. I mean, he had Cam, but no,
That's
generally
fine.
no. Sorry, everybody.
I don't think it
Time to
matters.
keep eating.
I think to me, Anthony Richardson, it doesn't matter what offense I want to run. I'm going to run it around him.
Oh, 100%.
That's just kind of me.
Here we go.
I think he's like that. So
Colts pick us in. Selection. Goodell at the podium. Here we go. Anthony Richardson is the pick. You know,
Holy crap!
now this gets interesting because Will Levis, if he doesn't go top 4, I think that says a lot.
This I
He
think
might fall to 19 to Tampa Bay. I don't know. This might be
he
good.
could
This might get
fall
rough.
all the way to 19.
We're 23.
Unbelievable.
watch him out. If we take Will Levis, dude, I'm going to be so upset.
I'm gonna have to clip that out and put it as its own video here in the
Anthony
channel. If we
Richardson,
do.
insane, man.
Well, I mean, we just saw Shane Steichen run an offense with
Wow.
Jalen Hurts. You know, not this past year where Hurts was a little bit more developed as a passer, but 2 years ago where they really tapped into his legs, ran a lot of read options, and they kind of catered the offense around his rushing ability. And it seems like Steichen wants to do the same thing here.
I think this is a good fit. I don't know.
What-
Got some decent weapons around him. I don't worry too much about it.
Yeah,
I
dude.
think it's a good situation. I think it's a
And
decent
I get-
situation.
They've got Gardner Minshew there, who was with Philly
Gardner
last
could
year,
start,
so
yeah.
good can help teach them the playbook.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Gardner Minshew has played under Shane Steichen before. Should help speed up that
He's not going to a weaponless
learning
offense.
process. Yeah, Michael
Which I
Pittman
enjoy,
Jr.,
yeah.
Alec Pierce.
I'm a
And then-
big Pittman guy. I like
Pittman
a
too.
lot.
And
So,
that backfield, Jonathan Taylor, read option game with him and AR.
he's not going to have to throw the ball 30 times a game.
No, he's
That's
not.
Good, what's
And
gonna
they have a
be
good.
nice.
They got a good defense. But I mean, how about the AFC South here?
Power arm, wow. I did,
Houston's
yeah,
making
AFC
moves.
South.
The Colts just drafted their quarterback of the future, and meanwhile Tennessee's looking onward from 11.
That's the thing. The biggest loser of the draft already.
Right now it's Tennessee.
Tennessee, and it's
No doubt.
All that plays.
It's crazy. I mean, what are they going into next year? No matter who they pick now, at this selection, like I think they really should have taken that opportunity to try to get up to 3.
Yeah, I
and
totally.
ironically, they were sniped by the team that already had picked right before that.
Yep.
I mean, unbelievable. They are coming out such losers here because if the Colts, if Richardson works out, Stroud works out, I mean, they're going to be the guys looking back at everything.
You think they do some like more RPOs, read option?
Oh, without that's Steichen's. Yeah, that's a big Steichen thing. And also,
so it's good fit scheme-wise and everything?
Yeah, no doubt about it. And plus Steichen, what he did with Hurts, again, I think a lot of that transfers. Also, a good offensive line. I know last year Indy's O-line was a little down.
Taylor together.
Oh, my God.
Imagine having to pick between them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. As a D-end, you're stuck between keying in on AR or Taylor. There's no win there. But that O-line's good enough. The big thing for Richardson, his time to throw was close to about 4 seconds. Now we need that down to about 2.5.
Yeah,
but that O-line will give him some time, and hopefully we can curb.
Yeah,
that,
I saw some analysis presented as, he's not afraid to stand in there and take the hit.
That's one way to put
no,
it.
But I'd like him to actually get rid of the ball a little quicker. So I do agree. I kind of see it as a negative more than standing in the pocket kind of.
Yeah.
No, I don't want you to do that, my dude.
They definitely don't have a bad O-line, but their O-line's not as good as recent years.
Oh, no, for sure.
And maybe they underplayed what they should have last year, but I think we've gotten really used to seeing the Colts have this great O-line.
Let's just bring back Jeff Saturday. He'll fix all our problems.
Right. I'd like to see them make some sort of moves. I think I don't even really know what that would be because I don't hate the personnel, but they just did not deliver last year, and they can't do that again. I think with Richardson back there, but man, this is exciting. And here's the thing, I think AR was very much on the board for Seattle. I don't think Levis is.
Now this is Jalen Carter. This is with Will Anderson gone. This is Jalen Carter.
Tyree Wilson's still on the board. And
I had Anthony Richardson going to the Colts. That's 2 correct picks, everybody. If everybody's keeping track at home. I did have Will Levis going as the number 2 pick, though, so that's part of why.
So you think Jalen Carter's the pick here at 5?
I do, and I had Carter going 6, so unfortunately I'm going to stick it to... It could be Tyree Wilson, but I think it's Jalen Carter. There's been so much hype about
It's just what checks out in the background checks, because if the background checks check out, the Jalen Carter should be the pick here.
I mean, no disrespect to Seattle, but the Pacific Northwest, I think that's a pretty good area for him to go and be rather isolated, you know. And I think it's a great culture for him to step into.
I think all they have is Starbucks and that's it.
Rain.
Rain.
And the Space Needle. That's it.
Yeah.
And the Kraken. That's it.
The Kraken's
awesome
cool.
Soccer
Kraken's
team
super
cool. Great branding too. Shout out to their social media team. But I think it's also one last note on Anthony Richardson. I think it's really fitting because he was in that top 10 conversation, and then at the combine, he was like, "Hello world, welcome to the top 5," and it's kind of fitting that he's now going to be playing in Indy.
He's the most athletic quarterback
of all time.
Of all time,
I agree.
I'm kind of jealous a little bit because I don't get to see him do it on my team. Like develop and see if it works.
It could be worse. He
You know
could be playing in the NFC North. What if Detroit took him?
I'm cool with that.
Which was
no, get out of here. You'd be so mad.
That's true. I'm a little jealous, man. That's the first pick. I'm like, man, I wish he was on my team, man.
Well, there were rumors that Minnesota was trying to trade up, so
There were.
Maybe opportunity
I'm
lost.
glad we didn't.
They might have tried.
After seeing what Houston gave up from him
It would've
for
been
12
fun.
to 3,
It would have been fun to watch. It would have been fun.
Imagine 23 to 3. Oh my God.
Yeah, that would have been.
Yeah, good for Anthony Richardson, man. Man, I hope he starts right away. Honestly, I hope they don't mess around. I hope they just give him the
Colts
starting gig right away.
Being the Colts, I think he will. Yeah. I think he'll start right away.
Also, good spot for him too because he's gonna be playing in the dome. Every home game too. That only makes it that much easier to be a better passer. So I love it.
Honestly, it was the best possible spot for him.
Yeah.
If he could have picked anywhere he could have gone, that's where he should have gone.
Man,
that's exciting.
Seattle's down to 90 seconds here. Do we think they're on the call with Tennessee here? I think Tennessee might be feeling a little bit of a sense of urgency right now.
If Tennessee likes Will Levis.
Yeah, if they're willing to take Levis, they got to be making a call right now.
They need to be making.
And
all I know is the Vikings better not be calling. Because there were some weird rumors about some move-ups, and I do not.
Will Levis would be a souped-up Kirk Cousins. Don't hate.
Yeah, I'm good. I don't want any other version of.
And also, it'd be so John Snyder to move back. And also, it would be kind of cool to take a pick that wasn't supposed to be theirs and then flip that into even more assets.
That's what Philly did.
Yeah, Yeah, true.
It's
true.
good.
That is what
It's
Philly
good
did,
team building. You take this now free asset and you make more and more and more assets out of it. You still pick in the first round, but later, and then you have another pick next year, and you can
It is
keep
odd they
doing
waited
it.
this long.
Well, forget everything that we were
Picks
talking
in.
about. Picks in. Here we go. I think
Well, it
it's
said
Jalen
picks
Carter.
in. They said it before when it was a trade. It said pick is in first, so it doesn't.
Oh, for real?
It doesn't knock a trade off the board.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Okay. Well, we'll have to wait and see. They're on commercial break right now for NFL Network, but
Not saying they will trade, but
yeah. But if
I
this
think
is
it's
Seattle,
not,
do you think it's Carter? Carter or Wilson? That's what it feels like it comes down to here.
I think it's got to be Carter, to be honest.
I'll take Christian Gonzalez. Keep him up there in the Pacific Northwest. I'll take
It just
that.
seems like Pete
That would
Carroll
be
kind
spicy.
of guy.
Him
No,
too.
I think it's just it's like Pete Carroll kind of guy. I don't know. Like
Yeah.
Jalen Carter feels like a good fit.
Obviously, the off the
can't
field
miss
issues
prospect.
are tough, but
He's a can't miss prospect. But no, I think Pete Carroll kind of digs that. Like I think he's cool with it.
yeah.
Here's the question: who's the biggest loser of the draft so far? Is it the Titans or
It's a
is it
weird
Chris
commercial.
Sims betting on Tyree Wilson to be the first defender off the board?
Yeah, he bet that he would have to kiss his own ass, literally. So I don't
If
know.
he was not
I
the
was gonna do
first
that.
edge off the
He
board.
said
Like
he's
a
flexible,
Stanford.
and they
Like
have a
shit.
couch in the office. So definitely, everybody check into the Unbuttoned
So,
podcast
yeah.
on Monday. It's gonna be fun.
Gonna be some
And my
answers.
bet's still alive
Dude,
with
the
the
more
PFF pod. Nolan
No,
Smith. Please give me
Nolan
Nolan
Smith.
Smith before Tyree
It
Wilson.
could still happen.
Please give me Nolan Smith before
The
Tyree
more I
Wilson.
think about it, I don't know that I like the move up by the Texans.
With what they
Just
gave
because
up.
they had to give up so much, man.
Yeah, is
Give him a lot.
pick 33 and a future first
Like
worth the
just
difference
take
of Will
that
Anderson
haul,
to Nolan Smith
take
or
that
Lucas
haul
Van Ness?
exactly, and then be like, oh,
Miles
I traded
Murphy.
that for Will.
Because I think you would have
Or Miles
gotten.
Murphy. I mean, there's not a huge drop off there. I mean, there is, but 2 first rounders
it's
essentially
a drop off, but yeah, dude, 2 first rounds.
I think a team
for
like
a team with a lot of holes.
I think a
Yeah.
team like the Texans, though, I'm guessing, where they're bad, they're atrocious.
Yeah, they are.
Them were the Cardinals the worst roster in the NFL prior to this draft.
So you're telling me I wasted money?
They
on a
must be
Texans
very
Seattle
high
ticket?
on Will Anderson. That's all it is.
Well,
They've
on
had
top
to
of
make
them
sure.
being high, I think they know they
Anderson's
got
probably the
they
number one
got
player on the board.
Stroud and they got Anderson. Those are maybe the 2 most sure things in their positions, the highest floors. With a team that's that
You
bad,
think it's more of like a 2-year build around plan kind of thing, or
and slash like
Because
just
Syria's
getting,
on a hot seat too,
getting
so
a
it's
sh-
like we need results.
yeah, it could be that
getting
too.
a sure thing when you're a bad team is good. When you're a
They did get day one guys.
yeah, they got
no
you.
doubt.
Those are day one guys.
Oh, selection.
Here we go, Seattle with Goodell at the podium. Devin Witherspoon.
Whoa!
Wow! I cannot.
I
believe
saw
that.
the reports, but I didn't
Dog.
think it was true.
Well,
Such a
he's
dog.
not. This,
Well-
he's not the typical Seahawks guy.
My
Wow.
CB1
I love it.
plays
Oh my
with
goodness.
absolute tenacity.
You would have talked about a Pete Carroll guy.
Dude,
Devin Witherspoon
him
is a
all-
Pete Carroll
The
guy.
giant or the
Wow.
Lions are punching the air right now because the Lions were
They're
about.
taking Jalen Carter.
bring
Jalen
back
Carter's-
the
Oh
Legion
my
of Boom.
goodness.
This is a Legion of Boom move. You know, a little
Yeah, but
throwback.
he's 5'11".
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
No, but-
It's Earl Thomas. How big was
Real
he?
quick.
Wow.
How big was Earl Thomas?
I accept all
It's
comments
sick.
on every video. But 2 years ago, or last draft, I had Jets fans tell me there's no way we're taking a corner. And all draft cycle, I had Seattle fans saying there's no way we take a corner in the first. Well, Sauce Gardner worked out, and I hope for the Seahawks' sake that Devin Witherspoon is the same case here. And never say never.
CB1.
I-
He's my CB1. By a good
Witherspoon's
margin.
my 1A, Gonzalez my 1B, but Witherspoon's my favorite player in this draft. He's the best tape of anyone in this draft. Most fun, I should say.
Most fun to watch.
Most fun by
Not
far.
even close.
Sets the tone.
He is a gamer. He's so good.
Nobody told him that he's sub 6 foot.
And he's going to be a
That's the
CB1.
problem.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't
Or
know.
he's going to be a corner too, off rip. Like, that's what's crazy. Tariq Woolen and him on the other side. It's like,
And then Kobe Bryant
Oh,
moving to the slot. Oh, my
Wow.
that
gosh.
defensive secondary is going to be mean.
You could play
Wow.
Witherspoon in the nickel too. I mean,
Yeah.
depending on who you're playing that way. Like if you're playing the Lions, give me Witherspoon versus St. Brown. all
It
day.
didn't.
Is this the highest in Illinois players
This is
been
a great
taken?
pick.
Gotta be.
It's a great pick.
There's no way an Illinois player's been taken 4.
You know what's funny about this? Shout out Lovie Smith. He got to recruit Sidney Brown, Devin Witherspoon, and Quan Martin, and never got to coach any of them. So,
Oh, dude. Yeah,
Shout out to
Jalen
Lovey.
Carter.
Carter to 6. So I'm about to get. Hopefully, I get my 3rd pick
That's
right. It could
miserable.
still.
That's
It could,
miserable for me
for
as
you.
a Vikings fan.
Wow.
Garrett Bradbury about to have his lunch
Carter,
taken.
you should be.
No, that's bad. That's
Depressed
bad.
if they get Carter.
if they go Carter here, that's.
Look. That's the exact play that you love.
I
to
think
see.
if they go
That's-
Carter,
oh.
and this is going to sound overblown, I think that's the division.
Here's the thing.
I could see it.
He is good enough to where.
They could go Gonzalez at
and
6.
the
so it's
matchup
not
problems
guaranteed.
against our interior O line
I mean, Kenny
are
Clark has.
such a problem. He can wreck both games against us
Yeah.
this year.
Kenny Clark has always dominated Garrett Bradbury, and I think Jalen
Bradbury's
Carter's
awful.
only going to
against
get worse.
against the bigger guys.
The Matthew Stafford trade just gets better and better and better. If they take Jalen Carter, they will get the best player in this draft.
At the 6th spot.
At the 6th spot.
And they have another first rounder.
For trading Matthew Stafford and still getting
Jalen Carter, Bijan Robinson.
Their teams are. I mean, their rosters are already solid.
Detroit coming away with Jalen Carter, Bijan Robinson.
Detroit's roster is good. They need.
I don't think they get Bijan.
And if they draft Carter here, they're gonna have
Good
Aiden
corner.
Hutchinson, James Houston on the other side, and then Jalen Carter down the middle.
Oh my god!
And who did they just
And
pick
Ali
up in free
McNeil?
agency? Ali McNeil.
No, they drafted him a couple
No,
years
but
ago.
who's who's the guy they just picked up?
I know who you're talking about. Names.
He's not a Carter, but I mean, still, he's.
No, he's a solid player though. They re-signed Kaminsky.
Not him.
I really like Lee McNeil though. So, all right, first corner off the board, Devin Witherspoon. I predicted that he would be the first corner off the board. I have Gonzalez ranked as my CB1, but it's kind of a 1A, 1B floor ceiling argument. But dude, they were showing some highlights, and we were talking earlier about you love watching corners blow up screens, and that is all over Witherspoon's tape. This dude, again, nobody told him that he's sub 6 foot because he is looking to cause harm. But this is a deep corner class, and we haven't talked about any of the other guys here. But I was a little concerned that corners would last a little bit longer to like maybe pick 8, pick 9, or pick 8, pick 10, something like that, pick 11, 12, somewhere in that range. And then because of that, other corners get pushed down the board a little bit. With one coming off the board here at 5, I think names start flying off the board. And we were talking earlier what position group might have the most players selected. I think with Witherspoon going 5, I'll change my answer from tackle to make it corner.
We'll see, because this could be very interesting because we're guessing Lions are gonna pick Carter.
Arizona moving to 6?
Go back up.
No way.
Tyree Wilson. This is going to be Tyree Wilson.
Or Carter.
It could be Carter.
Now they move back up for Carter. Like, I didn't think they would take Carter at 3.
Bless up to Detroit moving out. I'm so happy.
Also, I've heard they love Gonzalez. I've heard they love
Gonzalez.
Gonzalez.
They do love Gonzalez.
And
the corners got taken.
I'm so happy Jalen Carter's not going to the Lions. Hopefully.
Honestly, I like the Gonzalez call out. I think that's their play here.
And this is smart by the Lions. You take the free pick you got, and turn it
Carter
into
can't
more
go to
picks.
Las Vegas, right?
No shot.
We'll talk about that when
That's
we
a
get there.
PR nightmare waiting to happen.
Reports say Las Vegas literally took him off the board completely. Like, if he was there in round 5, they wouldn't take him.
Which
So
I
they
never
got to trade back then, to me.
Which there have been
I'm
rumblings.
a trade back here.
If there
Unless they like Will Levis a lot. I mean,
This worries me a little bit, just in case maybe you're new and haven't been around the channel. I'm a Steelers fan, and there have been a lot of rumors that the Steelers are willing to move up somewhere between 7 and 9 to get Jalen Carter. So if we get to the Raiders, Pittsburgh might be phoning him up.
You don't think Arizona moved up for him?
He's the best player on the board right now.
No, I'm saying, is that a fit for them? I mean, are they looking for a
they have no identity on defense. They have they lost Zach Allen, they lost Byron Murphy. They have to trade Budda Baker now.
You think they moved up for Gonzalez though?
Or Tyree Wilson?
I think Wilson. I think Wilson might be the number 1 defensive player on their board.
Wilson's awesome.
A lot of people have been saying that. So Wilson or Gonzalez would be my.
Wilson.
They trade out of 3, and then they get down like a few more.
Shades of what the Dolphins did with Jalen Waddle. They moved back from pick 3 to get to 11, then take that pick, and then move back up to 6 and get Waddle.
I wonder what they would have given the Lions then.
Oh boy,
what would they have given the Lions?
Chicago. Just looking ahead a little bit. Chicago going to get their pick of the litter at tackle.
It looks like it, unless there's also rumors that Arizona
Pick is in for Arizona.
likes Paris Johnson.
Okay.
Yeah, so Chicago.
I mean, Chicago needs
it's too early.
The best fits for Chicago are Paris Johnson Jr. and Jalen Carter.
I like Skoronski too, but there's
Skoronski's nice. I like him as well. You don't like Skoronski?
No, I like Skoronski. He's just
That
a guard
bucket
right
step.
now. He's a
Got
guard.
that elite bucket
Guard
step.
first. I will say he's probably the best blocking offensive lineman on the move, and for that wide zone scheme that Luke Getsy wants to run, he makes a lot of sense there. But at the same coin, like Paris Johnson Jr. ain't far off. All right, picks in for Arizona. I think it's going to be defense, but man, they could go in so many different directions here.
I know. I think it's got to be Tyree. I think it's Tyree.
I think it's Tyree too. All right, what's your pick? What are you calling here? Gonzo would be hot though.
If it's Gonzalez,
I'm going to go.
Gonzalez about to make this draft.
You go Carter.
I'm going to go Carter as their pick here.
There we go. They're showing Daniel Jeremiah's best available, so just in case you're wondering.
I think they need
Bijan.
To me, they need a can't miss pick.
The Cardinals select Bijan Robinson.
They need a can't miss pick for me.
Bijan and Kyler would be a scary backfield. I'd give them that.
Yeah, in 2025.
I don't know, dude. I'm just not a Kyler guy. I think
I hear. I mean, the attitude is tough.
Cam might.
He probably
Pound
dogging
on
you
the
in
field,
COD.
dude, I can't do it.
He's dogging you in
dogging you in
COD.
COD.
You're just mad. You're just a grumpy
You can't dog me
gamer.
in COD.
You're too competitive for that shit. You can't handle losing.
Yeah, no. Not a fan, dude. Not a fan of him.
Kyler teabagged him in COD one time. He's like, "Screw this guy."
Took his kill.
I would have a personal vendetta.
Oh,
if that
100%.
happened. That is true.
All right. Goodell to the podium. Arizona moves from 12 to 6. That's a substantial move up. Wow. Here we go. Give me Carter. Paris Johnson Jr.
Wow.
Way! They did it!
And my
He's a
bet
beast.
is still
No,
alive.
that's a great pick.
They did it!
That's a great pick.
It's
To me, that's a great pick.
I love Paris Johnson.
Kyler
but
Murray's got
that's
no
so high.
excuse. No excuse anymore. Kyler Murray's got no excuses.
Wow.
This
Well-
eliminates. This will show you if you need to move on from Kyler quickly.
Yeah.
Wow.
They just re-signed Kelvin Beachum, but to a very small 2-year contract, so that's negligible. DJ Humphreys is probably a trade piece now. You can probably get 4th-round pick or something like that for a starting tackle. And now the question is, Josh Jones is only good at left tackle. They've tried him at right tackle and it didn't work. So do you trust Paris Johnson Jr., who played right guard 2 years ago, to make the flip to right tackle? I say the answer to that is yes. I said the same thing with Chicago. I think if Chicago got Paris, they'd move him to right tackle. So Arizona gets their guy.
He can do it. He can do it all, to be honest.
He can do it. He's so good.
I think the biggest staple for Paris Johnson Jr. and the biggest feather in his
Look at
cap. I mean, one, he's
Look at
6'6", 315, has insane mirroring ability, great footwork. He's got plenty of things to love about Paris. But my thing was, 2 years ago, Ohio State, one of the best rosters in college football, says, how do we get this guy on the field? So they shoehorn him in at right guard. They were like, we need our 5 best. We need our 5 best. I mean, he could play guard. I think he'd be
he
fine.
could be, but
I
like,
think
he
he'd be
should
great
be
at guard. I just think he'd be an all-pro tackle at the same measure. So for me, one of the best programs in the country saying we've got to have this guy out in the field because he's one of our 5 best says it all. So I like
this guy. I mean, you get better with him on your team.
100%.
And immediately with this pick, I think it flips back.
Andrew Thomas is
I
actually
think
a good
more
comp for him.
tackles are
I like
taken
that.
around 1 than corners. Now that this pick has happened the way.
Yeah, now we're even 1-1.
I,
Yeah, not Jalen Carter here. I am a little bit surprised by not Tyree Wilson, not Jalen Carter, not Gonzo.
The thing with Carter that we all like,
Vegas
his tape is so good. I think, and as time passed, I think we all just went, stuff will probably
Gonzo
check
or
out.
Wilson?
I can see
Gonzo.
it.
I'd say Gonzo.
I think Gonzalez goes. They don't. Wilson, I feel
Sorry,
like
to
would
cut
be a
you off.
luxury pick, kind of.
Yeah,
Remember they need D line. That's the one part of their line that's okay, or their defense that's okay.
it's kind of just Max Crosby. They don't have anybody else.
Yeah,
Crosby's
yeah,
a
yeah.
demon. Don't get
I
me wrong.
love Crosby.
But I'm thinking about them in a division where their best corner right now is Nate Hobbs. And I like Hobbs, but
They're in a division with elite
with
quarterback
the
play.
Chiefs,
They're gonna
the
have to generate
Chargers,
pressure.
and then
yeah, Wilson might be it.
yeah.
Wilson might be the guy.
It could
Oh, I'm
be
thinking
Wilson.
Gonzalez because of that.
I was thinking Wilson because you got to move the quarterbacks off their spot.
I think
the
they're
guys that
gonna.
are in their division.
I think they're gonna give Chandler Jones another year.
Their
to
secondary
kinda
needs
figure
so
it out.
much
Jones
work.
was horrible this
He
year.
was dog shit last year.
he
He
was
was
horrible.
terrible.
Their secondary needs so
I
much
know
work.
so.
I think it's got to be Gonzalez.
I like Nate Hobbs, but he's 5'9", so like he is not.
5'9".
He's not stopping
Yeah.
Mike Williams, Keenan Allen. He's not slowing down Cortland Sutton. He's not slowing down some of the Chiefs guys. Maybe the Chiefs guys because they're smaller, but yeah, I like Gonzo here for the Raiders.
I do too. I think that's the play.
I'd go Wilson personally.
You go Wilson?
I don't
that.
hate
I don't
Gonzalez
hate
pick either.
Give me
They
Nolan
got good
Smith.
defense, I think. Nolan Smith, I could see it too.
Give me Nolan Smith so I get a free year PFF subscription. I'm getting biased here.
I could see him going for it too.
Hold on, I gotta pull up my mock from yesterday.
What
Who
I'm
the
getting
heck
scared
said-
of is I'm getting scared because Jalen Carter's getting closer and closer to the Philadelphia Eagles. And as a
Yeah, we don't want that.
as a Commanders fan,
I don't want it. No,
That's my worst case scenario.
Yeah, I don't want
Well,
that.
hold on. You know what we haven't talked about here for the Raiders is Will Levis.
Yeah,
Levis is still on the
if
board.
they like him.
He is a Josh McDaniels dude.
He is a Josh
He is a
McDaniels
McDaniels
I
dude.
just don't know if they do it, but I would love it.
I don't know.
I would
now
love it.
I might change my
He
mind
could sit
here. I
for a
don't know.
year.
This might be Levis.
He could sit for a year behind Garoppolo.
When was the last time Garoppolo played 17 games?
That too.
I mean, you might need Levis sooner rather than later. I don't know.
I think that's
I don't
that's a
know.
great point. I forgot about Will Levis.
Damn, and if Levis doesn't go here, I don't think Atlanta takes him. I don't think Chicago's definitely not taking him. Philadelphia maybe trades down and maybe
Titans?
gets to Tennessee at 11 and maybe. But if they get past Tennessee, then it's Detroit at 12, Green Bay, New England if they want to trade back Jones, maybe. Who knows? But yeah, well, Raiders on the clock. So
Wow.
this is going to be interesting. And This is the second draft with Dave Ziegler, or is this the first? Second, right? Because he made the picks last year.
This is the first.
This is the first?
I think
They would have had to hire Ziegler and McDaniels before the draft, though.
Before the other draft?
Before last year?
No, because I think what's-his-face was still there.
Bisaccia?
No. The
Gruden and Mayock got... Oh, Mayock.
No, Mayock I thought was still there for a bit.
I thought they fired him postseason. Anyways, I can look
You
it
might
up
be.
here.
I'm.
Let me just look it up.
Probably right.
I can't even remember who the Raiders took last year, if I'm honest with you.
They took. The Raiders always have terrible drafts. I'm sorry, Raiders fans. Your drafts.
Was the offensive tackle last year?
They took Dylan Parham in the third.
Who the heck did they take?
I mean, knowing them, they probably didn't even have a first rounder.
Line.
Yeah, their first pick was in the third round, Dylan Parham.
Well, that's why they're.
And then Zamir White.
What happened to their first two picks?
Trying to remember who the hell.
Devontae Adams.
Devontae Adams had their first
that was it,
rounder.
right?
There you go.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
And then their
There you
second
go.
might have been a part of
Will Levis just chilling there.
picks in for Vegas. Here we go.
That's a good suit. Look at Levis' suit.
He's a sharp
Looks
guy, man.
slick.
I'm telling you, Will Levis, he's the truth.
Future Viking.
Future Viking.
That's wrong, man. Don't put him on my roster.
Oh,
Do not put that man on my roster.
We got Breezy D saying he'll lose his mind if Levis falls to the Bucs. I hope you mean that in a good way, because I think that would be kind of the best outcome possible for Tampa.
Yes, lose your mind good. I would.
Levis if he falls to 19.
I just don't know what the Bucs.
I like it. I certainly like him more than Trask, and I mean him versus Baker. It's worth
I'm
seeing what
just
that's
not
all
a-
about.
I could see the Bucks just selling this
I don't
year.
want anything.
I could see the Bucks just selling this year and waiting for
man.
next year because
Except
they
for
also
Green Bay,
don't
right?
have
Third round, please. Third round guy.
Who?
Levis.
Levis.
That's a third rounder.
Dude, not
Oh
a
man,
fan,
I don't know
man.
about that.
But so here's the thing with the Bucks: they take a quarterback. They don't have a left tackle on their roster. Period.
Yeah.
Maybe they're just saying screw this year. Take whatever tackle's there at 19, and just try and get one next year.
Okay, Breezy, that's right. You're a Saints fan. I do remember you telling me that. So he's a Saints fan. He would not be happy about Levis going to the Bucs. So there you go. A little bit of Levis love here. Love to see it. I like Will Levis a good bit.
I love it.
And the pick is in for Vegas. So let's get some final picks in.
Are they tipping the pick here? Release Derek Carr in February?
Yeah, that might be a little
tipping
bit of
the
a
pick?
note. And they have the camera shot of Will Levis. I'm going to say it's Christian Gonzalez. I think Will Levis is going to keep
Give
sliding a little
me
bit.
Tyree Wilson.
Tyree Wilson?
I think it's Gonzalez.
Gonzalez?
I think it's Gonzalez.
Damn, they keep showing quarterback
I would
stuff
pick
here.
Will Levis, but I think it's going to be
They
Gonzalez.
signed Jimmy G to a 3-year.
They can get out of it.
Guaranteed, it's
It's
basically a 1 year
A
deal.
1 year? Okay.
Maybe
With some
2.
team option.
Yeah.
It's like
Maybe-
1.5. Like
Yeah,
they might,
one,
they might
and you
have to
can,
bite some.
yeah, because of the guarantees, you can restructure year 2 to make him like a backup, kind of like what San Francisco just did. So it's not too big of a deal.
It was smart, honestly. I think.
Yeah,
For them, where they were.
I just think this has to be Gonzalez. You got to see Kansas City. You got to see the Chargers. You got to see the Broncos hopefully playing better this year. You got to shore up that secondary.
And that secondary is
And if Gonzalez
the
hits,
worst.
I mean, you're talking about a dude who could easily be a top 5 corner in this league.
Easily.
Size, athleticism, arm length, ball production finally kicked in last year.
Great
Oregon.
fluidity.
Yeah, one of the most fluid guys in this. I'd argue the most fluid. And Goodell is now coming to the podium. So here we go. Tyree Wilson.
Oh, here we go.
Damn it, PFF won that bet. That sucks.
Nailed it.
All right, well, good call. This is
Yeah.
ultimately probably the best decision because, like we said
Him and
earlier,
Crosby,
Tyree
opposite
Wilson
side.
looks like
dude, because Crosby's got hella length too.
Crosby and Wilson opposite sides. That's
They're going to be
beautiful.
long arm and full. Can we talk about Tyree Wilson's fit here?
Dude, that's
oh
what
my
I was
God.
like.
It's a WWE.
Dude, this man
walk-up.
is swagged
That's a
out right
WWE
now,
walk-up
dude.
Right there. Oh my God! I
Shirt
love that.
unbuttoned.
I love
Hold
that.
on, I might have to
Glasses,
change
suit.
my big board here. It's too swagged out. I might have to change
Number one
this up.
overall.
I like him. He's a true blue chipper.
So we are at pick 8 and Jalen Carter's still on the board.
Yeah, it feels like Chicago might. It feels like Chicago might get the guy they perhaps would have taken at 1 if not for all
Do
the
the
off the
Falcons
field
consider
stuff.
him here though?
I mean, you have Onyemata. They signed Calais Campbell. You got Grady Jarrett. I don't know. I honestly, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think you're right, but God, he's so good.
Man, Tyree Wilson
This
would have been a
makes
great
me
fit
think
for
that
them.
stuff did not check out as cleanly as people wanted to say in the media.
I think Atlanta's trying to trade down here. I think they might take just about anything they could in a trade.
I hope someone trades up for Carter.
Ahead of
Or
Chicago.
Gonzalez.
I mean, Pittsburgh might be phoning.
Yeah.
Could be Tennessee trying to get Will Levis. I mean, Atlanta might like Levis. I doubt it, but, could be possible. Well, I mean, we talked about Chandler Jones just not playing good last year, so minimum Tyree Wilson's a Chandler Jones replacement. But if Chandler Jones figures it out, you play Wilson a little bit more inside, Crosby plus Chandler Jones, that pass rush looks really, really good. The comp is Chandler Jones. Daniel Jeremiah's comp for him is Chandler Jones, so that makes perfect sense. And Chandler Jones, former Patriot, where Dave Ziegler and Josh McDaniels are coming from before they went to Vegas, so it makes all the sense.
It also makes total
I love
sense.
Wilson.
I mean, a Big 12 defender, they're the elite of the elite.
Look at that.
Of course he's picked number 7.
Well, okay. There's our second edge rusher off the board. In my mock, I had Wilson going 8 and a trade down from Atlanta and Houston moving up. Yeah. And I mean, has the wingspan matching that of Giannis Antetokounmpo?
Yeah.
Which, I mean, we're talking about a 7-footer, which that's banana land. I think if you clean up Tyree Wilson's hand placement, he's only going to get that much better. He already wins with strength. He already wins by winning with the long arm. And he might only get that much better at the next level. If he can get those the hand placement technique and all that stuff, the pass rush moves down, he'll be a hell of a player.
There's a lot. There's so much potential there, and I made the joke that he's a Big 12 defender, but frankly, he's a Big 12 defender, which means he had Big 12 defender coaching. AKA, he had probably minimal coaching. I mean,
that's why it took 5 years.
He's about to enter the NFL and some of the most elite defensive coaches in the league.
Man,
well, obviously in the league, but in the world. I mean, he's got the tools. I would have still preferred Gonzalez there. I think their secondary is just awful.
It's in shambles. Yeah.
Yeah, I do worry about that side of it.
Where do they pick again?
The second round, 38. If they don't trade up,
38 total.
Which there will be corners there.
Yeah,
they can go corner.
they're
Cam
decent
Smith
corners.
or something like that.
Yeah.
Or they trade back to the first and get Hendon Hooker. I mean, we'll see.
Woo!
That could be spicy. That could be very spicy.
How many trades do we have so far?
The
pick is the Falcons are at 8. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, Falcons.
It's already in. This is a little quick.
So we had Houston trading up to 3, Arizona to 6. Those are the 2 trades.
I heard a lot of Bijan rumbling to Atlanta.
I know.
There's a lot of Bijan.
But now that Carter's fallen,
I don't
can't
like
happen,
it.
right? You can't take Bijan.
I kind of think Atlanta goes Gonzalez and pairs Gonzalez up with AJ Terrell.
Stop it, bro. That would be nasty.
Gonzalez, AJ Terrell,
Move Okuda
and Jesse
in the
Bates. Okuda in the slot. Jesse Bates.
How's their D line?
They need edge bad. This could be Nolan Smith. Yeah, they really don't have a.
I was trying to think of who their dominant.
Well, and I mean, you could draft Nolan Smith, get a leader, and he's a Georgia guy playing in Atlanta. That can make a lot of sense.
Nolan Smith's not a impact player day one necessarily.
The Falcons love Georgia players, though. They've said so outright.
Yeah.
They love Georgia players.
Got the peach next to those guys. Oh, Jalen Carter. I think that interior is all right, but Calais Campbell's a 1-year deal. Onyemata, not necessarily the longest term of options, so and could certainly go there.
Maybe they're the guys to straighten Carter out a bit. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think he's the pick. I wouldn't hate it. I mean, if you're going BPA, it's BPA by far. So, but I think they should go Gonzalez even over I love Nolan Smith, but I just think the opportunity to turn a great secondary into an elite secondary.
Right.
Usually I prefer to build from the trenches outward defensively, but in that case you just set up so well, just have everything covered like a blanket and then just contain.
I'm more of a trenches out kind of guy.
I typically am.
I mean, you can't cover, but for so long.
Yeah, no, that's
kind
fair.
of
I think you can manufacture and engineer pressure though. But
yeah, you definitely can. Coverage sacks are a thing.
That's and stunts and twists and stuff like that. Yeah. I think there's two sides of. Because you could also be like, I don't know, it feels like Pittsburgh's going to run more zone this year if you're going to sign Pat Pete. It feels that way. And they might just say, hey, don't give up big plays. Let our pass rush win.
That's more Pat Pete.
I'm really curious what they do. Like
that's basically what he tried to do.
That's all he did for us. Yeah,
I was about to say.
Let me just not give up a touchdown. And
they got 25. Don't worry about it. Doesn't count for 6.
15 in front of me?
Doesn't count for 6.
Oh, you want 15 in front of me? All good. No biggie.
Oh, man. You know what, guys? I realized
this whole time.
What's up?
You've been watching, and this has not been updating. Wow, what a terrible host I am. I'm too busy talking.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the actual video. I was like, uh-oh.
No.
You're just talking about
The tracker. Yeah, the whole time.
tracker.
They're supposed to be watching.
I'm sure
and-
they're watching it somewhere, right?
Yeah, I'm
They
sure.
have the 2-screen action going.
There we go. Let's just bump this down. So Tyree Wilson was the last pick. All right, there we go. Now it's like you're actually following along with the NFL draft. There you go, TJ. All right, well, pick is in for Atlanta, but real quick, do we have any predictions for who could be this year's Cole Strange? Who could be that random-ass dude who goes in the first round? I think my pick is Byron Young from Tennessee.
That's a
Good
great
athlete, but he's 25. But
great
I don't know,
pick.
he's just weird enough to where it could work.
Keanu White doesn't fit
As
that
far as
bill.
just like a random person
Just
flying
literally-
up getting drafted for no reason.
Matt Bergeron, I think.
It's almost tough.
Keanu Benton, maybe.
It's almost tough to say because you got
I
to
don't
try
know,
and find
surprising.
someone low enough on your board, but also high enough that might get picked.
That's where it gets tricky.
That's where it gets tricky. But I think Byron Young's a great pick for that. If
But
he would be the cool Strange
Owen Papo.
Owen
from
Papo.
Auburn.
That would definitely surprise me.
The freak speed. I mean,
Yeah.
who knows? I don't
Fastest 40 time of any linebacker.
Yeah.
All right, Goodell at the podium. Atlanta. Oh, hold on, we got to introduce our guest speakers here.
I thought I heard Christian at first. I was like, Christian.
Yeah, I heard Chris, and I was like, what? All right, so they're introducing who's going to be, I guess, announcing the selection. But final selection, I'll go Gonzo. Gonzo, honorable mention to Nolan Smith.
Gonzo.
We got We got to say it before they make the
I'm
pick.
going to go Levis. Why not?
Oh, that would be hot. I'd be here for
Everyone
it.
says they're in on Ritter. I don't get it. So
I'm going to go Levis.
Might be smoke. Nah, I think it's defense here. Here we go.
I'm not in on Ritter, so that's kind
nervous.
of another lean for me.
Bijan Robinson.
It was
So
true!
It was real.
It was true.
Where there's smoke, there is indeed fire. And
Wow!
a team that has holes at corner
That's
and
a terrible
edge
pick.
and
That's a bad pick, dude.
But
It's a poverty.
They ignore all of it.
They run
Poverty
more than any team in the
franchise
league.
making poverty moves.
But they are the exact team that has proven why running back value is so skewed because
As well,
Tyler
I
Algier,
agree.
5th round pick, was awesome last year. Cordero
Wow.
Patterson, wide receiver turned running back, awesome. But that being said, let me not just totally like shit on this pick. Bijan
No, let's.
behind that O line and that
Let's.
blocking scheme,
Great.
he's gonna put up numbers. He might be an All Pro year one. Like the
He-
talent alone might put him there, but like that offense, he's gonna have numbers, hella volume.
That's a bad pick to me. I don't know.
It's I
A
hate
team with so many holes, you're going to fill the one that's easiest to fill.
Yeah.
With other
And a
value.
position I don't really think is a need. I don't think running back was a need for Atlanta, to be honest.
I
but
hate the value. I love the player.
That was great. man.
He's top 3 best player in this draft.
if they traded back to 15
At a
and took
low
this,
value position.
I'd be fine with it. But yeah, I don't know.
Which I was worried my Commanders were going to take him at 16. So that's one off the board. Now it's,
Jalen Carter's going to get drafted by the Eagles.
oh man, he might.
He's going
Oh,
I don't know.
shit.
I think he might be the pick here at
to
Chicago.
the Bears.
Yeah.
I pray.
It's
I
either
hope.
Scoro or Carter. So
I think they've got to go O-line, personally.
yeah, the same
I-
offseason you get DJ Moore.
If Fields is your guy, you've got to go O-line. For me.
You could get
They just flipped the pick order.
yep.
That's a trade
Philadelphia
up.
and
Philly
Chicago
traded
just
up.
flipped. Yep.
Oh,
Jalen
no!
Carter's gone.
No!
He's got to be, right?
Oh
What if they go with Gibbs?
no! No, they're going.
On some crazy stuff?
They are going
Come here,
Carter.
Gibbs.
That would
No.
be fucking crazy.
Give me a.
I mean,
Gibbs.
Skoronski
Gibbs
makes sense
pick.
for Philly, in my opinion,
Gibbs
too.
for-
But they're not going to trade up for
running
Skoronski.
back?
They're going to trade up for Carter. Oh no!
Gibbs.
Sleeper Gibbs.
no,
Oh,
no
my
shot.
goodness.
A wild trade up. No one sees it coming.
Cole Strange.
Gibbs.
I cannot believe this. Oh, this is my nightmare.
Yep, I think Jalen Carter's going to be haunting your dreams for the next 10 plus years.
What?
Jordan Davis and Jalen
Wow.
Carter.
Philly just continues to fleece the entire league.
Howie Roseman, man, he's a demon.
I hate them so much, but
Hell of a GM.
I love the way
You
they
know,
build their
when
teams.
you're
So
like
it's-
playing Madden franchise and like the player that's definitely wouldn't fall to you if you actually did a real draft falls to you. That's what keeps happening with the Eagles. Like they keep doing Madden franchises and all their friends suck at picking.
I mean, assuming this is Jalen Carter, you get to team him up with
This
Jordan
is
Davis,
insane.
Georgia
That's insane
Bulldog
to me.
reunion, and N'Kobe Dean at linebacker.
It's
Oh my
perfect.
God.
That's
It's
absurd.
perfect. Jalen Carter is perfect next to Jordan Davis.
Yeah.
It obviously worked not last year, the year before.
Now, what if they draft Kalijah Cansey? What if they're like making a move up and they're like cheeky?
With Carter, if Carter wasn't on the board, I would love that.
Yeah, but you can't take him over Carter.
No,
I hear
you can't. Well, unless
I'm trying to think about what would be shocking here. Oh man. Well, Bijan's going to Atlanta.
No questions about him as a prospect. I mean,
I think he's probably your front runner for Rookie of the Year with the amount of touches he's going to get, pass game volume too. Bijan's probably your front runner for Rookie.
You don't think they're bad enough for game script to take him out a little bit?
No, Bijan's good because he can
I
catch.
don't
He can
think
catch
Arthur
too.
Smith cares.
And
the pass
true. Yeah,
catching.
Arthur Smith really does not care.
I
They
think
can be down 30. He'll score.
I was about to say they could be down 21 in the fourth quarter.
Halfback dive.
He's going to be like best player. Need him to get the ball.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, it's almost like when
That's
your running
true.
back
Yeah,
is your
the
best
man
player.
does not care.
It doesn't work.
All these draft scores are funny. 85 athleticism. Relax.
Yeah.
What does a 90 look like? You ever seen
I
one
don't
of
know
them?
about that.
Wow, unbelievable.
Weird pick.
All right, well, first running back off the board, and I think with it being at pick 8, that does bode well for Jahmyr Gibbs. He's probably going somewhere there in the 20s. It's now
Gibbs is a
official.
first-round guy now?
Yeah, I think he's gonna be a first round guy. Philly moving up one spot.
It's for Carter.
Let's go Gibbs to Washington.
Oh God, please.
Antonio ruined your whole day.
Gibbs replaces Gibson.
I think it was.
Actually, no. Give me what's the dude from UCLA?
Zach Charbonnet.
Yeah, give me Charbonnet to the command. The good old commies.
I was telling TJ earlier. There's only one pick that I'm not gonna necessarily love any pick the Commanders do at all, but there's one pick that could ruin my evening, and it's that if we take Emmanuel Forbes.
It's gonna happen.
I don't want
It's gonna be
that
Forbes.
There's no
tiny
way.
little dude on
There's
my
no way
team.
it's 16, man.
They love him apparently, and I don't. Any other corner, I prefer them trade back and get a lineman. If they take Emmanuel Forbes, I'm on watch. I'm officially on watch. I'm on watch. Just pray for me.
Well, all right. Let's talk about some of the people falling. So obviously, Will Levis still available.
This is still available.
Not surprised.
At this point, Peter Skoronski, Jalen Carter, who I think both make a lot of sense for Philadelphia, but it feels like one of those two is about to be off the board, and then probably the other one goes 10 to Chicago. So that leaves Christian Gonzalez a bit of a faller here as well.
Gonzalez is what? Yeah, I mean, how many
Gonzalez
people
is
had Gonzalez going out of the top 10?
Oregon.
Carter, I mean, I think he'll get picked here.
Yeah, I think this is Carter.
Aside from that, Gonzalez is probably the biggest faller to me.
Yeah.
That I would have
And
understood
Levis.
taken earlier. I'm not a big Levis guy.
Well, yeah, no,
so
I
it's
hear
hard.
you, but there were so many mocks where he's going top 10 to where it's like, and he's a quarterback, so it skews things.
That's the Eagles selection. Oh,
Eagles
man.
picks in.
Quarterbacks, man.
Obviously, still no wide receivers off the board. I don't think we've entered that range yet.
Understandable.
I think once we
Green
get
Bay might go receiver.
Green Bay, Tennessee maybe at 11, but Green Bay at 13 makes sense. And it would be great. So let's talk about it.
You don't
Right
think
But
New
it's not
England
Green
goes?
Bay's. It's not
Green
Bay's
Bay does not draft wide receiver, but how funny would it be if they purposefully had the pick swap with the Jets to go from 15 to 13, just to ensure that Aaron Rodgers can't get Jackson Smith-Njigba, and they finally draft a
What
first-round
about
wide
New
receiver.
England? What do we think about
That's where I mocked JSN was New
that?
England.
Receiver. All right.
All right, Eagles pick is in. Goodell's at the podium, and the ninth pick is
Sucks.
Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter reunites with Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean, and I mean, if you're trying to replace Javon Hargrave, holy cow, you found the right guy to do it.
We're talking about a suit.
Oh, let me see what we're
Fresh.
He's
The
covered
purple,
right
the
now.
purple.
Let my man walk.
Oh, I know they're
I dig the purple, obviously.
that's fresh. Only one guy can pull that off, and it's Jalen Carter. Well, damn. Okay. Well, my top non-quarterback off the board, and one of the three blue chippers I think in this class is now off the board. And actually, all three of my blue chippers are gone. Anderson, Bijan, and Carter all go in that order. I had them ranked differently, but
Eagles, I hope you enjoy your 2024 Super Bowl.
and you know what's crazy about this? That 10th overall pick that they moved up from. Shout out to New Orleans. They got it from freaking NOLA.
For nothing. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, NOLA.
Unbelievable.
The Saints got Chris Olave, so I mean that's not too bad. That's not terrible. But
No,
yeah.
it wasn't from that. Good Saints traded with us for Olave.
Oh,
Thought.
whose pick was this at 10?
That was.
No, this was New Orleans. I'm telling you.
That is
I'm
an insane
100% positive.
pick, man. That's crazy. No work.
100%.
Jalen Carter just
Sorry,
falls
guys.
right into their laps, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kills me. That was like my one thing. Like,
That
just don't
annoys
let
me.
this happen.
I'm not even an
Just
NFC East guy.
Don't let this happen.
You listen to the sports junkies enough, though.
Yeah, I know enough. Yeah. The Junks, love them. My guys.
Did Washington even trade down last year?
Yeah, for Dotson.
They did.
Well,
They definitely did.
Because
Junkies
we could have
talking
picked,
about
we
this
could
one.
have picked Olave and we traded
They
the
traded
Saints
down
and they
for
picked
Dawson,
Olave.
They definitely did trade down for Dawson.
Well, I'm telling you, that pick was New Orleans. I can say it with facts. Who did they trade with?
Well, yeah, we didn't get their first, clearly. So like maybe that was also their first.
All right, on to Chicago.
Why did they have that first then though? Who did they trade?
He just had a handshake with Goodell. Did y'all see that? They did their own handshake together. A whole the fingers up, that shit.
Damn.
They did that, and then
That
dapped
had to
up.
be
And
pre-planned.
then dapped up. Yeah. They definitely did. They're bros.
All right.
They're pros.
Yeah, Carter's like, Goodell, thank you for burying all the shit about
From
me.
Saints.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks.
Quinnen Williams, good comp. I like that.
From the Saints.
Oh, hold on. Who's the Eagles pick from?
Dude.
It could be
toss
from
him.
the Saints as well for a different trade, but I don't remember what
how
that
would
trade was.
Yeah.
Man, the more I think
Because
about
we didn't
it,
get a first from them.
Why,
They traded back. We got
future
like a third.
first? Okay.
I'm just like, with the, like
Because New Orleans had 2 first-rounders last year, so
Maybe that's
I
what
hear
it
what
was.
you're saying.
it really sucks that
My
Oh,
fault.
man.
My fault. I'm
Jalen
tweaking.
Carter had the off the field stuff because his fit with the Raiders would have been so awesome.
Oh, it would
his
have
fit
been
with
perfect.
everyone would have been.
It would
awesome.
have just been fun to see.
There's no team
the
that
Raiders
wouldn't
with
need
that.
that.
I don't know. That would just be like the most ideal fit spot for me.
I'm just this. Nothing could have been
Our
worse.
Saints fan in the chat takes ownership for Jalen Carter going to Philadelphia. Breezy apologizes. Damn, that is.
Could have been you, Breezy. Jalen Carter could have been yours.
Dude, you put him in New Orleans. That would be hot.
That's.
This is the player they would have traded up for.
Oh yeah, totally.
Don't tempt New Orleans with a good trade up offer.
Oh yeah, Howie's hype right now. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness.
Dang. All right. Well, Chicago at 10 then. Peter Skronsky feels like he makes sense here.
Who is it if it's not Skronsky? That's what
Darnell Wright.
I think it could be Darnell Wright. I think they do.
I could see Wright over Skronsky
I've read
here.
that they like him. They need a right tackle. They don't need a left tackle. I could totally see it being Darnell Wright. What I'm curious about, this will be way later, speaking of right tackles though.
Are you talking about Chicago?
Yeah. But does DeJuan Jones go in the first round?
I love DeJuan Jones, personally.
I
I could see him going here. I wouldn't
could
hate
see
it
him
at
going
all.
first. I could see him slipping. I like him. I like Darnell Wright more.
For versatility or just everything kind of into one? Because he's more versatile.
Anchor,
The
quickness.
anchor is
I like him to
insane.
lose. I like him to lose a couple pounds. And if he did, I think he. His
I think
quickness
DeJuan
could-
Jones, if he can shed 15, 20 pounds, his balance is going to be so much better. But otherwise,
I don't know. DeJuan Jones is just too small for me. Like I said,
Yeah.
it's a little guy.
you know, that 6'8", 375.
Yeah.
I kind of like him 7 foot, 400. That's more my range.
Yeah, even 400 or nothing.
You mind snagging me a Miller?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Gosh.
Thanks, man. All right. Now I got my Steelers friends texting me who the Steelers are going to take.
Steelers. Where y'all drafting? Okay, you're getting
17.
close. We're getting close.
We're getting there. Washington 16 for Jake.
Yep.
Pittsburgh
that's right.
17.
That's
And
right.
then we get Minnesota at 23.
We're trading back. There's no way.
I can't see y'all not. Chicago's picks in. Y'all just need the assets.
Yep.
So
Vikings, you saying?
apparently the Rams like Hendon Hooker. Y'all could slide back to 36.
No, I'm good.
No, I'm saying
Oh, no,
the
yeah,
Rams are
they can
taking
come
over.
up and-
You go to 36
Y'all
and
can
get a,
have him.
and then you take another third round
I'm
pick
cool
too.
with that, yeah. No, give me a second. I don't want third.
You know what would be nice about that? You'd get picked 36 and 69.
Nice.
Perfect.
That's why I said that would be nice.
There's no 420 pick, right? We got 420 drafted.
No, highest is what, 259? Is that tops?
We're halfway there.
Thank you, sir. Ooh, look at you.
I believe these are 16-ounce cups. Does that make sense?
Not with foam. Did you get the full cannon here?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Fucking look at me, science man.
Apologies, everyone. We missed that one.
Darnell
Darnell Wright is indeed.
Darnell Wright?
Good call.
It's Darnell Wright. Well, we were just talking a minute ago. It could be Skoronski or Darnell Wright, and it turned
That's
out
a thick boy right there.
that is a plug-and-play starter at right tackle. That's what that is. Don't have to move. Don't have to mess with Braxton
Don't
Jones.
worry about his quickness.
Second
I think he's more fleet of foot than people give him credit. Honestly,
I didn't love it on tape. I like it. I like this.
this is his best game. That's his best game. Yeah.
His feet are pretty light. I'll give him that. They look very
For
light.
6'6", 315, it's better than you would think. Yeah, no, I like that a good bit. And now you look at that Bears offensive line with Darnell Wright at right tackle. Other side's Braxton Jones, who played pretty good for a fifth
Great pick
rounder.
for Chicago.
Yeah, Tevin Jenkins plays left guard. Cody Whitehair plays center. You signed Nate Davis in free agency from Tennessee to play right guard. And in one offseason, it feels like Justin Fields' two biggest, problems around him, wide receiver. Well, now you got DJ Moore, problem solved. And now the offensive line's looking pretty damn good.
He looks like a guy who he's going to get a better NFL body over time.
Yeah, got a little bit
Getting
more
in just becoming a professional athlete. Like I could see kind of the projectability. What you guys are saying is like, getting a little lighter, just looking like a better athlete. Hitting the weight room the best way kind of deal.
But I mean, 6'5" and almost a half, 333 pounds, 501 40-yard dash at that too. I mean, to be carrying that much weight and still move that well, I mean, that's pretty wild.
He's only 333.
He looks bigger. He does
look bigger.
damn near 350.
He's a
Yeah, that's
350
what I
guy
was
to
saying.
me.
He's 3.5 Benjis, easy.
Yeah, maybe it's just the build. I don't know.
Pick is in for Tennessee. Do we think they sprint the card in for Levis here, or JSN?
They're out on Malik,
Skoronski?
right?
How's their interior
They're out
line?
on him now, right?
Yeah, it sounds like Malik Willis.
That's what the word is that they're
They
kind
should be. They should be.
Which, I mean, it was a bad quarterback class last year, and I had Willis QB1 just because of upside. But he looked way worse than I even thought he could.
He looked bad.
He's not interested in throwing from the pocket.
No. And they took him the third round. You really have no major obligation to give him. It's not like
That's true.
Your third overall
They didn't
pick.
really reach for him.
Yeah, no. They took him at 77, so not bad.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Yeah. Or that might have been Desmond Ritter, but 81 or something like that.
Third round.
He was before.
somewhere in
he
the
was
thir-
before Ritter, I think.
No, Ritter's two.
Titans have a
He
lot
was
of.
two?
He's QB2.
Oh, wow.
Pickett went 20, and then Ritter went 57 picks later, which made me feel
I
really
heard
great
some
as a Steelers
buzz
fan.
about Derrick Henry being traded. What are we thinking there?
I think that's smoke.
I think so.
Apparently, Tennessee put out a report. I mean, all these stuff come from agents and stuff. So
Yeah,
you
yeah, it's
never know.
all,
It's all
smoke
agent
and
speak,
mirrors,
basically.
whatever
But they
want.
said they haven't fielded any calls with Derrick Henry. But apparently, Dallas and Philadelphia have made calls. So, Dallas is interested in Dalvin Cook. How do you feel about that?
Send him.
Send him.
I'm good on that.
What do you think you get?
Nothing. Because he's
Like a
not
fourth
good.
round pick?
Yeah, probably.
But then
he's
you
not
have to
very
pay
good.
him.
He's really not great.
I'm ready to jump on the Alexander Madison fantasy hype train.
Alex, he's okay.
Ty Chandler. That's where it's at.
I like Ty Chandler.
Chandler.
I'm a Ty
That's
Chandler
where it's
guy.
at.
I'm a Ty Chandler guy.
Ty Chandler's a
He's still
demon.
not great.
I love every UNC running back I've ever watched. Michael Carter.
Chandler's-
Javonte
Ty
Williams
Chandler's
was
okay.
Javonte Williams was this close to being my RB1 in 2021.
No, Javonte Williams is a dog.
He
Who's
is
your
a
one?
fiend. Najee. It was Najee, Javonte, and then ETN that
Javonte's
year.
better by considerable margin.
So much more explosive.
Yeah.
In retrospect, I want that one back. I'd have Javonte, then ETN.
But
then Najee,
I was on Najee too. I love Najee.
Yeah. His receiving ability is nice. But, man, all right. Well, we've had a handful of shocks, some surprises through first 10 picks. What stood out as maybe the most surprising move so far? I didn't see Houston moving back up into the top 10, so I think that would be my answer.
No
there.
shot. That
Yeah, definitely the most surprising move. Just moving back straight into 3. I mean,
I mean,
when
not
does
far,
that happen? It doesn't.
not far off is Arizona. Once they move back, I was like, they're staying there.
Yeah.
But
I
then
agree.
them trading back into 6 is definitely a
that
shocker.
actually might be the most shocking for me. Both the factor of them trading out, trading back, and then taking Paris Johnson 6. Again, my tackle 1, but way higher than almost anyone had him going.
Carter to
That's
9
just-
is surprising.
Yeah.
Given the talent.
I
I'm
did-
surprised
I-
somebody didn't trade up further or quicker.
Yeah.
Past 9.
Yeah.
I think Darnell Wright is actually more of a shocking pick in a sense of look at even 3 weeks ago, and who had Darnell Wright as the third tackle taken, let alone the second.
Not much. It was a late rise.
I'm not-
Everyone had Paris, then Skoronski,
I'm
then
more-
Probably right
Broderick.
tackle.
I'm more square on that.
Yeah.
I kind of have it as that, square consensus.
He's my OT5. I do worry that Heupel offense keeps him clean. That's my biggest concern. But pick is in for Tennessee.
Clapping it
Vrabel
up.
looks happy finally.
Gonzalez here?
Vrabel's happy.
Gonzalez for.
I mean, Caleb Farley, but stays healthy. That would be hot.
I could see Gonzalez.
How's their interior?
I mean, Broderick Jones could be here. Peter Skoronski. They need a center like no other. I'm sorry, Aaron Brewer, 275-pound center. It ain't it.
What's their guard situation?
Right now it's Brunskill and I'm trying to think about who's that right guard. Oh, Dylan Radunz. So Radunz and Brunskill. Yeah. Brunskill's got some center
you guys
experience.
Thinking Levis or no?
I'll go.
Could be Levis.
Could be Levis.
Goodness, keep forgetting.
I kind of think it might be Skoronski. I'll go Skoronski.
I'm gonna go
Skoro or Jones.
I'm gonna go
makes
Gonzalez
sense.
here.
Skoronski. Okay. I'm trying to think who would make Vrabel smile like that, and the only guy that comes to my mind is Skoronski.
Yeah.
I think Vrabel's stoked about this pick, and Skoronski's a dude. Now, I would do Levis.
Yeah. Gavin Smith in the live chat said Houston taking 2 picks in the top 3, some Madden cheese, some Madden franchise cheese. You get the trade.
It really is, dude.
It's like, oh yeah, we'll take pick number 3.
It's like,
2
how
and
can
3.
I get
And you know the guy's got hidden dev because his traits are backwards or whatever whatever the glitch was there. And it's like, oh yeah, man. Well, going back to Carter real quick. I often said his floor was 6 to Detroit, but then like the nuclear basement was Philadelphia at 10. And then I think they're moving up to 9. That just kind of
worse than the NFL pass yards per game.
And I think that was as much.
JSN. I mean, maybe.
I like JSN for them. I just didn't. I don't know if that's the Titans pick they're going to go.
I mean, Tennessee's in a good spot because I'm not mad about any of the names we're throwing out right. Skoronski, Broderick Jones, both make sense. Will Levis is a Tannehill long-term replacement. Or Gonzalez to get some freaky athletic and basically get Caleb Farley that stays healthy.
I think they need to go with a position that isn't as deep in the league, maybe.
But
you know what I'm saying?
Like we just watched Houston draft a quarterback. Okay. We just watched Indy draft a quarterback.
We're in.
Titan selection's in.
Here's the thing: if they don't go quarterback, what do they expect to come out of the season?
I don't
ride out Tannehill one more year.
Because like if they don't win this season, then what's the plan?
Tank.
Roster might be too good for that.
Tank it, man.
All right, Goodell at the podium. Here we go. Pick number 11 is?
Peter Skoronski.
Peter Skoronski. There we go. I think you plug him in at guard pretty much right away and then move Dane Brunskill over to center. And I'm feeling a lot better about that offensive line. This is a guy
You don't think he projects as a tackle because of arm length or what?
Yeah, sub 32-inch arms. But
is that
now that being said,
he's a technician.
I think he'd be fine at tackle. My thing is, I think he could be an all-pro guard. Perennial-ish Pro Bowl center. Tackle.
What bothers you about the tackle? Because we haven't seen him get beat at tackle.
No, the tape's great.
The
tape is fantastic.
Tape is amazing.
It's just
you're just guessing. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean,
I try not to tackle.
Just body type projection in terms of how that'll play against bigger NFL players.
Yeah, it's just a little different than playing at Northwestern. But he is the best center on the move too. So for that wide zone blocking scheme, him leading the way for Derrick Henry, that'd be hot.
That's.
And I mean, he could still play tackle because there's no guarantee that Nicholas Petit-Frere works. Hell, there's no reason to think that Andre Dillard, the guy who couldn't, beat out a 7th rounder. Now Jordan Mailata's a freak, but yeah, I mean, Andre Dillard was a 1st rounder and lost his job to a 7th rounder. I mean, Mailata's great, but that doesn't happen. Yeah. And they were kind of reluctant to get him on the field. So whether Dillard doesn't work out, Petit-Frere, I think Skoronski could play tackle. My thing is, I think he'd be a good tackle, but could be an awesome guard. So that's kind of where my argument lands.
That's wild.
Man, I think it's a
good
pick.
Titans fans, let me know how you feel about that.
I think it's a good pick, but it just begs the question.
Gonzalez?
How do they Levis?
Yeah, I got some Bucks fans saying they
Detroit's
need to move up to
go
get Levis.
Gonzalez, right?
Do they need to move up?
That's got to be.
They have got to go Gonzalez.
Who they took it?
They
who
missed
they
on
take at 6?
Okudah. Okudah's gone.
Yeah, they traded him.
You got it.
Who they take at 6?
Trade back.
Oh, they haven't taken anyone.
They traded Arizona.
Oh, it's got to be Gonzo.
Yeah.
Gonzo.
It's got to be Gonzalez.
It's got to be Gonzo.
Oh, man.
It's a great pick by them.
Wow, the guy they could have taken at 6 fell
and
to them at 12.
I mean, I don't know. Good counter under some Justin Jefferson.
That's good team
100%.
building. Did we ever find out what the Lions got for that?
I can try to Pete.
If you don't want to look, we can figure it out later.
Pick came in decently quick.
Because that's decent. They went back decently far. They're not not going to get what Arizona got clearly.
Wow.
But I mean, they're going to. You see it?
So the Cardinals gave up 12 and 34. So
Bro,
now
look how
they gave up
salty
34.
his bitch ass is, dude.
Who? Rappaport?
No, every time they cue to Levis, like he just looks like a pouty bitch.
You're talking about QB2.
He
You
looks
better
so-
shut
Hey,
up.
what if the Lions take Levis here? Trade back?
Please do.
Take the QB of the
please,
future?
with this entire pick. Please take Will Levis.
And watch Will Levis dominate the
Go for
Vikings for a decade, bro. You wait. All right, Goodell now at the podium for the Lions selection. So it is big that Houston gave up pick 33 to
Jameer Gibbs.
Oh my god, the picture of Jameer Gibbs! Holy crap!
Jameer Gibbs
At
pick
12?
12.
That pick to me.
First player the Lions take as a running back. Wow, okay.
I am happy about
And
that.
it's not Bijan. And
well,
it's not Bijan.
I'm very happy.
DeAndre Swift is now on the block. Just to state
Oh,
the obvious.
oh my god.
Look, Jamal Charles is a boost of a comp.
Jameer
Sorry,
Gibbs
that
is great.
He's not Jamal Charles.
he's not.
As
Sorry,
a
that-
Vikings fan,
He's-
thank you for taking a running back, basically top 10. I mean, 12th pick. I'm happy about that as a Vikings fan.
Well, look, I mean, a 1-2 punch of Gibbs and Montgomery. I like that. Great offensive line, so he'll have plenty of holes to run through. Plus, he's as good a receiver as Bijan in a lot of ways.
I mean, they've got another pick coming up.
might be-
They might
And they
just
get to
really,
pick at 18.
really like Gibbs. I mean,
yeah, and I think he could
they're
have
just
gotten
hot.
him at 18.
They could just
I think
see
they
a
could have
big
gotten him at
drop
18.
off. They
I
could
think-
just see a giant drop off. You never know.
I feel bad for Christian Gonzalez.
If
too,
Jameer
shit.
Gibbs was the pick, why not trade down again, even a little bit? Like,
Yeah,
at least
I know.
attempt to and get.
I know.
You think the 18th you can get him there?
I think
I definitely
Pittsburgh's
think-
not taking one. Washington, I doubt it. The Jets, why?
If
New England,
Washington
why?
did,
Green
it
Bay,
would
why?
have been Bijan. Otherwise, they would not have taken Gibbs.
yeah, but you don't see like
You don't see a team trading up
maybe,
though. That could be
yeah,
that could be
I
the
was
downside
thinking.
of it.
Maybe I don't know.
The Chargers looking for their Eckler replacement. I mean,
Gonzalez is
the
still.
Cowboys.
Dallas, yeah,
the
Dallas
Cowboys.
moving up and getting Gibbs. I don't know.
So here's the question.
So Dallas is drafting
Green-
Dwayne
Dallas
McBride.
trades up into Washington's pick, snags Gibbs before he
No
gets
way
to
that
it.
those two trade with each other. but
Now
I
I'm
get what you're saying.
now I'm Washington. As a Washington fan, now I'm Washington.
We
I'm
trade
sitting
with
here.
Lions.
Could I get
It's not
Gonzalez
quite the
at
same.
16? Could I get Gonzalez at 16 as a Washington fan?
Shut the hell up. The Steelers are getting Christian Gonzalez. That's the one downside. We have a.
Green Bay's not going to draft a
That
corner.
was the one downside.
Oh,
of
New
inviting you.
England. New England would have rather
No, they won't.
Witherspoon,
They won't.
but
New England's going Levis, bro. They're
You know what's
tired of
wild?
Mac Jones.
New
I
England-
saw somebody comp.
New England's tired of Mac
I saw
Jones.
somebody comp Gonzalez to a bigger Jair Alexander. And Green Bay could just yoke out that secondary real quick. Now, I think this is Jackson Smith-Njigba. I'll say it. I think this is going to be JSN. I think this is the year. I think Green Bay's going to be ballsy.
People talk about how it's
You pick
not,
Swan
it's
for a
not
reason.
their thing to take receivers because they knew they'd get
Sleeper.
value later, and
Dalton
they had
Kincaid.
a Hall of
Kincaid
Famer.
would make sense.
Kincaid here.
Or
Everybody
Kincaid.
loves that fan. I don't know if it's a sleeper.
But it's just a pass catcher.
At 13?
Is huh?
A lot of people were mocking.
Kincaid's high on him? Or
A lot of people were.
high
Yeah,
on
a lot
him
of people
here?
were mocking
Okay.
that.
I think it's Kincaid or Jason. I think make total sense
Be
because
fired.
you don't have a Hall of Fame quarterback anymore. You need to help Love. Here's the thing: you're fired if Jordan Love doesn't work.
Yeah.
You kind of drove Aaron Rodgers out of the
Right.
building, and you traded up for Love. You created this whole mess.
What if they just
You kept him.
bail
You're probably gonna
Will
have to even
Levis?
extend him practically with him barely playing.
Bail on Love right now, Will Levis.
That would be the most. That would be Cole Strange.
You want your
almost.
Rodgers, right?
It's-
No.
I
Love ain't it.
I think you have to do a pass catcher, or else you're setting yourself up for potential failure.
So hold on, let me go back to the trade with Arizona because they give up pick 34.
Quinn Johnson here. What do you think about him as a pick here? Yes or no?
I think you already got that with Christian Watson. I think you already got
True.
a little bit more yak
Say
ability.
Flowers?
So hold on, I'm gonna come back to this.
I love that.
So
Flowers
I
pick?
love
I
how
love it.
Arizona got pick 33 from Houston. I wish they could have picked 33 and 34 tomorrow, but they took 34 then as a quote unquote expendable asset, and that
Use
is what
that
allowed Arizona to
to
get
go
back
up.
to 6, get Paris Johnson. So I don't hate it, but I kind of wish they were picking back to back tomorrow.
But I mean, basically, they did all that.
Right, it
Got
still got
their guy
their
at 6.
and got a first rounder next year.
Yeah.
exactly.
I mean,
and
that's-
got one pick closer to the start of the top of the second.
That's good movement.
I think Jackson Smith-Njigba, the biggest argument I can make here is because he could be their number one target guy. Like he could lead the way in regards to volume, and Christian Watson is
That's
a
a good fit
2,
with Watson on the outside.
and then Watson is a 2.
I was
Oh
bailing
my.
on Watson. My brain was
Watson doesn't.
thinking.
And then
about it.
Excel
Dobbs is a
with
3.
volume.
If that dude could fucking learn how to catch, pardon my language, if that dude could learn how to catch a football, he'd be the most nasty assassin-like 3 the game has.
Dobbs?
Dobbs.
Dobbs.
Is
I like that.
I still think Dobbs has a lot of potential.
He also dropped the most
Kincaid.
catchable pass I've ever seen in my entire life.
It was nuts.
Kincaid would be
Kincaid
lit.
makes
Kincaid
sense
would be
here.
fun.
Square.
But it's
I
a
like
it's a
it.
deep tight end class. They got 2 seconds. You can't take Sam Laporte in the second round tomorrow?
I think Kincaid's upside is higher.
Or Musgrave.
Or Musgrave, or
Combs.
Kraft, or
Kuntz.
Kuntz. Yeah.
You can call him that, yeah, sure.
Whatever his name. I don't know what his name is. I assume
right.
he goes by Koontz.
Pick is in for Green Bay.
Any chance they go edge?
No, I think that's more likely. So Green Bay doesn't go pass
Oh
catcher.
shoot, yeah.
So all this time we're talking about pass catchers. Let's be honest. Brian Gutekunst.
It's gonna be Miles Murphy.
Yeah.
Or Lucas Van Ness.
2002, they haven't taken
The
a
only
receiver
offensive skill position players they've drafted since 2002 were Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love. So realistically speaking,
first round, yeah.
yeah, in the first round, sorry. So realistically speaking, this is Lucas Van Ness or it's Nolan Smith to me, or Christian Gonzalez to pair him up with Jair Alexander, which would
Not
be
Miles
crazy.
Murphy. You don't think he's in play either?
Murphy fits.
Murphy
That's
would be a nice
fit.
Gary, nice Gary-esque type of situation.
I like that. I like that fit.
I'll go one of the three edges: Nolan Smith, Van Ness, or
I'm
going
gonna
Miles Murphy.
I'm gonna guess.
go Murphy?
I'm gonna guess Van Ness. I originally was guessing Murphy before the draft started, but I don't know.
Van Ness, big Wisconsin type guy.
I think
you know
Van
what I'm
Ness-
They
saying?
drafted. Here, how about
Little
this?
Wisconsin
The last
guy.
3 first-round picks for Green Bay have all
Not
been
played
Georgia.
for Wisconsin, but
The last 3 first-rounders have all been Georgia Bulldogs. Eric Stokes, Devontae Wyatt, Quay Walker.
Nolan Smith.
Show me Nolan Smith.
maybe.
I would love Nolan
Nah,
Smith.
he's not really their body type.
Who's it gonna be? Who's New England going
Here we go.
next?
Ooh. What
I think
tackles
that's
are
a
still available?
juicier pick.
What tackles are still available? Broderick
Their
Jones.
O-line's that
I mean, I think they kind of need one long term.
Shoot.
Packers
Or
in?
Jackson Smith-Njigba. All
you
right,
say-
here we go.
The Jets and New England are both potentially going to be for tackles. That's interesting.
All right, here we go. Green Bay Packers pick 13. Lucas Van Ness.
Let's go.
Good call.
Let's go.
He's a Green Bay Packer through
That's a
and
Packer.
through.
For
That's a
sure.
Packer.
That's a
Look at that guy. That's a Packer.
That motherfucker's Hercules. That's all I know.
He is. That guy is so big.
Pardon my language.
I feel
everybody.
he gets bigger every time I see him. I swear.
Dude, facts. He kind of gets. No, I mean, pause. But he kind of gets better looking every time I see him too. I'm kind of getting jealous. I kind of want to be Lucas Van Ness.
Dude, that's a good looking dude. I can't lie.
Dude, and
That's a
again,
good-looking dude.
Again, pause. Like you can see
272.
a ton of pictures with him, and he is 6-pack like through and through. Like he might have a 12-pack. Honestly, that dude's yoked.
This is why I do like Lucas Van Ness. I mean, like, didn't you realize how big he is? Like,
Yeah.
comprehend how big he is, and then watch his tape, and it's like, oh my, like that's like, how are you moving like
Yeah.
that? How do you have that burst? How do you have
Underrated
that power?
combine winner too. Yeah, no, he's
Speed burst to power,
and he's doing all this on the inside. Let him play action on the edge, or bulk him up 290, and let's see what he looks like on the inside. Like, yeah. This is a pick I mocked a ton. Oh, former hockey player. Oh,
didn't
that's
know
how.
that? Oh, he's a hockey guy.
That's a Green Bay Packer right there. That's a Green Bay Packer.
He said he got like a lot of fights. He was an
Wisconsin.
enforcer. Look at that. That's an enforcer right there. I love it. I love that mentality.
Wow. So inside out versatility.
I like
And
that pick.
this is your Preston Smith replacement. You get cheaper, get younger at the position after another year's time. So don't hate it whatsoever from that standpoint.
It
But
could go in a
now,
lot of different ways, but
yeah, now Nolan Smith continues to fall. Christian Gonzalez, is he the pick here for New England?
I think
Jackson
it's-
Smith-Njigba, Will Levis, a lot of names still on the board. And what position group have we had the most of? Is it edge and running back? 2 of each?
Shoot, running back. Yeah.
We've only had one corner.
It's got to be edge. We got 3 edges, right?
And now Van Ness is the third edge.
Van
so,
Ness is the third.
And then 2 running backs and 2 quarterbacks.
2. Who knew?
Oh!
Trade Pittsburgh. Trade it up.
This is going to be Broderick
Gonzo?
Jones.
It's gonna be Broderick Jones.
Tank.
Ooh, I would love if it's Gonzo. If
Gonzo?
it's Gonzo, I'm buying a jersey right here on the stream.
Here's the thing.
Broderick Jones makes a ton
I think
of sense, though.
I
man.
think it's gonna be Broderick Jones because they made
He's
sure
their type.
they made sure to hop the Jets and Washington.
And they traded with New
I
England.
knew, and they traded
with New England.
what you called in mock.
Yeah, I did.
I knew they were. I knew the Pittsburgh was gonna hop Washington.
Yeah.
Interesting. I thought Washington was gonna trade back. If Gonzalez is there, did they do it?
So this is probably.
This might be Gonzalez though.
If I had to assume, I'll look up the official trade, but I've done this in a handful of mocks, so it's probably 17 and pick 80, our third rounder, to move up to 14.
Worth it.
Yeah,
Totally worth
and
it.
for New England, you get an extra third rounder out of it. So I don't know if that's the official compensation.
Broderick Jones
but
is such a stealer, dude.
He is.
He's such a
If
stealer.
you want to have a run game identity with Najee Harris, Broderick Jones is the tackle that you draft. So I prefer Anton Harrison personally
And-
with my rankings, but Broderick Jones is
Yeah,
I guess fine.
I'm higher Broderick than you are, and I just think like he's got the strength that you don't have to build up, and you just got to refine his technique. And I think he has the highest ceiling of any of the tackles. hypothetical. Like
Yeah.
again, ceiling doesn't mean he will get there, but I think he has the highest ceiling. If he reaches his full potential, I think he could be the best tackle from this draft.
Yeah. So and you know the whole offseason.
Steelers select Charbonnet with the 14th.
Oh my gosh, Zach Charbonnet with Najee Harris? No, please don't make me do that.
Please no.
Please don't. Good thing we don't have that third.
Back twice.
Will Levis?
I love
Is this a Will Levis
some
thing?
good 4.5 running back speed.
Yeah.
I'm actually starting to get scared. Does Washington consider Will Levis? I hope not. I don't think so. I think Sam Howell is their guy this year. As weird as that sounds.
Nah, New England taking him at freaking 17.
He's a beast, man.
I don't know, man.
Dude,
the Mac
Will
Jones
Levis,
things are kind of
you
scary.
are
man.
a Viking. I'm just trying to will it. I'm trying to will it into
Stop it.
existence.
I will be actually really upset.
I don't know if there's a team
I
in
could see it.
Tampa Bay at 19. All right, here we go. Pittsburgh. Pigs in. I forgot to mute it, so hopefully no copyright.
This is your-
no copyright claim. Yeah, I think this is going to be... I'd love Christian Gonzalez. That would be my preference here, but I think it's going to be Broderick Jones. Build the picket fence.
What if it's Anton?
Oh, if it's Anton, I'm losing my marbles here. That's the right pick in my books. But
I mean, pick your tackle.
Yeah.
If that's their guy. And it could be like
left tackle is just the most glaring weakness on our O-line. And, yeah, this is the opportunity to kind of fix that.
oh my goodness.
Oh, as the Steelers make a trade up, I'm a Yankees fan. Aaron Judge leaves with hip discomfort. That is not good.
I thought you were about to say he got traded. I said, holy
I thought so too.
Let's relax
So,
for a
like,
second. Like, we didn't pause the draft.
that's
No,
pretty good.
did not do that. 17 and 120. We didn't have to give up a third rounder.
Oh my
Wow. That is clutch. Thank you, Breezy, for letting us know that.
wow.
Breezy also said he thinks the Saints are going to trade up any minute now.
And,
That would be the Mickey
Hey.
Loomis MO.
hey, call my Commanders. We will trade
The
down.
Vikings.
No,
Why not?
New
We want
England.
5 spots.
If they trade back with New England's in Keon White territory. I think that's what they're trying to slowly work towards.
Maybe so.
But all right. Here we go. Pick is in.
Awesome. Mess around and go Campbell here.
Jack Campbell.
Jack Campbell. In the
They might take him at 32.
Dude,
They might take him at... It might be the
Just
black
let
and
him
gold.
go.
Yeah.
I would.
It's
not
got to be
like
Broderick, right?
I think they'll take him at 32 if anything. That or Mozzie Smith. All right, here we go. Pick 14. Goodell to the podium.
that. Jason.
Oh my God, I'd lose my mind. All right, here we go. Broderick Jones. Okay, there it is. Okay. So once you make that type of emphasis over the Jets, Washington, New England, yeah, that becomes evident. I like Broderick Jones. Good
Yeah,
athlete.
he looks so young.
He does. I mean,
Like,
he
on
is
camera, he looks tiny.
relatively
Dude,
young.
was he 20? 21?
He's.
21, I think.
He looks so
Yeah.
young.
I think all the tackles are 21 except for one of them.
Yeah,
I looked it up.
one's kind of old. One's
Actually,
like 24.
I think I had put their ages next to him.
Over aggressive pass, bro. Okay.
Yeah, his hand placement's the only thing. He misses really wide, and then he'll duck his head too much. But
See that.
I'm pointing at the screen here, everybody.
He does
so
duck
sorry.
his head. Oh, so
But-
he's actually the oldest of
Jones
the
is the
top,
oldest?
of the top 5, but he's 21.9. I have
Oh,
listened,
okay,
so
so
he's
he's
going to turn
22.
22, but like they're all young.
But I mean, he's a 1-year starter at Georgia, so the rawness. But that, I mean, they're showing more highlights where he gets out and pulls out the tackle position,
He's
and that's what
strong as an ox.
that's what Pittsburgh's looking for here. So they're looking for someone to pave the way for Najee, and I think Broderick Jones has that potential. And the good news is, like, ducking your head and hand placement are relatively easily, corrected. Like, you can make that fix pretty easy.
Yeah.
So here we go, Pittsburgh picket fence. It hath been built, and it costs what, a 4th rounder to move up 3 spots. I don't hate that whatsoever.
That's unbelievable.
I'm gonna have my grades
A
video
fourth-
out this weekend.
a 4th
A-.
rounder,
I don't hate it.
unbelievable.
B plus.
Wow. Wow.
All right.
Go to Georgia. You will be selected. What do the Jets do here? Because man, I feel like they got fleeced not getting Broderick Jones now.
Oh, the Jets.
Do they go JSN?
You already got Lazard in the slot, man. I don't.
Does he have to be a slot?
He could play out wide. Play
Talk
Lazard
about the Jets.
wide.
Here's
Yeah.
what I
What's
tell
the
you.
tight end situation?
They got-
C.J. Uzama and Tyler Conklin.
Yeah, they got
Dalton
too many.
Kincaid.
That's why I was thinking Kincaid, maybe. I don't know.
How about Cansey here? Give me
Cansey plus Quinnen Williams.
I can't see there.
Give me Kancey.
What if they just want to say, hey, DJ Reed, you're a dog and everything, but play the nickel, Christian Gonzalez. Gonzalez plus
Yep.
Sauce?
Yeah, that's a...
Dude, oh my God.
Load it up even more.
What do you do against that, bro?
That's pretty dangerous.
Shit, play Brian Branch in the nickel.
I was going
Let's just get
to
crazy.
say, where's Brian Branch fit in to you guys?
My favorite player to team destination is Brian Branch, the Jags at 24. If I can make it happen, I hope it does.
You think he falls that far? It's so perfect. I think so.
4.5, 840. Yeah, I mean,
If he
plays faster on film though.
Yeah, no.
I personally have no concerns over him.
Not a big speed. I don't know. 4.58.
Why does the Jets draft room look like a poverty room compared to like all the other franchises?
Looks interesting.
So far?
Yeah.
Yeah, what the hell is going on here?
I like the board. Like, what are they drawing on it?
Thought the Johnson family had money, man. That's pretty wild.
What? What do you say?
The Johnson family, don't they own the Jets? Yeah, they're the owners. That war room is looking a little light. He needs to upgrade that stuff.
I don't know.
Maybe that's why they got money.
Well, don't worry. The Commander's coming up soon. I'm sure we're going to see them tonight.
They got all that money because they spent it.
Oh,
Dollar saved is dollar earned.
I'm getting so nervous. Oh, I'm so excited.
Washington on the clock next, man.
Well, here's the thing. I almost definitely wanted them to trade back, but if Gonzalez is there, I'm worried they'll still trade back. I don't think they should at that point.
Gonzalez and Washington scheme. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I would have dreams either.
That'd be-
But that tackle run, man, that happened quick. Anton Harrison has to be a first rounder now. There's some talks he might slip. I can't imagine him slipping out of the first.
Now I gotta think that
There's
a
no
team
way.
like Tampa Bay, maybe after a trade or something like that, is looking at him.
Well, that's the thing is if Tampa Bay doesn't take Will Levis. And if
Yeah.
Tampa Bay does not take Will Levis, I don't think Will Levis is a first rounder. Unless someone trades back in.
I didn't think Levis should fall this much,
I don't.
but I'm definitely more surprised Gonzalez is still available.
I can't believe he is. And he might that's not
Bro,
a common
Levis
pick for the
goes
Jets, but I can
next
see
year,
that being the pick because
It could happen now.
he's here.
I'm
It's
feeling it.
it's only getting more and more
It's
likely.
rising. It's getting a little
Y'all might trade up for the fool.
bubbly here. Stop it.
No, y'all about to give up
We really
assets.
might, though.
Y'all about to trade with Detroit at 18 and draft
We
Will
could.
Levis. 100%.
We might trade for with New England for him.
Yeah, I can see that too.
You might trade Detroit.
might-
You might give.
we might
you
trade
might
you.
give Detroit assets.
We might
to
trade
then
you.
take Will Levis.
True.
Might trade with Washington to get him. Oh, don't do it.
Even the joke, it's too unbearable.
I don't even think it's a joke. It's a possibility, unfortunately.
And it's not all that improbable.
I can't get a read on Quessy, man. Every time I think Quessy's got it.
I just don't
Every
see
time I
him-
think I got him figured out, he pulls some shit, and I'm like, whoa.
Elena likes the jersey.
He's such an
Thank you.
analytical guy. Elena.
Tomorrow I'll be wearing the TJ Watt jersey as Pittsburgh kicks off day 2 of action. Oh, man.
Oh, here's the thing too. We're still
Yeah, I'll go Kalijah Kancey here. That'd be my pick.
Kancey's 100% my pick, but do they do it? I think the
Conklin ain't
NFL
it.
will the
Give me
NFL be
Dolphin
too scared to
Kincaid.
draft?
Kincaid would be hype.
Give me
Alignment.
Kincaid here.
Kincaid would be hype. Plus, Conklin has a very cuttable contract. So does CJ Uzama
Conklin's
next
just
offseason.
mid. He's just
Yeah,
mid.
I mean, so is Uzama. I mean, neither one of them are great.
Just give him more and more weapons.
I think
Rodgers
don't they
will
have
stay
a couple
there.
more tight ends?
Stay
in
there
their
for more than a year. Yeah.
building though.
All right.
Or you give him some, I don't know. Gonzalez, man. Oh,
Gonzalez plus Sauce, and then DJ
I
Reed in
think
the
that's where you
nickel.
gotta go, bro. You gotta go Gonzalez here.
That would be
If I'm the
so
Jets, I'm going
spicy.
Gonzalez or Kincaid.
That would be hot. That
Honestly,
would
it's
be.
a best player available kind of move to me.
Yeah,
Like, do it. You're trying to win a Super Bowl. You need best players on the field.
100%.
You can't really go wrong. Either
Plus,
way.
he'd be CB too. You know, Sauce is getting a harder assignment.
Yeah.
Are the Jets trying to trade?
I don't doubt it. Robert
No,
Sala's talking to somebody
Salah's
now.
talking, yeah.
Sala's talking to somebody.
He's talking to this guy.
So yeah,
and
they're
they're
probably
probably
warming right now.
Who on earth are they going to take? I want it to be Kancey, and I don't.
Kancey plus Quinn Williams would be unfair.
I kind of just don't think it's going to be Kancey.
No.
I think I want it too much.
Nolan Smith? Carl Lawson replacement?
That's not bad at all. I mean, frankly.
I mean, Robert Saleh likes his D-line, man. But, I mean, to that same measure, Kalijah Kancey.
I would just load up that offense, dude. Just Kincaid.
All right, pick is now in.
I would load it up, Kincaid.
I could even see Murphy here.
Oh, Murphy's not a bad shot either.
I could see Murphy here.
Someone's about to get a really good value with
Murphy at
Murphy.
15.
They need a presence on that line, in my opinion, no matter what it is.
You think Washington goes edge? They're about to get rid of both of those.
Shoot, no.
Draft Miles Murphy, trade Chase Young tonight. Yeah, we
They
didn't even
could
talk
get rid
about
of
players
both
that
of
could
them,
get
dude.
traded
They
tonight.
really
I do
could.
think Chase Young gets
Get
dealt.
rid of Chase Young. Get rid of.
I think Young gets
Sweat
dealt
too.
tonight.
Sweat's got.
I'm surprised
tradable-
D-Hop hasn't been dealt yet, honestly.
It might be announced.
Yeah, Breezy asked, do I think Hooker goes round 1? I don't think he should, but I do think he does. I think he goes first round somewhere.
Right?
Is there a
I
scenario
think someone's
Hooker,
trading with y'all spot.
Is there a scenario Hooker gets taken before
Well, I
Levis?
mean, with Levis falling,
Neither one of them are good enough.
That's what I'm saying.
Sorry.
Levis falling doesn't help Hooker.
They're third rounders to me.
still, there's going to be teams that trade back in the first. All right. Jets pick
I'm really
is
gonna have to
in.
root for a guy that I don't like. We're gonna take Levis here.
Nope.
It's just gonna fall that way.
And watch, he's going to become a Viking legend and a great leader, and you're going to be swallowing your words.
No, I'll buy a jersey.
How about you?
We miss.
You have to. You have to turn. You just got to go full send. Just, yep, this is my guy now.
I mean, hey,
I mean, he'll have hella arm to get it to JJ. That's all I know.
yeah.
Oh, man. All right, so final guesses for the Jets pick here?
Kincaid.
I'm gonna go. I think it should be Cansey. I'm gonna go Miles Murphy, which is
Kincaid
I've
because
not
I
seen
want
it
it to
though.
be.
I'll
For
go.
Rodgers.
So let's say you're saying Murphy, you're saying Kincaid. I'll go with Cansey here.
Dang it! I should have gone Cansey.
All right, well, you can take Cansey. I'll
No,
take Murphy.
no, I want Murphy.
I think both those D-line guys make a ton of sense. I wouldn't hate them taking Anton Harrison. No, I'll say it. Maybe early for some, but not for me.
I don't think they do. I don't think they're desperate enough. Like their situation's not bad enough. Unless they, if they have Anton Harrison graded that high, different. But for most people, he's lower in the consensus. I just don't think their situation's bad enough. I thought it was more of a luxury if one of the
Whoa.
tackles fell to them. The other ones.
Got David Montgomery went to the Lions too.
Yeah, him plus Gibbs. It's kind of a nice 1-2 punch.
I gotta stop. I'll check Twitter.
D Swift's
I
got
didn't
to
see
be
it, don't
dealt
worry.
tomorrow.
Give me Kincaid.
I can't believe they picked Jahmyr Gibbs. That might be
At
my,
12.
That's
if they took him
probably-
at 18, I'd be like,
That's my
all
least
right.
favorite pick, I think. Based on location,
yeah,
where
that's-
they picked, it's my least favorite pick so far. Who's this guy?
Is that Zach Wilson?
No, he ain't got someone's mom next to him. He don't have the mom with him.
Is that Zach Wilson?
Doesn't fucking look like him. Same age.
No funner.
I think there's better phrasing for that.
Damn, I just made fun of a Make-A-Wish kid. That's not cool.
Yeah. Again, I don't know if you should refer to them as a Make-A-Wish kid.
Yeah, he did say a Make-A-Wish kid.
Yeah, like, damn, that is brutal.
Also,
Enrollee, cadet, maybe? I don't know. Like,
he also doesn't talk about it like it's another human being. He's
here on behalf of the Make-A-Wish
He could have
Foundation.
just said his name and then talked about what he did. Like
Yeah.
Overking, whatever.
Goodell could also just not be a
Just
robot,
labeled.
but
Did ChatGPT write his script for all this? Guaranteed, right? Like,
it would have been better if it was.
all right, Kyle. What are the Jets doing here? I like the suit they give him. All right.
Please be Kansas.
Get into it, bro. Will
McDonald!
My God!
Your God!
My God!
Holy crap!
Yes, he's so good, dude.
Wow!
I love it personally.
Wow.
Wow!
That's a Robert Saleh pick right there.
I love Will McDonald.
Wow!
That's my guy.
I am not mad.
Hell yeah! No, I love that.
Over Nolan Smith, over Miles Murphy.
Now that would have been
Burst
your
and
bet.
bend.
Will McDonald.
I'm telling you, the burst and the bend.
Leonard
That's all I
Floyd's a
need.
rough comp for him. I mean, like, I can see it, but he's a better Leonard Floyd.
All I need is the burst and the bend.
Wow.
That's my stuff, man. I
Unbelievable.
love the bend, man.
I mean, Carl Lawson, probably the last year they'll have him in New York, so it makes a ton of
Look
sense.
at that. Stand on his feet.
Do you know?
Get around
Do
the
you know?
edge.
Do you know who he dogged during the Senior Bowl?
Who?
Still a guy like he dogged him. DeJuan Jones.
Yeah.
He made him look silly.
That makes sense. I think.
Get
It's
underneath
not.
him.
Does
Yeah.
not match up well. Not a good
Yeah.
matchup for DeJuan Jones.
It can bend
Oh.
under him. Oh.
This is actually him in the Senior
Yeah.
Bowl. There you go. I don't think that was DeJuan
Oh, I
Jones.
love it. I love it. Those
think
Tennessee.
that was
Oh,
Hawk.
yeah. Huh?
Was that Mock or was that Darnold Wright?
That was right, I think.
Oh, okay.
That was right? He just did that to Darnold.
I know it's Tennessee. I don't know.
Oh.
I saw the helmet.
That was Darnold
Oh, okay. I
Wright,
didn't see the
probably.
helmet.
It was a Tennessee helmet.
That looks small.
I saw it way too late. This motherfucker's jumping over cars. What are we doing here?
Unnecessary video, but we'll take it.
Well, should we flip over to ESPN?
I'm a dude.
I don't know what
I
tragedy
love
Will
Will
McDonald's
McDonald,
gone
man.
through in his life, but ESPN
I'm really
will
sorry
let me
about
know.
whatever
I
tragedy you've
love him,
experienced.
dude.
I am
love
sorry in
Will
advance, Will McDonald, but yeah, I did not see that.
Love it.
Jumping over cars.
ESPN's out here like trying to like kill moms and stuff. Just great, good draft.
They are
content.
owned by Disney, and Disney does
Oh.
that in their movies.
That's
Every
big
mom
right
dies
there.
in a Disney movie.
That's a pick.
Wow. Okay. Well, all three of us were wrong there. And I mean, I had mocks where I said Will McDonald. I could see him going as high as 19 to Tampa Bay.
That's the highest. That's higher than I've even seen him. It was empty. That's the highest I've seen him even like.
He's the
Mock.
third
Yeah,
edge.
mock,
He's the
yeah.
third edge. Off the board.
Van Ness.
Fourth.
Van
Oh, yeah,
Ness,
Van Ness
yeah.
went high. Yeah. Okay, I have him at 5. I have Van Ness way lower.
All right. Okay. Oh.
All right.
Pick is in. That was way too quick to be a trade.
The pick. No, I mean, the whole time they were showing all.
Dalton
that,
Kincaid.
It was.
No, I'm just messing with you.
Dalton Kincaid.
It actually could be Dalton Kincaid. I don't want.
Give
Christian
Bieniemy his Kelsey.
Gonzalez is on the board.
Yeah. It's gotta be
Give me
Gonzalez.
the-
Honestly,
give me
you
the
know who-
White Jordan Reed. That's what they said.
It legitimately might
Can't
be
block.
Anton
No
Harrison
routes.
as well.
Wait, Logan Thomas is already there, JT.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. The quarterback or the tight end?
Yes.
Okay.
Put my phone away. It goes.
No, this has got to be Gonzalez. This has got to be them saying this guy should have gone 6, not 16.
Could be
There's
Anton
nothing better
Harrison.
than 8, and
They
1.
love Anton Harrison.
Could be Anton. I'm not mad about Anton, but I'd take Gonzalez though.
I take Gonzalez.
think that's great.
I'm
I
the
think
guy
that's
who's
great.
screaming take a tackle
Yeah, we're
at
getting that
16
I like
point.
the Vikings to
or trade
trade
back.
for Gonzalez, to be honest.
Will Levis, you are a Washington Commander.
You did that right as my hands were in
Give
my
me
eyes, and I
a,
thought
give
we
me a
picked Will Levis.
Minnesota. Give me a Minnesota trade up with New England for Gonzo. I would love that. I would love that.
Are we about to get maybe the best corner in the draft?
You might. Y'all might
Remember
get-
when I was
y'all might-
saying
He's
Witherspoon's
gotta
my
go.
number
He's
one? I was
gotta go
lying.
soon.
I was lying when I said Witherspoon is my one.
Dude, can we
Gonzalez is-
hold on, man? You know what? In retrospect, I said earlier that Witherspoon goes 5. Well, that means that we're gonna have a ton of corners go off the board.
We haven't
And
had
he's
one
still
yet.
the only one. He's still the only one.
Well, because I think but then right after that, Paris Johnson Jr. got taken.
Yep, and that
So-
cued
it
the
cued
O-tackle. And there's so much less depth in the tackle side of it.
There's none.
Yeah.
Which
just
is
glad the
almost,
Vikings
which
don't have a
almost
terrible
makes me
O-line
scared
anymore.
to take Gonzalez here. It
Like, still
almost
could
makes
use
me
the interior
scared.
help.
No, I know. I'm just saying I'm so glad that we landed Darasol and we don't have to be in
Because that changes a ton. You mind handing me the phone charger right quick like?
We've just
Oh, I remember who my damn team took instead of Darasol, who I loved in that draft. We took freaking Jamin Davis. God dang it, that's right.
Hey,
Who's that jet?
Shaman Davis might be high. Who knows?
stop.
He might be
might be
okay. He might be all right.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. God dang it.
NFL Network.
Thrown
said-
it in my face.
That's a bad pick. We'll call it what it is.
That might also be a bad pick.
Also,
Chase Young. So yeah, we didn't talk about it earlier on. But players who could get dealt tonight. I think the obvious ones start with like Devin White. He's been floated in trade rumors. He's requested a trade. D Hop. I'm kind of surprised he hasn't been dealt. We want to talk about some surprise 2024 trade candidates and 2024 free agents. That is. So T Higgins came to mind. I think since he's not doing that, the other wide receiver to note, Michael Pittman Jr. Colts haven't given him an extension yet.
I think they extend him because you can get him. He hasn't had a blow up season.
Yeah, you could probably
You
get him
can
for
get him
right
at
at
decent
20,
value,
like
yeah.
right around the Deontay Johnson point.
I like it. I like him there.
Yeah.
With them grabbing a QB, I think the odds
Yeah,
are
they're gonna
higher
keep
that they're
all the pass
keeping
catchers.
him.
I should deal it.
But
Get
you
out
can
the way.
get good value for him.
So then yesterday, I'm out here scheming. I'm out here, doing my thing, and I'm like, Chase Young makes all the sense in the world. And then Washington declined his 5th-year option, and all the trade rumors have been hot since. So
Stop showing Will Levis. Oh God, you're gonna make me throw up.
Please do it.
Is-
Oh, you're gonna make me throw up.
Nah,
No, he's pissed.
Don't
He's a
do
little
it, don't
pouty
do it.
bitch, dude. Look at him.
He's
He didn't
smiling.
get drafted. No, he's sarcastic. He's a little pouty bitch, dude.
all I know is Aaron Rodgers fell. So
Oh man.
Well,
Stop.
Actually,
God.
he does low key look like he might have got picked and he's holding it in. No, I'm just kidding.
no,
That's
they're
kind
committed
of
to Howell.
That's kind of what I thought.
He did kind of look like it at the end, right?
I legitimately think they're committed to Howell.
Ashburn, shout out to it.
Where's Dan?
Hey, Virginia.
No, where's Dan?
That
Oh,
looks
where's Dan?
Yeah.
Oh, London.
Where's Ricky?
London.
Can
Dan is
confirm.
in London.
Can confirm he's in London. Insiders My one inside source. Yeah. But yeah, so some of the other players we thought about, Chase Young. There's a couple corners, maybe like a Trayvon Diggs, but I don't think Dallas is going to part ways.
Trade, eh?
All right.
I can't think of.
I think they were going to trade back, but I think with Gonzalez on the board,
Danielle Hunter was an interesting one. I could see that being.
Yeah, he could be traded. I'd like that.
I don't know if it's going to get a first though.
Nah, I don't think so.
Here we go, Washington.
Oh my.
They sprinted the garden. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh at my man's, but
oh
Yikes.
my god.
they drafted a 6 foot, 166-pound corner over an absolute toolsy freak. And Christian Gonzalez. Oh my, Jake, any words you have to say?
That's something, brother.
I'll take Gonzalez, I'll take Porter, I'll take Banks over Forbes. I'm sorry.
How do you not take Christian Gonzalez with this pick? And here's the thing, if you wanted Emmanuel Forbes, how do you not trade out of this pick?
With Gonzalez still available.
You just took 100 motherfucking 30-pound soaking wet child to try and cover. The Giants are probably going to draft Quentin Johnson. He's about to tower over this guy.
Picks in for New England.
They're about to get Gonzalez.
Gonzalez, I think this is a good.
That is insane.
Or Zay Flowers. Or JSN still available. Oh.
Jason's still a bit. Wow, that's insane. Oh my god, I can't believe. How can you be?
Well, just for context, the reports were that Washington loved Emmanuel Forbes, but you thought surely a lot of people's cornerback one, Christian Gonzalez, would change that, right? Evidently not. Now, I will say sometimes players will have an expedited slide down the board when teams just don't evaluate them. Like, I could see where Washington was in a spot where they didn't really fully look at Gonzalez as an option because they thought he would go top 10.
Because they didn't think he'd be there.
Maybe. But at the same time, you scout every player, so I don't,
I'm a Deontay Banks guy, too, personally.
You don't?
No, I love him.
No, I'll take three guys.
I thought
over
Deontay
four.
Banks. I would have been happy with Deontay Banks in that pick over Gonzalez. I would have hated that still comparatively, but oh my god, Emmanuel Forbes was taken over Deontay Banks, Joey Porter Jr. and Christian
Goodell already
Gonzalez.
on the podium? Sheesh.
Christian Gonzalez,
the next
motherfucker. Sorry.
Wow, New England's secondary just got legit. Like, I already like Jonathan Jones, Jack Jones, Marcus Jones, but now they got a dude who could be a legit one.
This guy weighs...
Good for New England. They traded back and still got Gonzalez.
This guy weighs nearly 40 pounds more than the guy we just took.
166 is crazy for an NFL.
They call Cam Dantzler the needle, and Dantzler's 12 pounds more than Forbes.
Yeah.
Oh, lesser athlete, too, but yeah. Slightly.
It's easy to be.
He weighs
fast
12
when
pounds
you weigh
more.
nothing.
Yeah.
I hate this guy. Oh,
but
So is that like, you think that's a whiffed pick? Like 100%.
that is the worst pick I could.
Washington always does something weird.
And here's the thing: I do know that they pick their guys like they don't care about consensus, but that's awful.
Well, good for New England. You trade back from 14-17 and still get my cornerback one. Now, I've been saying a while now that I like the guys that they have in their room, but how much better does that defense get with the clear-cut one? And think about the best defenses that Belichick had, right? Like, they had Ty Law, they had Stephon Gilmore, J.C. Jackson for a little bit. I think that defense is really transformed with a shutdown dude, and Gonzalez has that potential written all over him. I mean, size, frame, athletic traits, it's all there. Saw the ball skills last year at Oregon.
Oh, my God.
I don't want to call them the winners of the draft, but I think who's had the best process so far, who's been the most... Yeah, I think most impressive, and maybe the winner so far, I think, might be New England.
I mean, they traded back. I mean, granted, they didn't get much.
Houston's got the most value of players, but they also gave up a first next year and pick 33. So, loving what New England's doing.
They gave up. I mean, they traded back. They went back and they got potentially the CB1 of the draft. I weigh the spoon as my number one, but it's like a 1A, 1B scenario.
Yeah,
Gonzalez is amazing, fluid as heck, rangy, literally basically reading the screen. Now, oh my gosh, I mean, it's crazy.
Well, all right. Well, we were wondering and talking about pre-show how many wide receivers, and it feels like that 3.5 is that under is looking hot.
Now, I will say we're entering the range where they will be taken.
Where they could start to slide.
Seattle, Chargers, Giants.
I would love one.
Maybe even Buffalo.
Minnesota.
I'd like a receiver, to be honest.
Minnesota. I mean, like, so
I know you don't like Addison, but Addison would be a fun one. Someone who can just get open reliably and help out Justin Jefferson. I'd be here for that.
That's what they say.
It's just wild. I look at Gonzalez and I
think
see an NFL corner.
I think Quentin Johnston won't make it past 25 to New York.
I don't think so either.
Jackson
Apparently
Smith and
Casey's
Jacob's the
higher.
weird one.
Casey's also higher than Quentin Johnson, so then maybe
Kansas City's got to be phoning people to try to get JSN, right?
Apparently, Kansas
Imagine
City
getting
likes,
a Juju upgrade.
I don't think they need
Apparently,
it.
Kansas City likes Quentin Johnson. What I read.
Who?
Kansas City.
Yeah, I mean, he's just Marquez Valdez-Scantling with more yak ability, honestly.
So
That's
people-
four to me, but
I mean, I think like it's gonna be. There's a point where like these receivers aren't that great, but if you have a guy, you might need to start hopping people because you don't know. Cause
I think Kansas City should go after JSN if they can. But I mean, there's a lot of
I love
teams.
it.
What if
I
Cincinnati?
love it.
What if Cincinnati says, "Hey, we'll throw in Tyler Boyd. Give us JSN." That would be insane. This whole offseason we're talking about, oh, well, Cincinnati's going to have to part ways with Boyd, and they just find a JSN.
if Cincinnati's gonna do that though, at that point, get Kincaid or Mayer though. I think
Sure.
keep Boyd on the field this year.
JSN in Minnesota would be hot.
Yeah, no, I'd love
Jason,
that.
Nah, that would
I
be
think
hot.
he's the best.
Jason
The best
would be
fit
great.
for us, yeah.
He'd be awesome.
I would love JSN.
If Baltimore's not getting D-Hop, I think they'd
we
be
don't have a
foolish to
guy
pass
that
on
can
him.
do what JSN does at all.
Yeah, in
Like,
short
not
area
even anyone.
explosiveness, no,
We have
not
nobody.
even close. Then you relegate KJ Osborne as strictly like a vertical
Honestly, Justin
dude.
Jefferson's not great at what JSN does, to be honest, in the short area. Like
But in the intermediate,
in the intermediate, he's a dog. He's the best. But
dude,
I'm saying,
Justin
like,
Jefferson's ability to go 0 to 100 is almost as impressive as his ability to go from 100 to 0. This shit blows my mind.
I like JSN more in 0 to 10-yard range.
No,
than I
I'm
like
just talking about
JJ.
Jason
I'm just saying,
or JJ's ability to go top.
And KJ Osborne is like he's similar in that he's good in the intermediate.
Yeah,
He's not good in
Wait.
the short, and he's not good in the deep.
I think
he's
he
okay
could force
at
the
the
label. I think he could force the defense over.
He's
the top.
okay at
He's
the
got the speed to do it at least.
Yeah.
Well, Lions pick is in. They've already gone Jahmyr Gibbs. So is this the first team to, I guess, other than Houston? Houston had the 2 picks. They moved up with their second and got Will Anderson. So
This is the pick. They could have used this on Gibbs. Wow.
the other teams with 2 first-rounders are Philadelphia
Yes.
and Detroit.
So, but
No.
Philadelphia took Jalen Carter at 9, waiting to see what they do at 30. Especially after moving up from 10 to 9, I think they trade out of 30, honestly. They probably trade back.
are we sure Detroit doesn't go receiver?
Quinn Johnson?
They could use a big body.
I feel like they've half addressed that or quarter addressed that with a receiving running back. So I don't know if the need's as high.
They could also go
I
Cedric
love
Tillman
Amon,
tomorrow.
but
Oh, yeah.
they
could
could
also-
use a big red zone threat.
I think they could use like a Tillman or a Wilson tomorrow.
Kincaid, maybe?
Yeah, so
Cansey
would be really fun. here.
Cansey just.
They need.
But I mean,
they need defensive.
We still only have 2
depth, I
corners
think.
off the board. Deontay Banks is
That's-
a perfect scheme fit. Joey Porter Jr. is a perfect scheme fit.
Oh, let Banks fall to Minnesota. I would love that.
I think this ends up being Joey Porter Jr.
I don't want him, but yeah.
Aaron
It
Glenn.
fits our. Or I'm saying Minnesota.
No, I think Joey Porter Jr. is
You
the
think
pick
it's here?
Yep, I think this is Porter Jr. His dad and Aaron Glenn both played in the league around the same time too. I think
Well,
there's some of
get him off
that
the
mutual
board, 'cause I
respect.
don't want him in my.
He's a perfect
my
scheme
team.
fit for what they want to do too. I'll go with my prediction being Joey Porter Jr. here. Here we got
Joey Porter, you think?
We got Luke in the chat. Here we go. Levis still out there. I know. Does Levis get past Tampa Bay? Because if so, dude, does he?
I hope not, because if he goes to the Vikings, I'm going to lose my mind.
Yeah, man. If Levis makes it past Tampa Bay at 19, we have serious conversations about
Him dropping out of the
the first round, right? Yeah.
I
Because then it's Minnesota, and who would take him in the first round the rest of the way after Minnesota?
You'd have to have a trade
Not the
up.
Jags, not the Giants after Payne Jones.
I don't think-
Not
I don't
the
think-
Cowboys.
I don't
It'd
think-
have to be a trade up kind of deal.
No. Buffalo,
someone
yeah.
have to trade into the Rams.
The Rams
trade up in the
Sean
first?
McVay is gonna. Oh, he's gonna. Yeah.
Rams trade in the first. Get Levis. Let Levis sit behind Stafford.
That's
For
kind of
your-
the perfect spot for him.
That's perfect for him. That
Honestly,
would be great.
I don't do a whole lot of player comps, but Stafford was kind of my comp for Levis too.
I mean,
so
that's
that's
a
kind of a
great
perfect
spot for him to
go.
sit.
Yeah. Okay, I can see that. All right. Well, we got Levis falling, and now with Gonzalez off the board, it feels like there's no other major faller so far. the tight ends, no tight ends off the board, but I think in a good tight end class, that's going to affect things.
Yeah,
We still got some corners slipping, but I think this next pick's Porter Jr.
I mean, I was wondering about the tight ends.
Kurt likes tight ends. Give me Kincaid.
I was wondering about
Tight end set.
You already got Oliver.
It'll be a good litmus test for both like stuff like the linebacker class, which is historically bad, and the tight end class, which is historically good. What do you do in these scenarios? I mean, this is the best tight end class maybe ever prospect wise.
You're saying like depth wise?
Yeah, in terms of like,
general?
I mean, on tight end is usually like the one like position like every year it's like there's one guy, maybe two, and they're okay.
Yeah.
And then every third year there's one good guy, and then everyone else is. This year, I mean, there are.
It's top end talent and depth. It's the best of both worlds.
I mean, the fifth tight end.
Starters.
The fifth tight end is a great player. Whoever, like, great player.
And I do think there's a tight end this year in Michael Mayer that actually will perform right away. A lot of times tight ends are weirdly slow to start. I think Mayer's an immediate contributor.
I think Kincaid could contribute right away too, at least receiving wise.
Yeah, receiving wise. You're not really asking him to do anything blocking.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Lions at 18. I'll go Joey Porter Jr.
I think Joey Porter fits.
Here we go. Kincaid. Jack Campbell at 18. Wow, holy cow. That is. I said Campbell was going to be the first linebacker of the board, but
Lions.
I did not think it was that early.
Lose.
Love it.
Lions lose
Love
the
it.
draft. You
They
picked
picked
a
you
running
picked
back and a
the
linebacker.
two least valuable positions
Bless up.
so high. I love
Lions are gonna lion, man.
I love the trade back, and this is just
Detroit's gonna Detroit, man.
But
I
holy
love
crap, is Jack Campbell?
Everybody was ready to hand him the division, and they just went ahead and lined it up. I love it, man.
That's the thing.
I
Like,
absolutely love
the
it.
position was the division was like set up for them to just take it, and then they pick a running back and a linebacker.
Yeah, I
That
don't know if they
doesn't
moved
move
the needle enough. in
It
the first
doesn't
round.
move the needle for your team.
I don't know if it did enough.
It doesn't. You didn't make
running back
enough
and an
impact.
off-ball linebacker.
They could still
Horrendous.
use that 3-4 DN. They
And
still
a
could use a
big
corner.
one that doesn't move at that. Well,
If-
in my opinion, I'm not.
If that running back
I'm
was
not
like it,
Bijan, if that running back
I
was Bijan, okay, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
You picked the second, and I love Gibbs. I love Gibbs, but
Man.
that value doesn't make sense. Jack Campbell doesn't make sense.
bro.
Well, I was telling you earlier, I think Brad Holmes has become my second favorite GM in football, and I might have to. I mean, I still like Brad Holmes. Don't get me wrong, but this
But
is tough.
I hate today's moves a lot.
At least when they took Gibbs, they moved from 6 to 12. Pick is in.
19. Is it Levis?
Is
it
it
finally
Levis?
Levis?
Please,
Tampa Bay's
If
already got the
not,
pick
Will
in.
Levis.
So here we go.
It's gotta be
Are
Levis.
a Viking.
Stop it. It's got to be Levis, dude.
I had my worst pick of the day. Like
But if
the
they
worst
take
option,
Levis here,
so-
they don't get Caleb Williams next year. So I don't know. This might also be Anton Harrison. Could be Nolan Smith.
This should be Anton Harrison.
I can see this being Nolan Smith too. High character guy. Feels like a Todd Bowles dude.
I think
Take
when you go into
the
this
bitch.
draft with literally no left tackle, I don't know how you get
Take
out of
the
the
bitch.
first round with
Take
no
the
left
bitch.
tackle.
Jackson Smith the Jigba. Just move Chris Godwin out wide.
Goodness.
Just take Levis, please.
Just take Trent Smith. Really move the needle there.
Seattle could take him. I mean, I don't think it's super likely, but sit him for a year behind
I
Geno.
hope so.
Yeah, that'd be
I
kind of
really
hot.
hope, man. He strikes me as a Geno comp, low-key,
Wow.
personally. I think he's very Geno-like.
Bowles is height. Jason Light looked
Good
very
athlete,
cash.
good arm.
That's a casual looking GM on draft night. Good on Jason Light.
That is
He's
casual.
looking chill.
Is he looking light?
Speaking of Light, I gotta go
Which
get
one's
another
it?
drink. He was the one with the plaid shirt and jeans walking around the front of the camera. Levis, here we go. This spot makes all the sense in the world, man.
6'1", 165. Oh god. I'm just looking at the beat reporter. Yeah, look at the
JP.
last two first rounds. Washington doesn't care about consensus. Jamin, then Jahan, then Forbes.
Yeah, emphasis. Gonzalez was there. Gonzalez was the pick there for Washington. Yeah, I think Gibbs at 12 is.
What's nice about Washington is they've
Surprising.
sold the last 3 or 4 drafts, and they're still 500.
And I wonder who that director of player personnel is. Who could have made those decisions? Maybe a head coach in their last year in the job? Maybe.
Oh, but if it is, you pick that guy? I don't know.
Hanging his hat on the lightest guy in the draft.
Ron just
The
saw.
least.
That's basically what he did with Dotson
He
last
said,
year.
I'm going to look at all the players, whichever one physically represents the least amount of player, I'm taking him.
And here's the thing.
Best player per pound. That's what he's looking at. It's
Pound for pound. He's a pound for pound guy.
he's a pound for
Pound
pound.
for pound best. Goodness.
Forbes might be one of the best players pound for pound in this class.
Ron's been watching too much UFC thinking we fight in weight classes or something.
He's like, I like my lightweights. I like my featherweights.
That is hilarious.
He's really embracing the finesse NFL. You know?
He said it's all about speed. Here we go, Tampa. Kalijah Cansey.
Oh.
Well, we
Next
talked about
to
this
Vita
pre-show,
Vea?
actually. Next to Vita Vea, who can keep them clean.
Wow.
All the same stuff that people talked about with Cansey going to Philadelphia is true here. I just wonder what they're going to do with Logan Hall, who they drafted in the top of the second round last year.
Are they going to try and work him on the outside more?
I mean, he was a bit of a tweener, so maybe you play Hall on the edge, but I don't know.
Man, I like Kalijah Cansey, man.
I love,
90, 98 athleticism.
I love Cansey.
That sucks.
Get off exclamation point. That's the first note with exclamation
Get
point,
off!
and that's the exact right one.
Yeah.
It's
I don't know if I've ever seen somebody who's so explosive out of their stance, dude. It's insane. At least from the interior spot. Like Christian Wilkins wasn't
this
that
is what I
juiced.
told you. What I say?
Hey,
He
you
just
drink,
blows
man.
up. You didn't see it.
Oh, wow. Okay, so let's kind of reset for a little bit. Most surprising pick of the draft.
Go ahead. No, you got it.
No, I think Forbes is a good candidate for that.
I mean,
It is.
Forbes and Gibbs. Forbes and Gibbs.
Gibbs is the most surprising. It sounds like
Gibbs is such a
just
Lions
because of
pick.
positional.
When you could have had
value.
Gonzalez.
Exactly.
When you could have gotten Gonzalez, you could have got Porter, you could have got Banks.
Yeah,
Those are the two.
Yeah.
Those are the two. Gibbs and
Gibbs because of positional value, but in terms of the board
let's
where
reset.
it was, even like positional value.
Will
be
McDonald was a
damned.
little surprising. I
McDonald
don't hate
was
it.
very
Yeah.
surprising, actually.
Jack Campbell at 18 is also pretty wild.
Bijan at 8 caught me off guard. Paris at 6 caught me off guard. Devin Witherspoon at 5 was a little surprising, but I love it.
It was only surprising because we all felt like we had the mold of what the Seahawks want to do with corner.
Yeah.
And
We all thought Julius Brents. We were literally talking in our group chat yesterday,
Yeah,
where it's
we're
like
like,
Julius Brents
Julius
is a future
Brents.
Seattle Seahawk.
This also makes me so sad about Forbes because now
Didn't
I
they go
can't
Brents here?
dream about Julius Brents in the
Double
second
corner?
round.
No, they don't need him. Because they got Will.
Oh man.
Where's Seattle go here, man?
They just like trade Kobe Bryant. JSN in the slot with DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett would be unfair.
I think Jason. I think I actually.
Whenever
I
I've
think
gotten the chance to mock it, JSN to Seattle. I love that fit. To be honest though, John Michael Schmidt center makes a lot of sense here. It's like the one last glaring spot on their roster.
When's the last
Minnesota
time
guy?
a receiver's gone?
Huh? Yeah,
Minnesota.
Minnesota. Yeah. Edge could definitely make sense here. Will McDonald would have been a Seattle dude if available, but Nolan Smith.
Murphy.
Murphy could make a lot of sense. Brian Brzee for the same matter. You know, either one of those Clemson guys.
The Clemson guys. I think it's got to be JSN.
I would love.
I think at this point the value is too high.
Yeah, some
You got
good.
you got Metcalf and Lockett on the outside. JSN
You guys like
slot. I mean, you
John
just
Michael
took
Schmidt's
it.
more than Joe Tippmann?
Yes,
I do. I got JMS as my number one center.
John Michael Schmidt's
I have-
a Tippmann guy.
I like
Tippmann too.
Him and Whippler are pretty much side by side for me.
Tippmann's
Center
my
too.
one.
Yeah. Just responded to some comments that we got in the live chats. We had Elena, my lovely girlfriend, if you're still watching. Joy Texas.
that?
She's not crazy about the Forbes pick either.
I'm not crazy.
When I outweigh an NFL corner, that's an issue. That's probably
Just here's the
imagine
thing: if you liked Forbes, you could have traded back. Deontay Banks and Joey Porter Jr. are still on the board. You could have traded back, got one of those guys, or even Emmanuel Forbes probably. Emmanuel Forbes probably would have been a second rounder.
I think he could have been there.
Could
at
you
47.
imagine having to press DK Metcalf, TJ, at your current height and body weight? Pressing DK Metcalf? Emmanuel
Fuck no.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah, because Forbes is what,
God,
6'1",
man.
so he's
about your height
6'1".
weight.
he's
And
an inch
100
taller than
yeah,
me.
it's
He's an
taller
inch
than
taller
you.
than
A
me.
little lighter.
And 165.
He does have longer arms.
Okay, that's cool.
Easier,
My
easier,
What's on the arm?
easier to snap like a twig.
You got longer twig.
Literally, somebody's he's gonna press him in
We're
the line of
body
scrimmage.
shaming. Hey, we're body
We are
shaming.
body
Stop
shaming.
it.
It's 2023, boys.
I need another drink.
You might give me one. No, but for real though, like he's gonna press a dude at the line. They're gonna hand fight, and they're gonna snap his arm. He's gonna have like a broken forearm week 2. I hope not, but responding to some of the other comments though. I agree with you, Luke. Gonzalez to New England, one of the best value picks, and especially after a trade down, you can't argue. That's shades of Christian Darrisaw to Minnesota a couple years ago. You trade down, still get your guy. And then Tampa Bay. I guess they're gonna go tackle tomorrow, maybe. That one's a little perplexing because I just wonder what they're gonna do opposite of Tristan Wirfs. And then Luke said Gibbs, most surprising pick. I totally get that. And then Darnell Wright going before Peter Skoronski. Honestly, I'm not too surprised by that. Like, I don't know if I would have predicted, but it is a shade surprising, but not nearly as much as like Gibbs being the first pick for Detroit. So, yeah, man. When they say you don't know what the NFL draft's going to bring you, man, this year has not disappointed in that realm.
Oh, boy. I'm kind of looking at the board and what's left.
Will Levis is a
For
Minnesota
the
Viking.
I certainly hope not.
Will Levis is a Minnesota Viking in the making, dog.
I would be so happy with a Miles Murphy,
Or Deontay Banks. I think
Nolan
Banks.
Smith, or Banks at the Vikings.
So what's the deal with Darius Smith? Are y'all going to trade him or what?
Also,
No, he's out. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
the other one is
We're either
the
gonna-
draft,
we're gonna cut him.
or the Ravens, who everyone's like they're not going to have any corner fall to them, and now they're about to have their pick of Deontay Banks and Joey Porter Jr.
Who did I tell you was going to be a Raven by the end of the night?
Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah, Joey Porter Jr.
right.
I told you the storyline writes itself. The NFL 100% writes scripts. Dad's a Steeler. He becomes a Raven. I'm telling you.
Washington drafts a child.
A
Did
little-
they even show him in uniforms? They didn't even go to him because they're like, this guy's too small.
You didn't see him?
No, do they,
The
like,
pencil on the side of the screen?
maybe that's why.
He was the actual.
He's kind of like
border
a piece
the
of.
screen.
He's kind of like a
I
piece of
couldn't
paper. He's a piece of paper. He turns to his side and disappears.
It's like 1 pixel line.
God.
Yeah, they need to bump up the stroke
God,
there.
man.
Here's the thing.
All right. Oh man.
Is there any scenario the
The Vikings
Chargers
have to trade back, man.
don't take Kincaid here? I would love them to take Zay Flowers as well, but like I think the
Somebody's
Chargers
gonna
have to
trade
take
up, though.
Kincaid.
I don't think anybody wants to trade.
Well,
up
apparently
there.
the Chargers like Kincaid too, so they'd be sniping him. I wouldn't hate
So, the
that.
Chargers, yeah.
Oh, I think they're with the Seahawks.
Oh,
yeah.
Seahawks. Oh.
Who's trading up at this point, though?
The Rams for Levis,
You
maybe.
think?
I would
Please let them
love
trade
if
up
the
and-
Rams.
Raiders, maybe for Levis or Hooker.
I just don't.
Tennessee, maybe for one of those guys.
There's so much value.
The Hooker prop is
at
not looking
corner and
good
receiver right now,
for
man.
him being a first rounder.
Yeah, no. But I think he should be a second rounder, so it's. Also, let me just say, like I've said this in videos before too, like the fifth round, the fifth year option is overrated. The fifth year's option is overrated, especially when you're drafting a 25-year-old quarterback.
Yeah.
You'll know when he's age 28 if he's a dude or not. Like, you know.
You're not in year 4 like, am I gonna
It's not like.
am I gonna extend this guy?
Maybe.
One
And
in how many?
We love getting the guys in the rookie contract in a sense, but like the biggest goal is to find your guy.
How about you just find a
At the
good
end of the
football
day.
player
Drink
and
much?
no, never done this before.
Never done that.
Never done this before.
first timer?
First time.
Recently switched to the position.
New sport.
He's only got 4 starts under him.
4 stars. All right, picks in for Seattle. Let me hear your predictions.
JSN. It's gotta be. It's gotta be.
I'm going JSN.
Zay Flowers. I'll shake
You know
it up.
what? Since you already said,
I'll shake it up a little bit.
Since you said JSN,
Give me Zay Flowers.
I'm gonna go Miles Murphy.
Damn. I mean, I love that too.
Miles Murphy's such a good pick
Hopefully
here.
nobody on the stream saw me fucking
Oh, damn it.
I think you're right on Miles
Jalen
Murphy.
Carter's reaction getting picked by the Eagles.
Yeah.
The Eagles just got the best player in the draft.
Yeah.
Damn. That's confidence I'm scared of because he is.
Who said that?
Dog.
Jalen Carter said the Eagles just got the best player in the draft,
Probably. Yeah.
and he is right.
And they.
Hard to argue with that. Hard to argue
Where
with
we
And
that.
at?
it's hard to argue.
Man, I kind of hope Baltimore gets wide receiver. I'll say it. I don't think they're done.
What are they in Texas for?
Who?
Atlanta.
This person. Where's they didn't even put Emily in that picture. The person they're down there to see, they didn't put.
Oh
Emily.
yeah, Emily moved to Austin.
Yeah.
Is she
That's
not-
Fox. I didn't even think about
she's not
that.
in the picture?
They didn't even put her in
She's
the
not in the
picture.
picture.
Damn, bro.
Wait, what?
How you go to a trip to see somebody and not even put them in the
Man,
first
y'all
selfie you
bad
post?
friends.
Elena, if you're still watching, that's foul, dog. That's foul. Not fair, but foul. All right, so we got JSN. Who'd you say? Zay?
Zay Flowers, just for the fun.
I kind of want Zay to go to Baltimore. I say that as a Steelers fan, so not really.
See Brian Branch here?
Branch would be hot. They've already gone corner, though. Miles Murphy. Here we go. All right, we got a handful
It's
of
got to be Miles Murphy.
got a handful of youth football players. That's
Miles
great.
Murphy makes the most sense.
He's a Seattle.
Or
player.
him or JSN.
Wait,
I'm surprised Seattle hasn't traded down yet.
who did they pick earlier?
Witherspoon.
Witherspoon only at 5.
It's JSN.
I'd love them to attack the outside like that. All right.
Alright.
great.
I can't lie. Number 3's hair is just, it's not doing it for me.
Well, Nolan Smith here.
Nolan Smith makes a lot of sense too. Doesn't quite have like the physical or like the body attributes that they take, but here we go. Tell me, Bethany. Jackson Smith-Njigba. Good shit. Good shit.
Let's go.
I like that fit a ton, dude. And now when Tyler Lockett gets hurt, you have two dudes to carry that offense in DK Metcalf, Jackson Smith-Njigba. Needed a slot wide receiver, and they got the best
That's a
of them.
perfect
Also, we
fit
got to remember,
comparison.
Tyler
That's
Lockett's not
right.
getting younger.
No.
You got to prepare for life without him as well.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what I'm saying.
It just makes sense across the board.
Great career pick or like a great situation for him to go into too.
Oh,
two
100%.
established guys, decent quarterback play.
And also, you did just pay Geno, right? So, like, let's give him another toy to play with. So I'm looking at some of their last few needs, something that we could talk about tomorrow for Seattle. Center and D tackle still sticking out, but I think they're well positioned for tomorrow's round 2.
Yeah.
At 37 and 52, if memory serves.
Another reason I'm
Who dropped
surprised they
those
didn't go
spots?
Carter. He
Jalen Hyatt
fit
to
their
the
needs
Chargers.
so well.
Yeah.
It just
Jalen Hyatt Chargers.
You think so? Over
I-
Zay?
Just for fun.
I think they're going Kincaid here.
I think
I
they're
think
going-
Chargers go Kincaid.
I think they're
That's a
going
good play.
Kincaid or
Kellen
Flowers.
Moore coming from Dallas.
Kincaid makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I like
Yeah.
that. I like that. Kincaid's
Well-
huge. Yeah, that'd be great.
or Flowers.
Wow, I had so many Seattle fans tell me we're not going corner and we don't need to go wide receiver first round. Well, take it out with John Schneider.
I think
That's all
Minnesota
I
should
know.
go corner.
Well, you're going to have.
I don't. Yeah.
I think it's going to be Porter Jr. at 22 and then Banks at 23.
I want Banks so
Back to
bad.
back.
Give me Banks.
That'd be a perfect fit for Flores.
I would love Banks, man.
I think it's going to be Joey Porter Jr. and then
So how about
Hendon Hooker,
first wide receiver
Stop
off the
it.
board? First wide
We
receiver off the
might do
board.
it, dude.
Jackson Smith-Njigba. I would have been I'm a Quentin
He was my
Johnson
one.
guy. I would have been surprised if Jackson Smith-Njigba
Jason
was
was
not
my.
the first one.
He was
But
my
I'm
one.
just surprised, like, that under 3.5 is looking free as hell right now. I do think Quentin Johnston goes 25 to the Giants, though. I do think the Giants take a
I
shot
think
on him.
New Orleans goes
That's it.
receiver.
I think Minnesota. If Minnesota elects to
Yeah.
go
Zay? That would be gas. Oh, my God.
I think they go receiver. I think
to-
Buffalo may go receiver.
Buffalo, I've heard could go receiver, but I don't
Apparently
want
they're trying to trade
out.
down. Yeah, apparently they're trying to trade out.
Trade back.
Out of the first round, yeah.
I want to trade out for the first round.
Yeah.
Jacksonville could go receiver too.
I do too now. I would love trade out the first
In
round.
Jacksonville. I don't know.
I would love Jacksonville to draft Quentin Johnston. I mean, I want them to draft Brian Branch, but Quentin Johnston would be really fun.
Minnesota's gonna draft Johnson or fucking Levis and piss me off.
Johnston would be money in that offense. He
I'm
running
good.
some clear out routes for JJ.
I'm good.
Ooh, JJ plus QJ. Ooh. The
What
brand.
was his 40?
Don't
Who's?
look at the pro day one. That one was weird for weirdly bad for no reason.
Who's?
Quentin Johnston. Combine, I want to say like 4.45.
Was it his pro day was bad? Really?
I don't know.
Don't you whisper.
I don't need you to hear it.
Don't you whisper.
I don't need you to be hating on my wide receiver one.
He didn't run 40 at the draft.
At the combine?
At the combine, he didn't run it.
Cap. Hold on, I'll tell you.
He didn't run it.
Kizzy.
He sucks, dude.
He sucks.
No, he might not have. He did the vertical and the broad
Bro,
jump.
for a guy that big, he caught 6 of the 32 passing touchdowns of the season for the team. Come on, bro.
Bro, what is TCU scheming up?
Max Duggan was
6
throwing
of
to him,
32.
dude. Max.
I'm not a
Duggan.
big him. I'm
Max
not a big guy either.
Duggan. 96 percentile wingspan.
But I don't care.
97th percentile broad jump.
Yeah, I can
93rd
go find
percentile
guys
vertical.
in the NBA who can't play receiver worth a lick that can do all that. I'm cool on that.
All right, well, I guess he didn't run at his at the combine.
Combine.
So I think the only 40 time they have is
So please don't draft him. Because he's Laquan Treadwell. We'll look back in a couple of years, I'll tell you. I'll remind you.
that's a good attitude to take.
I'll remind you.
Yeah, at his pro day, his 40 was 4.52.
4.52. No, thank you. You can keep it.
At 6'3", for what it matters.
Yeah, if he had elite catch, contested catching, elite route running, and was 6'3", and had a 4.52, that's
Yeah,
good.
not always the best in the air. Little hit and miss there.
He's not
Pick
good.
his own.
That's it.
Traits are there. Traits
That's
are there.
it. No, he looks like a receiver that you want.
Traits are there.
That is it.
Traits are there.
Who? What's the receiver?
Quentin Johnson.
Johnson.
Not good.
Here's the thing. Big time situations came up and he delivered. That's also what I
Just
like.
don't think he's
That's
good.
also what I like in a receiver.
Yeah.
He's at worst Marquez Valdez-Scantling with more yak ability.
He's not as fast.
Game
Pick a receiver
speed,
comp.
game
I'll tell
speed.
you, he's slower.
He looks.
He's faster than 4.52.
Slower than MVS.
You're pissing me off now.
He's slower than MVS.
What was Scantling's?
What browser? Do you
Scantling
use?
ran a 4.
Chrome.
Scantling
like-
probably
like
ran
a-
a 4.
What's the skin you have on this?
What you mean?
You have like your tabs looking weird.
Are you talking about how I can put them in like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're called
What?
It's the Mac attack.
groups.
What is,
So like
is that a Chrome thing or
yeah,
Mac
it's a Chrome thing. So like my Google, like my Gmails, and I can close it. Yeah, it's big time. Yeah, MVS ran 4.37. So.
Yeah.
It's a little
close,
different.
Dude. It's not close, man.
Just a
I
little
don't
different.
think QJ's good, man.
I think it's there. I stand by my ranking.
Oh, I can't wait. I can do receivers.
I know my boy Luke would be happy with the Patriots landing Quentin Johnson, so that's all that matters.
Jacksonville.
All right, here we go. I'm going Chargers taking Dalton Kincaid. That's my pick here.
I think
I like
so.
that. I like
Is
it.
this
We're all
a
Kincaid
Chargers Thanos guy? Right? I love this guy.
Yeah, what the? That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Look at that. Why is
He's
that
got
chick-
that fitty.
Why is Chick giving him the naughty face like that? Why is she not? Come on now. That was tough.
Maybe
Guy's
she heard the
sick.
pick. I don't know.
I love that guy.
She heard the pick and didn't like it. I don't know.
Oh, that would suck. She had it spoiled on Twitter. Here we go. Quentin Johnston. They're building a fucking basketball team in LA. Hey, bro, you want to get back in the shot? You can angle this
That was
way.
immediately after all the trash talk.
No, I'm
and he
still
gets
on it.
taken.
That's a
So-
waste of a pick. in my
Wow.
opinion.
Almost 6'3" Quentin Johnston, 6'3" Keenan Allen, 6'4"
Wow.
Mike Williams. They do need size, speed. What was that? Size, speed.
I disagree.
This guy adds speed to that offense. This is the vertical guy Justin Herbert needs.
Oh, he
Dude,
caught it like this. What are we doing?
No, he does that a lot. He definitely does that a lot.
Not good. No, Justin Jefferson does it too. So
It works.
sometimes.
All right. Well, I actually like that pick. I had it mocked once to the Chargers. Didn't do it a whole lot, but I wish I did it more now, especially.
Here's
But,
the go. Look at this.
Yeah, like his yak ability is just insane.
Yeah.
One of the
I
highest
love it.
forced missed tackle rates in college football per PFF. So yeah.
It's not the avenue I thought the Chargers would go. Like I was saying Zay over him to them.
for them. Yeah.
But I love Quentin Johnson. I think this is great. I don't mind it at all.
And you know what else I think this signals? A lot of confidence in Josh Palmer to be the Keenan Allen replacement in the slot next year.
I think it
So,
signals the
I like it.
willingness to have Josh Palmer in the
Yeah,
slot.
right. That's
I
it.
don't know how confident you can be in
Kind
that.
of going the opposite route of the Packers throughout the years, like giving your quarterback, your franchise quarterback,
Oh, 100%. All the weapons.
So yeah, I don't mind
Every
it
weapon.
for just giving him more and more weapons.
I
to
mean,
work with.
it's year 4 of Herbert on his rookie contract.
I'm not a fan of the player as a prospect as much as most people, but at the end of the day, it's another weapon to try out. Like,
Yeah.
he could be great. Who knows?
And dude, literally, if all he does is run
Enough
go
people
balls-
are high on him to where you got to take a shot
Yeah.
at him. It's not a bad pick.
And here's the thing with these small receivers. We keep saying like all the receivers small to the point where I think we've gotten used to seeing them all small together and thinking that's normal.
Yeah, I agree.
When it's not. In other years, most of these top guys, take Quentin Johnson out, like the top guys that are probably go top 5, they're all undersized.
Yeah, no.
Like,
There's other years
they're
where
not-
like
they're-
6'3" is like the third or fourth like kind of big guy. Or
Yeah.
whatever it may be.
Exactly. Like they're not like average size.
And it's like 6'2" and 3/4.
Yeah.
It's not even like a true 6'3". Yeah.
Exactly. They're tiny dudes. So like it just the fact there's a lot of them, I think it's almost become more normal for us where most of the time you want a bigger guy. I mean, balls are thrown high, you're covered. You
Will
jump
Levis.
over people.
One pick away, baby. He's
Dude,
going to Minnesota.
This is JPJ right here.
Oh yeah.
This has gotta be.
I told
It's
you.
From,
gotta be.
Told you Joey Porter Jr. was going to be a Raven. I freaking knew it.
Wasn't
That's
his comp like Jimmy Smith or something like that?
I don't know who people comped him to, but
I saw a comp.
I think his comp is Joey Porter Sr.
Different position, but don't worry about it. just go with it.
Nah, but there's
But no, back to the Chargers real quick. I mean, now they have 3 different dudes who specialize in 3 different things. Mike Williams is your
They didn't have a yak guy. Really?
Yeah, DeAndre Carter kind of was, but
No.
yeah, and then Austin Eckler. Eckler's kind of that dude. But,
Yeah,
but
Carter,
now
it's so
Johnson,
different. Running back to receiver, I think you need
No,
a
I
yak
hear you.
receiver.
But you have Keenan Allen, who's your route specialist. Your assassin. He works underneath stuff. Mike Williams wins your contested catch stuff. QJ is your yak / over the top threat. So I think they have a well balanced trio there. And with that said, I have to use the bathroom. So
I wish he was just slightly better at the release point.
I just wish he was slightly better in general, but that's this wide receiver class.
Yeah. So we're at 2 receivers. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 picks left. And we need 2 more receivers for the over 3.5 to hit.
I don't think it's gonna happen.
I think with the teams left, it could.
Here's the thing: Minnesota legit could. Buffalo
We
legit
might.
could.
We might. I wouldn't be mad about it. I want us to trade back with the depth at corner and receiver, but
I feel like the Giants almost have to.
I
Maybe. Maybe not, but
I think Minnesota's got to go corner, to be honest. As much as I hate to see it, I'd love to see us trade back and go corner and receiver later on in the second round, but I just don't know that anybody's going to want to trade up. There's really not a lot of huge trade-upable talent left. I mean,
here's the thing: like
Miles Murphy.
I value Will Levis as someone worth trading out for, but clearly the league doesn't value him as a first rounder.
I don't want him
primarily.
anywhere near my team.
And if he's not a first rounder to miss the league, he might not be a first rounder to the Rams or to Tampa Bay has no QB. They have Baker Mayfield, and they passed on him. Shoot, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It is a tough one. You going solo in front of the camera for now. Bailing.
Should I take off my shirt? Get them.
Yeah, and you have to like.
I think
throw
you-
it around.
I think that would really up the legs.
Yeah, I think so. We can start. It's after dark. Draft.
The draft after dark.
Yes. This is Teej R-rated.
You heard that from the bathroom.
That's too funny. Oh man. All right.
I just had a buddy text in the group chat like, "Oh man, great deal for the Chargers. Think they got the best receiver in the draft." I said, "I agree." And I said, "Imagine Emmanuel Forbes trying to cover that guy."
Oh man.
I'm on tilt. I warned y'all before the draft started. There's one player that will send me over the edge.
And it was the one person that it seems like
Yeah.
Washington was dead set on drafting.
Try not to fixate on it, but dude, Will McDonald actually I forgot to mention was maybe one of the most surprising picks.
Yeah, that was a
At
surprise.
that spot.
But a surprise in a good way. I didn't mind it.
This draft has been absolutely crazy. No one has had anything like.
If we all want to lean back, I'm gonna adjust the camera. Sorry, everybody, you're gonna see my
I
hand.
love Will McDonald, man.
Just for a smidge, you're gonna see.
I
my
don't
hand.
hate that at all. The McDonald pick. I didn't expect it at all.
Don't hate it whatsoever. Bring it in a little closer. Sorry, everybody, adjusting on the fly. All right, I think we're gonna get back-to-back corners here.
I like that.
Or y'all take Addison.
I want Banks.
Or Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers in Minnesota.
I'll take Banks. Or
I'll go Joey Porter Jr. here. He's gonna be a
know.
Raven.
I think Joey Porter Jr. is a Raven.
How about no tight ends? No tight ends.
Well, here's the thing, because I thought the Chargers were like the spot for that. So then
Yeah. So did I.
Dallas could be one too. I know
Yeah,
everyone's
Dallas.
like,
Michael Mayer. Everyone
I'd be
wants
down for some Josh Downs here. Low key.
a little
On the other
surprise
side.
pick.
Oh,
Oh my god.
I would love that.
I will warn you, as somebody
To the
who's a
Vikings.
Notre Dame and Steelers fan, Chase Claypool, that like same college, your favorite college, the favorite team, doesn't always work out.
Chase Claypool's terrible.
hey, ultimately,
He's
it worked
kinda-
out.
No.
He's
no,
kind
no.
of Quentin Johnston. Size, speed, but doesn't win at the catch point. Oh, man.
That's your wide receiver one.
Damn it! Oh, now I got to rethink my whole
Bryce
process.
Treadwell, Chase Claypool.
Nah, Quentin Johnston's better
Yeah,
than
but
Chase
Claypool's.
Claypool.
Yeah, but Claypool's faster, which is wild.
QJ's better than Johnson.
Is he?
QJ's better than Claypool.
I'll
Let me
say
say
you
it
said
right.
the same. But
Yeah,
yeah.
that's
Ultimately,
Well, we know what you
Claypool
Same,
worked out
different.
very
Yeah.
well for Pittsburgh.
Chase Claypool became the first pick of the second round tomorrow. I don't want to hear it. All right, I'm going Joe Porter Jr.
Dumb. That's fine.
Man, I mean, I'm so almost surprised he fell this far, but I think it's got to be JPJ.
What do you think?
You guys are pretty confident, so I'm going to roll with it.
Here we go.
I'm not a big JPJ guy, though. I don't think he's great.
Really? Interesting. I'm a little surprised by that.
Zay Flowers.
Zay Flowers.
Zay Flowers. I love it.
Which means the D-Hop trade
D-Hop is not happening, but yeah. But I love this, and I said this in so many of my videos, because it's like OBJ's coming off an injury. Rashad Bateman's coming off an injury. I love those moves, but
Hollywood Brown.
And this also cements
Hollywood
my
Brown
thought
part too.
But a better.
I think the NFL got scared, as I think they should, by Addison and his slow time. If you're small
There's
and
our third
slow,
wide receiver.
I just don't like Addison in general. He didn't pop off to me.
he didn't.
He's
a great route runner, but
I kind of think Buffalo might
slow.
take him.
Sure.
If they
Buffalo
stay.
could. Buffalo
Take him.
could.
Little Stephon Diggs light.
Stephon.
All right, the
Man.
Vikings better not take a receiver here.
They might take Addison. No.
I fucking hope not.
Joker
Nah, give me Banks, man.
Give me Banks.
I like Banks. Yeah.
Well, I like
a trade back, to be honest. with you.
Yeah, no,
But I
I
just
think
don't know
that's the
anybody
best
wants to come up.
that's the tough part.
There's really not
Yeah, and it's looking
a
like
lot
Hooker.
of players where I'm like, oh, I gotta go up and get him. Kind of.
it's
looking like Hooker's not gonna be
Zay's looking
think
sick,
it's a stick
sick
and
with
pick.
those Cartier glasses on, though.
Cartier.
Cartier.
No, I like Zay
Unless
because
the Rams want to come up.
Yeah, the Rams or the Titans are the only two teams. Maybe the Raiders. I love Zay because those other two guys they have on roster, OBJ, Bateman coming off injury, no guarantee they stay the same. And also, like, Zay Flowers can do what Devin Duvernay does, but better, and actually be a receiver. They're a run-heavy offense still. They just signed their quarterback. Give him another wide receiver.
Yeah,
and,
Minnesota hit the
yeah,
fucking phones, man.
yeah.
yeah.
Hit the phones. Come
And,
on.
and while they're a run-heavy
Come on, Quincy.
offense, this guy gives you the speed to counter over the top. So
Hit the
I like
hit
Zay
the
Flowers
phones,
here.
Quincy.
I
Hit the
like
phones.
I like Zay Flowers
Hit
a
the
lot.
phone.
He's just
Copyright. Remember to do that this time. Keep
that was
All right, well, now we turn our attention to your favorite squad. All of a sudden,
I don't know,
Baltimore's
dude. I'm
offense.
watching this film, like, I like Downs a little more.
All I know is Baltimore's offense is scary now.
I like Downs a little more.
Lamar,
you like Downs more than Zay Flowers?
I might.
I might.
I'm a big Downs guy, though.
Big UNC guy.
I am.
Yeah, a little bias creeping in. But
Even if subconsciously could be.
we'll see.
But
He goes for 80 catches, 900 yards.
Off the rip,
Yeah.
wasn't bad. Be a good season. 90 catches. I don't know about that.
80.
Maybe 80.
Give me 80. 90 is a little much.
90's
17 games, give me 80.
90's pretty good.
Yeah, fine.
He ain't getting 90.
Yeah, that'd be a hell of volume.
Yeah, he's got to go to the perfect situation for that. He probably ain't getting 80 either.
Well,
They're
damn.
looking like
Baltimore now 3
Bird.
receivers deep. I'm loving it.
glasses. What are those? Versace? What are they? What are we thinking? Are they Cartier? I don't know. We talk about Cartier. Somebody said that.
Yeah, that's what Jake said.
Looks Cartier to me. Got the seat.
Wow. Well, I think it's a good spot for Zay to go too. Like, I think that was a good value. That was about right.
Not what I thought they'd do.
Scheming a little
Yeah, I
bit,
didn't see
though.
that either.
The
I don't
high-
hate it.
That
I
high
just
school
think
There
offense.
is almost no shot he's as good as Steve Smith, but that's okay. NFL Network comp, that's fine.
They
This
play.
draft
they
has a
don't
lot
play
of players
nearly
going in
the
places
same.
I didn't think. but
They're
I'm
just
liking
short.
Yeah.
They don't play the same.
They're just
at all.
both
They're
5'9".
both just 5'9".
Yeah.
They play nothing alike. Sorry.
Yeah. Steve Smith was, nobody told him that he was 5'9". He was a possession receiver.
It's not the same.
Yes, he did not.
Yeah, they look the
Wow.
same. We are not the same. Different language.
They're the same height, so comp.
Yeah.
No,
They write receiver in different language.
that is a lazy comparison right there.
Yeah. That's why I don't do comps. Sometimes there's just not a good one out there. But yeah, that offense is looking great. Andrews, Bateman, OBJ, Flowers, Lamar, Dobbins. I'm still a big J.K. Dobbins guy,
See if
so
he can throw.
we'll see if he can throw. I mean, at this point, there's $260 million invested into it. They better
I do like
figure it
Bateman.
out.
I like Bateman.
No, I liked him out a lot.
Oh,
Out of
the
Minnesota a
logo.
bit.
Beautiful. Trade back.
Here we go. Hashtag
I'm
Skull.
begging. Trade
Skull.
back. Trade back. Get out of here.
I haven't even seen the clock come up yet.
Oh, that's a crazy defensive
Oh, there
back
it is.
right there.
Still on the clock.
Let's get that clock all the way down to like 30 seconds.
Lost
before
to
we
the
trade out.
Giants.
Ooh, now Bleacher Report sending me a
Hey,
typo.
hey.
Our expert knew they would take OSU tackle
No.
Broderick Jones.
Sit the
You mean
fuck
Georgia?
down. Sit down, Will Levis.
It's all good BR.
Sit down, Will Levis.
No.
It's happening.
I don't know. He was smiling for a sec, but
Everyone, it's happening.
Plessy's on the phone. COC's not, or KOC's not. Come on. Do not give Kevin the phone.
Kevin kind of looks pissed. I think he wanted to make a pick.
Nobody's standing up to hug, so that's good. We haven't hugged yet. I don't see any hugs.
No hugs, no pick.
I don't think there's a pick happening.
I think there might be a
There's
trade
not enough
here.
people walking around, right?
Yeah.
That's a trade.
Yeah, I think so.
Come on, that's got to be a trade. They
Who's-
just passed the phone.
All right, if it's a trade, who's coming
I
up?
think so.
Give me the Rams to move up, take Levis.
I could see it. I like it.
If the Rams do that, that's a fire pick. And I don't even like Levis.
Yeah, but
That's
that
just
would
a
be
money value.
Stafford's a
pick.
good comp for him, so like I fucks with it.
It's the best spot he could land.
Yeah, Nolan Smith.
He
still
literally
available,
could
too.
be Stafford. I mean, high end, in my opinion. That's his upside. But
Yeah.
I'm surprised Nolan Smith has made it this far.
I know. So do I.
And
I would like.
Murphy.
I
He
would
could be a good Buffalo.
That's the
he
thing.
could be a
I
good
would
Buffalo
love. There are like 4 players that I would love here.
pick. And
But
none
I
of them are named
think
Will
I want to
Levis.
wait. I want to wait.
Yeah.
I like Banks, Smith,
No, I'm telling you, round 2
Murphy.
tomorrow.
Smith?
Nolan
Nolan
Smith.
Smith.
Oh, Nolan Smith.
Yeah,
I was like Cam Smith?
I like Banks, Smith, Murphy.
Yeah.
A couple of the receivers that are still left, I'm cool with. But I want them later.
Yeah.
If we can get an additional second rounder, if we get like 2 seconds, I don't know who we would get that from. I don't know who has 2 seconds, but you get what I'm saying. Or a
Yeah.
second and third, I'd be okay with that. Or a swap with a late.
First, like Kansas City moving up.
Yeah. I don't know who they would love at this spot. I mean, they
I have
really
no
have to
idea.
fucking dig it.
Nolan, maybe. Yeah. All right. Well, the clock is still ticking
Give me
down.
a,
You know
give me
who's
a
also
New
still on the
Orleans
board?
trade up.
Who's still on the board as well? Not for Minnesota, but in general. Anton Harrison. He's like the last legit tackle.
Please.
Yeah,
trade
left tackle at least. DeJuan Jones could be a right tackle.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. So we haven't totally hit that drop-off point where we start talking about Matt Bergeron and crew.
We're under a minute. This is a trade.
No interior offensive lineman off the board
This
yet.
has to be a trade.
Yeah, I
under
think
a
it has
minute.
to be. They're just finalizing it all. No Cyrus Torrance yet. No John Michael Schmitz.
I kind of thought Torrance would fall out of the first.
Think.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't necessarily think he's everyone's guard one.
Nah, that's fair.
He's my guard one.
He's my guard one. I don't think he's there. So I think there are people that have a
Totally.
Villa over him. I think.
I
And
agree.
I'd really like Avila though.
figured in. Here we go.
I think there are some people. Oh, pick us in.
You're lying, bro. Stop it, dude.
All right. Well, we saw Pickens in earlier.
Definitely in there.
Oh,
Out
now
of
the
here,
Jags are
dude.
on the clock. Oh, Vikings are dapping
They're
up.
clapping
No, on the
it,
clock,
dude.
Jacksonville, but that's
Yeah, the pick's in for Minnesota. Yeah. No, but I'm saying if you see the Jags are on the clock, that's how you know no trade happened there. Oh my God, here we go. Here we
Please
go.
be Banks. Be Banks or a receiver.
Banks
I'm
or-
cool with the receiver.
Come
I think it's gonna be
Willie.
Banks or Porter Jr.
I think it's Levis.
Stop it. Bro. it really could be. That's the wildest part.
I
Like,
kind of think it's Levis.
It could be.
I kind of think it's
Fucking-
Levis.
come on, bro.
I can't believe Levis fell this far, man.
Do not beat Levis, man. Okay, yeah, we're fake hype. Let's go. Let's go, boys.
All right. Damn, they are pumped up in that draft room.
That's a QB pump right there.
Stop it. Yeah, you're right. Why would you be that lit
Uh-huh.
about a CB3?
No.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Don't do it to me.
We don't know.
We don't know for sure yet.
We definitely don't.
Trade.
but They could be it.
Trade just out of the
Trade,
cut.
please, dude. Trade.
Our prompter was wrong.
Don't do
Let's
it,
trade.
man.
Oh man. Sheesh.
I'm gonna
Alright,
have to
we
talk
had-
myself into liking Jordan Addison.
We had a guess for the Saints and the Rams for the trade up. So.
Yeah, or Jordan Addison.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to convince myself that I like Jordan Addison after this.
I think Addison actually would be a fine
Or just
fit.
watching nothing but only highlights of Will Levis. No, nothing else.
No bad plays.
All
All
right,
right,
let's
here
see
we go. Got to turn the audio back on. Goodell to the podium. Oh, pick spoiled.
Wow.
I don't hate
Oh,
it.
man.
I still don't mind him as a first rounder. I'm higher on Addison, I think, at this point than most people. Sharp route runner, someone to help out Justin Jefferson. I like it.
I'm good.
I think they needed.
Not a fan.
I think they needed a receiver, in a sense, but like I think I would have rather Zay get there. I would rather
Trade down and get someone tomorrow.
I would have rather them trade down and get someone tomorrow. I think. Yeah. I'm looking at Addison right now. I feel like I could beat him up in a bar fight, and I don't think I should be able to think I could beat up any NFL player in a bar fight. He looks small, and the problem is then his response should be, "But I'm fast as heck," and he's not fastest.
Well, you know what's crazy is he's 7 pounds more than Emmanuel Forbes.
Yeah. This thing
still weighs more.
I don't think Emmanuel Forbes can cover him either, because Emmanuel Forbes
at least Forbes ran 4 threes. You know.
Yeah, a bunch of bums can run 4 threes.
Oh, wow. So I don't know. Sounds like tomorrow during the day we're running some 40 times. See if I can clock 4-3. Well, all right. Jordan Addison, 23. Wide receiver 2 in Minnesota.
Dang.
Yeah, again, I like it. I don't mind it whatsoever. Damn, Will Levis.
I'm okay with that, actually.
Oh, Jacksonville and New York.
Oh.
Have traded places. And who are the Giants trading up for? Johnston's gone? Brian Branch? You think they're moving up to get Branch just out of Jacksonville?
But why swap with the Giants?
Because I think Brian Branch is a fantastic
the Giants.
fit for both.
The Giants.
Giants have moved up a spot and traded places with Jacksonville,
snap.
so maybe Brian Branch. I think he'd be a great fit for both.
But if Jacksonville thought that they were going to do that, I guess they didn't.
Maybe they see someone else as a better fit.
Calvin
like
Ridley.
Anton
Calvin
after the Cam
Ridley
Robinson
comp.
suspension.
What's crazy is
Stop
I
it.
think Brian Branch.
Stop the comp and the cap.
Wait, what's their
Who
corner?
they comp?
What's their corner
They
situation?
comped Calvin Ridley. Let's relax.
That's what it is.
Yeah, I don't know if he's got that.
What
type
is-
of
It's
speed.
not close.
What is the Giants' cornerback situation?
Oh, Adoree Jackson and nobody. Yep.
So we got
Giants.
JPJ and Deontay Banks on the
Joey Porter. I don't even know if they thought Joey Porter
He
Jr. had
kind
a
of strives
shot
like
in
JJ.
hell.
I don't think they thought
get
that at
there.
all, but he's there.
Turn the man around.
Damn
Yo,
it, the
that's
Giants.
what I'm saying, dude.
Giants about to take freaking corner. One of the corners I would have liked more than.
The Giants are going to take a corner
I could have got Gonzalez.
8 spots behind Washington and get a better player. Sorry,
could've-
Forbes.
We could have sat at 16 and gotten Gonzalez, but we got Emmanuel Forbes. But
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
yep. Well, Ron will be fired.
11.
Fine.
Yeah.
Snyder's gone. Ron will be gone. We're all good.
We're gonna just tear it down to build it back up. All right. Well,
Yeah, there's that charade.
there goes wide receiver 4. The over has hit.
Over did
You're
it.
the only one to say over on the wide receiver prop.
No chance it goes to 5.
And what do we got? 4 trades now?
Goodness, we
We have
got
the 2 in the top 10. And then Philadelphia trades places with Chicago. That's 3. Giants trade places. Oh, Pittsburgh. That's
Pittsburgh.
5. And I think that's all we've seen so far.
might be it.
That's the 5.
Yeah.
Last year we had 9. So, I don't think we're catching that. But, not bad.
We had 9 last
9.
year.
9.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Craziness. At least that's what I counted for day 1 on NFL.com last year. So pick is in for the Giants. I think John Michael Schmitz makes a lot of sense here, but if you're going to leapfrog Jacksonville,
If you're gonna leapfrog,
it feels like it's
Jacksonville-
got to be for one of the corners or Branch, which I mean, some people call Branch a corner anyway. So
Yeah, and I think that's.
I think Joey Porter Jr. is a perfect Wink Martindale guy. So I've said Joey Porter Jr. for like the last 4 teams, but I'll go Joey Porter Jr. here.
Yeah, I know. I feel like I keep saying that too.
I mean, he's too good to keep falling. At this point, I think Levis is bouncing out of the first round. I think Levis is falling out of round 1 unless the team trades back
Well,
in.
here's the thing. If you're let's say because we're just assuming the Rams like him, but I mean it's possible no one does.
Rams, Tennessee, and the Raiders. Those are the 3 spots I think make sense.
Here's the thing. If he's fallen this far already, maybe try and wait till he gets to 31, or sorry,
Sure.
not 31. Even 30. I'm saying like Philadelphia's a team like
Yeah, they're going to look to trade back.
they'll trade back.
Oh,
Get your QB. You
I
know?
can't believe Miles Murphy's still on the board.
Miles
Personally.
Murphy, Nolan Smith, all the tight ends, no safeties taken.
What a wild scenario if we had the best tight end class maybe of all time, prospect wise, and there's not a single one taken around.
At least in recent memory. Which I mean, that's the give and take because it's so good and it's so deep that those guys will linger. Man, and how about 2 running backs in the top 12 and then, I mean, rightfully so in my opinion, nothing sense. I'm interested by Dallas.
They're going to be drafting nobody.
I know.
Vikings are done in the draft, man. Till the third round.
Till the third round.
It's horrendous.
Till late tomorrow.
Y'all have a
So
second
bad.
rounder?
No, I mean, we could trade. I mean, Danielle Hunter for like a second rounder.
Danielle Hunter maybe catches a
That'd
second.
be nice.
Dang.
I wish Dalvin Cook could, but I just don't know if that's going to happen.
Give me Dalvin and our third rounder for a second rounder.
A little move up spot.
Like halfway up the second round.
Okay, draft a corner.
I'd love that.
Okay, I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, me too. I mean, if we can do it,
I could live with that. I could live with that.
Yeah, those are. I mean, the main trade pieces for us are Dalvin and Danielle Hunter.
Yeah, I can't think of anything else that comes to mind.
Danielle Hunter's on a pretty decent value contract, to be honest.
He's not bad. And this is like the one off season.
He's not great. I mean, he's a good player, not a great player.
This is the one off season I haven't heard him like really bitching about being in Minnesota, so might as well keep him honestly.
No,
No, okay.
He does kind of pitch about.
he's okay.
I mean, who's gonna play
He's
opposite
alright.
of Davenport? If you trade Hunter, who's there?
Who cares?
Me.
Danielle Hunter ain't that good. He's alright.
He's had some years. I
Mid.
don't know. Oh, mid. Come on now.
I'll
Za'Darius
say
Smith
above
did kind of
average
carry the
starter.
low.
Oh shit! I had the pick spoiled for me.
Oh man. Here we go. So Jake knows what's
Don't you
happening.
say it.
I do.
Give me Josh Downs. I'm just kidding.
Wow, that would be insane.
that'd be
That'd
fun.
be Cole Strange level. Wow.
I'm a big Josh
Maybe not
Downs.
the same wow.
It's Cedric Tillman. It's not.
I was like, yo, you just said you weren't gonna say it. No,
Honestly, for the Giants, I would love Miles Murphy opposite Thibodeau.
Oh my god.
That would be my
That'd be
ideal
yoked.
pick for the Giants.
All right. That'd be yoked.
I like their pick. I'll tell you that.
Oh.
Which makes me sad again
Yeah, it's
because
one of
every
the
team
corners.
seems to do it.
If it's Banks, that's tight.
Banks
I love
would
that.
be
To me, they got to go Banks and Murphy. Those are the two best players left to me.
or Porter Jr. But yeah. I wouldn't hate Banks either.
Bro.
I like Porter Jr.
Scheme dependent. I don't know.
my god.
Banks is gluey. He's not leaving receivers' hips.
No. I mean he's twitched. No doubt about it.
So fluid.
It's gonna be criminal. We're gonna get out of this
Fluid
first round with like 4 corners off the board. Man, what's Cincinnati gonna do? Apparently they were big on Forbes. Sheesh.
Cincinnati's still sitting there with all the tight ends available though.
Yeah.
Which we said that about the Chargers. I think Dallas could get. I have no idea what Dallas will do if they don't do tight end.
Yeah. Here we go. Goodell to the podium for the Giants pick. Deontay Banks.
Yep,
Yep,
Nailed it.
that's a perfect scheme fit.
that's a great pick.
I'd have been happy with Banks or Porter Jr. there. That's fantastic.
It's a great pick.
Him plus Adoree Jackson, Wink Martindale gets the horses he needs to run that defense. I love it.
It's a damn good pick. It's a damn good pick.
Yeah, and they can still go center probably tomorrow on round 2. I just wonder what they're going to do. Well, hey, no D-Hop trade made yet. Did they trade their third for D-Hop? A comp of L'Jarius Sneed. That is peculiar to me, but okay.
Interesting.
That's an interesting one. I didn't quite see that. Yeah, he's insanely physical, insane athlete at the same time. It's rare that you get both those things. I just think you need to clean up the ball skills.
There was a thought. Here's the thought that came in my head when Washington pick was up. That's exact. Like I think we might. There's a scenario where, like maybe we passed on Gonzalez for him. That is what I was worried about.
Right.
And
Forbes.
They can
There's no way y'all
But,
took
like,
Forbes
he's-
over Banks, man.
I mean, he is.
That doesn't happen.
Almost a 12-foot broad jump, bro. What?
He's an insane athlete. He ran insane at the combine. He just doesn't weigh like nothing.
He ran 4.35 and weighs almost 200 pounds.
That's right. It was 4.35.
What?
I mean, that's insane.
No. I mean, he has every trait that you want. I just think a little bit more ball production. Yeah, Wink Martindale. They got him on screen right now, shaking everybody's hand. He's like, thank God.
Thank you.
Finally gave me somebody I could actually
Work
use in
with.
that spot. Yeah.
Oh, Buffalo traded up.
Buffalo trades up.
What? Traded up
All right.
to 23 though. Come on, man.
There's trade number 6.
Man.
Nolan Smith? Miles Murphy?
Who do they want alongside Vaughn?
Well, Vaughn's also 34 coming off a knee injury, so
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily put all my eggs in one basket there.
But they're paying him for like $1 billion years, aren't they? So
Two-
you also
Two
have
more
to-
years that are hard to get out of for sure. This,
So, I mean,
this
you don't-
upcoming year, one more.
So you kind of halfway have to assume he is there.
Yeah, but I mean, Boogie Bash and Gregory Rousseau, I think you do better than those guys. Alternative here is Brian Branch, nickel safety type.
Why would they?
Damn, the Jags have traded down twice, but have only moved 3 spots. That's weird.
Or here's the thing. Yeah, that's weird. Here's the thing. They felt the need to hop Dallas.
Right.
Tight end? Dawson Knox.
Just extended Dawson Knox, though.
You did just extend that. I mean, you can run 2 tight ends.
Cyrus Torrance?
You could run two tight end sets to where, like, that wouldn't be Kincaid, but, like, I can understand Mayer.
Maybe
They
Torrance.
need a receiver.
Or Torrance, but, like, then why
Buffalo needs a
hop
receiver
Dallas?
to me.
But who are you taking?
Dude, they have no one but Diggs that can win one-on-one.
No, I know.
I'm just trying to figure out why hop
Downs.
Dallas, because it seems like most of the options
Take
I
Downs.
can think of wouldn't get taken.
Josh
by
Downs.
I'd trade back to the early second to get him, though. Takes 2 to tango, though. I
He's
hear
the next best receiver. To
Or
me.
just trade back
you. Or stick a
further.
pick at 27.
He's the next best receiver to me.
Or trade
That's
back
what I would
further
do.
and get a better receiver, Michael Wilson.
Oh, there we go.
Relax.
Boards are coming into play here. I have Downs. I had Wilson, but I do like Wilson a ton.
Who else do I have?
I have downside of Wilson.
Pick is in. I'm going to say Nolan Smith.
I like that.
Were they afraid Dallas was
Try
going
to-
to take him?
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Were they afraid Dallas was going to take him though? Why jump? Why even use any capital?
Maybe they're worried Jacksonville will take him. so you
Dude,
trade.
Jalen Hyatt, just a better version of Gabe Davis. Get him out of here.
Yeah, smaller, but yeah.
Get him out of here.
Gabe Davis,
Faster.
yeah.
Smaller.
Smaller.
Gabe Davis
Fast?
did not deliver.
Smaller, better. Smaller, faster,
I do. I
stronger,
love Hyatt.
Harder, stronger.
higher.
Oh, I love Hyatt.
Harder, better, faster.
Y'all gonna let Kansas City get Jalen Hyatt, and it's gonna be a nightmare.
Oh, my God.
That's what's about to happen. Patrick Mahomes is about to get Jalen Hyatt. And we're
Nice.
not gonna like that.
We're not going to like that. As a league, we aren't going to like that.
I seriously think that could happen.
Not gonna lie, as a league, if I'm gonna,
Not impossible.
If my team's
I
not
kinda
gonna
like
win,
them taking
Who else we have?
Ojolari.
watching them all out is fun.
Oh,
yeah.
give me the Bills with
Yeah, who
this
do we
is a
have
reach. A-Chain.
Bills with A-Chain. They just took James Cook. Like, what's the point?
James Cook's trash.
He's got
Let's
enough
be
home
real
run
here.
ability. He's got enough home run ability.
No, he's got like
Get out of here.
he's got like you know when you hit the ball down the line and you stretch out a double.
Yeah.
That's James Cook.
No way. You are capping.
James Cook is not good.
You are lying.
He is not good.
He's like B plus Dalvin.
No, he's like C minus Dalvin.
No, he's like
It's
B.
not close.
He's like B
He's
flat.
nowhere near Dalvin.
He's
B
more like
flat.
C-minus.
He's
Here's
nowhere
the world, James
near.
Cook doesn't start this year.
There, he's
Dalvin Cook was
no.
always going to be this year.
Dalvin Cook was insane.
I would love to see
4
that
years
world where
ago.
James Cook ain't leading the way for the Bills, unless this is a
He
running
did
back.
this past year.
A-Chain.
He did down the stretch. He
did.
absolutely did down the stretch.
But it's
He's
debatable.
split. He's still split.
And he was a rookie.
All right, who we got?
All right.
Pick is in.
Picks
Pick
in
is
for
in.
Buffalo. I'm
Who
going
y'all
Nolan Smith.
got?
Who you got? Who you taking? I'm taking Nolan.
I like that pick.
Nolan
Miles
or Murphy.
Miles Murphy. It
Yeah,
has to be Miles Murphy.
You say Murphy. I'll say Nolan. What do you got?
Between those two. I'm going to go with Torrance.
Torrance makes a ton of sense too. I think I
What
would
about
rule
Joey
out.
Porter Jr.?
They took corner
Is it not a
last
good
year. Kyrie.
Mark Jr.'s still
They play too
forward.
much zone.
Is that not a good fit for the Bills?
They run a lot of zone. I don't know. I'd rather him go man heavy scheme.
Physical.
JPJ.
Is physical, could press
he
the
might,
line.
he might drop
Dallas
out of the
is where JPJ should go.
They got Gilmore though. Gilmore and Diggs.
Dude, and JPJ. No one's throwing the ball. Who's getting off the line?
Nobody. Absolutely
Oh my
no. Move
goodness.
Diggs in the slot. Oh my god.
Jakes would probably be even better in the slot.
You think so?
That was solid, right? Jacksonville goes JPJ.
Oh, the time stamp that 3:22 40 seconds. I'm gonna have to try to find it.
They picked it up, right?
I can only hope. Someone's gonna be like, "Yo, we got a frog."
Go.
All right, Colts saying that they think they're stealing Kincaid from Dallas.
That's what I'm saying. They felt the need to jump Dallas. It was not a big jump, so they were jumping Dallas specifically.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like him more as a receiver
Why
than
does
Knox.
Dallas need Kincaid, though?
Because Schultz is
What's with them?
He's
Gone.
in Houston.
Oh.
Yeah. So right
They
now it's
do
Jake
need
Ferguson
Kincaid
and
bad,
Peyton Hendershot.
then.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Mayer's their guy. Jason Witten clone.
Yeah, I mean,
Here we go. Bills are gonna take Dalton Kincaid.
What I say? Shit! That was my.
All right. Well, Michael Mayer
I
might
still
be the
count
next
that.
pick.
I still
Wow.
count
I know that. I like that.
Yeah,
Go
that was
ahead.
solid. That was solid. That was solid. Wow. Where's Nolan Smith gonna go in this? Where's Miles Murphy going?
Where's Joey Porter Jr.
All right,
going?
all right.
Joey Porter Jr.
There's so many
where's-
players.
He's going to
Where's
Cincy.
Kincaid on your fantasy tight ends now?
Hi,
Yeah,
you got Josh Allen throwing
Dude.
to him?
I'm saying
Damn, I mean,
he's got to be a starter at least. In
yeah,
fantasy, right?
Kelsey, Kittle.
I hate Pitts, by the way, so don't even mention that. One.
Please don't even
I'd
mention
probably
that as
have
well.
Pitts
I
over
have
him,
him on
though.
my dynasty team, and
I
I'm
had twice. So
pissed.
I'm good on that.
Prince is probably ranked.
I
higher
drafted
than
him 2 years in a row. Never again.
Yeah, no, I'm not touching him in any redraft.
What about Waller?
ever.
Would you take Waller over Kincaid?
No,
Waller with Daniel Jones?
no, I would not.
I don't know.
I need him.
I
need
think
him.
Waller about to be their leading target guy.
I would.
I think I'd take Waller.
I need him to prove that he can stay healthy.
but he
Though.
can't stay
Kincaid though.
Can't stay healthy. Kincaid might be.
But in all seriousness, this gives them a number 2 option. This gives them someone else who can get open reliably and be a legitimate threat
I
behind
hate
Diggs.
a tight end being my number 2 personally.
T.J. Hawkinson, fair.
No,
all
I
right
hate
field.
it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not a fan.
Patrick Mahomes is
Good
my
call, Colt.
His
That makes
comp
sense.
is Travis Kelce 90% of the time. People,
I don't like that either. Comping to Hall of Famers, I'm not a big
I
fan.
can't
I'm not-
like Steve Smith
I don't
Jr.
care who it is. I don't like comping.
I don't
to Hall of
disagree,
Famers.
but I mean, like everyone when they're trying to make comp, they're like trying not to say Travis
If
Kelce.
that's
and
the
they're like,
comp though, like why are you getting drafted at
Travis Kelce.
25? If that's the comp,
Where did Kelsey go?
Kelsey would go higher than 25.
Kelce was like second or third round. I
Yeah,
think.
bang.
No, I'm saying if you know
Bang.
or if that's the comp, you're not taking Let's
No,
say
I
Travis
know.
Kelsey's in the draft pool.
No.
You're not taking him at
Well,
25.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, if you knew a guy was going to be Julian Edelman, and be like one of the best slot receivers in football, he'd be a top half of the first rounder.
maybe.
Like if you knew guaranteed it was going to be Julian Edelman,
But you could
Stop,
still
you
comp
would.
to
You
Julian.
would.
It's
You
like I
the
think
hit rate's too low.
Yeah, you
for
can
these
comp to
guys.
Julian Edelman. He's not a Hall of Famer.
No. I'm saying
That's
like
what
no. Let's just say you came from the future and like you knew it was Julian Edelman.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I
But
love
if
the
that was the
Bills.
only guy you knew, you're taking him in the top half of the first.
I love
Even
the
if it's
Bills
Julian
did that
I think
Edelman.
Kincaid's good,
so much.
but
I think they sniped him from Dallas.
Yeah, but now this is Michael Mayer.
I like a receiver pick there still.
I don't necessarily think it's Michael because like they're all about
Dwayne
firepower.
McBride.
They're about firepower to such a high degree to where like I do think they would have coveted Kincaid. I don't know if they're going to covet Mayer the same way. I like Mayer better,
Yeah.
so I think that would be a great pick.
They could also go Brzee. Still on the board here. I think he's a
Look
good
at- they're
I
sitting-
think Mayer.
They're sitting there pissed. They're like,
Mayer's-
we're about to get fucking Kincaid.
Yeah, Jerry Jones. Is
Mayer's
really
got to
biting
go
his
to a
lip.
Jerry
tight end.
Jones is
Yeah,
few.
Mayer's got to go to a quarterback with elite accuracy.
I think Dak's pretty
To me,
accurate.
I don't think he's. I don't know though. Dak's hit or miss with me.
Does the most interceptions in the league?
I don't think
Last
he's that
season,
accurate
maybe?
personally.
Did Allen not lead the league in picks?
No.
Damn.
And also, that's including,
actually wild.
That's including the fact that Prescott missed 4 games. You remember? He's still.
I actually had Laporta over.
Yeah.
Mayer.
Okay. Oh, Mayer.
Yeah. I had Laporta. Laporta is my number 2.
Well, if it's
Laporta would be a dog with the
Laporta
Cowboys.
is
shot.
a
I think they can get him in
dog.
the second round too. Yeah, I mean,
He's basically a slot receiver, tight end.
Porter's a dog.
I could see him
they
going
could
here.
use one more interior offensive lineman, maybe a center. A center here, I don't think is out of the realm of possibilities over Tyler Biadasz.
Imagine Miles Murphy.
Osiris Torrance.
They already
Add
have
to
so
the
many
de-
edge
just do
guys.
it again.
Could they do
Put him
Osiris
on the
Torrance?
inside, dude.
Fair.
Could they do Osiris Torrance? Because they're going to
Nolan
move
Smith
to
off
tackle?
ball. What did I call him earlier? Poor man's Michael Parsons.
No.
Nolan Smith.
I
Yeah,
don't
that
see
could be
that.
spicy. No, I don't see it either. I might go John. I'll go John Michael Schmitz here.
I'll go Torrance.
Brian
I
Branch.
go
they're
Torrance.
moving-
Branch
Branch makes sense to me.
Branch be hot. Play him in
Just
the nickel.
because
I like Branch.
Could use some safety.
you know
options.
Jerry wants to go with the high hot name
Branch is-
that everybody knows.
I don't think
and
Branch is
gonna
the
hype
hot
up.
name,
Bama
though.
guy. Yeah.
I don't know Branch.
I think just the Bama brand, and he wants to bring like a high
Sure.
profile program player.
He's an Arkansas guy, though.
Who else?
We
Yep.
wanna give
Colts calling Joey
trying
Porter
to think
Jr. raises some good points. Trevon Diggs, one more year on his deal. We talked about him earlier on as possible
They're gonna
trade
pick up
candidate,
his-
24.
They ain't gonna trade him.
And
Trevon
then
Diggs, I don't think
They're not
Gilmore.
trading him. He's
Gilmore
too
is a
much of a
1 year.
cowboy at
Well,
this
the
point.
Gilmore at that point still a
They'll
1
trade
year.
Gilmore.
Well, he's a 1 year rental. Like he's only got 1 year on his deal.
What, JPJ then? Is
So
that-
JPJ.
I'll be pissed.
Porter Jr. could make
DeJuan
sense.
Jones load up that line a little bit.
Who?
DeJuan Jones.
Oh,
the,
DeJuan
the
Jones.
NFC East is about to make
Terrence
all
Steele
my
coming back,
favorite defensive picks.
Will Levis.
Drew
You're
Sanders.
a Dallas Cowboy.
You are a Dallas Cowboy.
Drew Sanders.
Dang,
Dude,
Will
damn,
Levis.
Indianapolis might be able to draft Will Levis in the second round. Oh, shit.
Here's
This
the
is
thing.
crazy.
Look at who's left. The second round is about to be.
Loaded. And, I mean, I already thought the
Loaded.
second round was the best part of the draft, but, I mean, we're talking about maybe Miles Murphy making it there. Otherwise, him and Nolan Smith are going to come off the board quick. Will Levis potentially falling in the second. Hendon Hooker being there. Andy Ozama, Keon White. I mean, yeah. They went from being so pissed in Dallas to
they might go
clapping. So
Charbonnet is like
look at Jerry though. He's not really. He's like, oh
that would be
yeah.
a third round
They
guy.
might do it now, dude. Jerry Jones
Or Roshan Johnson from Texas. Did you watch
I
it?
hate Roshan Johnson.
Oh, really?
Not a fan at all.
So you take Charbonnet over Roshan?
Dude, I'm not a fan of Roshan at all.
Really? Interesting.
Not a fan.
Interesting. Well, I'm gonna go John Michael Schmitz.
Roshan is to me like the running back that's good in college and trash in the NFL.
Maybe.
Just because he's bigger and stronger than everybody in college, and it's just not going to translate.
Potential.
That's to me. I didn't like him at all.
I'm gonna go JPJ.
Joey Porter Jr.
I'm just gonna keep guessing
Miles
until he
Murphy.
gets picked.
Miles Murphy.
Miles Murphy.
This could totally be Michael Mayer too.
No. It's not gonna be Joey Porter Jr. Because now I noticed that Philadelphia is coming up soon, and they're gonna sit and get Joey Porter Jr. and Jalen Carter.
Give me a
Oh
reach
my
here.
God.
Nah.
That's an A+.
This draft.
That's an A++.
Give me a reach here. Trenton Simpson.
Please, they're not gonna draft
Simpson
another
makes sense.
linebacker.
Give me Simpson for rangy.
Why not? Pair him up with Leighton Van Der Esch?
It's a
Coverage
good fit
guy?
because you need somebody that can go a little more sideline to sideline. Van Der Esch is just.
Yeah.
Still-
Simpson 4.43
still-
speed.
Stiff.
He could go sideline to sideline. All right, Goodell. Nope. No.
I could see Keely Ringer. going.
They can go any. I don't know if I'll be surprised no matter what.
It depends on how
Dallas
creative
does.
they want to get on defense.
Yeah. I think at that point though I'd go.
I
Branch.
just don't
Yeah,
want
creative,
to. I
yeah.
just don't want them to go Branch because I need Branch to go to Jacksonville. It makes
I
too
too need
much
Branch to go to
sense.
Jacksonville. That was my one draft wish. I hope it comes true.
It just makes too much sense. It's crazy.
Julius
Mayor
Brents.
with Mayor to Jacksonville, bro. Come on.
I
You're
don't
talking
even.
about two tight end me.
I don't even get to dream of Julius Brents. My dream is also ruined on that aspect. This is the
Dude,
worst.
Washington sold so hard.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
they straight up let you
I wish
down.
I could like
build you up. But
help you
can't.
out, like give you a little upside.
If they
That's
took-
probably the first round pick that's gonna get the lowest grade for me. That
If they-
gives a 12. No
If
disrespect.
they took
Maybe they're just
Banks
enamored by
over
his
Gonzalez,
picks, 'cause
it's
he had a
like,
lot of
ooh.
picks, right?
Yeah. 6 when
Great ball skills.
Yeah, no, but like 3 of the picks last year were all tip drill. They're just lucky.
They were like
I saw-
They were
half
I
of
saw
them.
it on tape. I
They're
was like,
all lucky.
Yeah, he was gifted most of those.
You can't fake 17 PBUs though. Here we go, Dallas.
Mozzie Smith.
That's a Dallas pick. That's
That
a
is
Dallas
a
pick.
Dallas pick.
Number
Wow.
one. Number 1 on Bruce Feldman's freak list.
I kind of thought he would slip into the first round. I thought the NFL would like him. I like Keanu.
I thought it would
Benton
be
more.
New Orleans who would make the pick though. I thought Mozzie would go to New Orleans.
I forgot about this. I remember a while someone mentioned it
Yeah.
like
I like that pick.
a month ago maybe, and I
Yeah.
was like, that makes sense.
They
for
need a
Dallas.
run stopper, and Mozzie is that, but he's also so athletic that
That's
he fits.
a big dude. Man.
Yeah,
He's a big
336, but he is quick. But he's also got the movement skills to keep up with all the stunts and twists that Dan Quinn uses. So he's kind of their perfect D tackle,
Yeah.
and can help them again stop the run. So yeah, that's a good pick, man. So no Mayer, no
Go
Porter
defense
Jr.
again.
No
I mean,
Defense, Dallas.
This is
I know, like damn, it's not like the strength of their team, honestly. Sheesh.
I know, right?
Who's Jacksonville going for?
Branch, gotta be Branch. I'm locking in Branch before
I'm
I.
thinking corner. I don't know.
Branch is a corner.
Dude, nickel corner.
Corner's a safety.
Darius
More of a
Williams.
safety than no.
Well, he plays nickel corner. Nickel corner, strong
What's he gonna
safety.
play in the NFL?
Nickel corner, strong safety. He played all 5 positions at Bama.
He's the
There's
answer.
no outside corner essentially, but
He should-
everywhere else, he'll kind of switch between.
I don't
Yeah.
think. I think he's faster than 4.58.
Oh, he's labeled as a safety. That's why I was asking. I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
know if he's
No. His snap alignment's strong safety, nickel mostly, but he's played everywhere in college.
I could see Jacksonville going Nolan Smith here.
So could I. Arden Key replacement.
Heavy.
I could
Nolan
do.
Smith.
I just the
They
Brian
just
Branch,
took Trayvon Walker last year too. Georgia guy.
the Brian
That's
Branch
not great.
fit just makes
No,
too
I'm saying, but
much
Georgia
sense
guys.
to me. It just makes too much sense.
What's their O line like?
Holes at left
Well,
guard and potentially
Left tackle for 6 games.
Yep, 6 games. Cam
I-
Robinson
I
got
made-
suspended today for 6 games for
I
PEs.
made up 6. I don't
And they
remember.
lost Jawan Taylor
Left
to
guard?
Kansas City.
Osiris Torrance? No.
Yeah, he's a right guard, but you can flip him to left. I feel fine with that. Or they take DeJuan
Avila?
Jones.
Avila played left guard, no?
Yeah, left guard and center. I would like Avila. Best pass pro, interior offensive lineman in my
He's
opinion.
fantastic in pass, bro.
He's a dog.
He's insane.
He's a.
It's insane.
He doesn't move.
I
Yeah.
think
He literally
People don't
puts a
move him,
post in
yeah.
the ground and he's just there. No one gets around him.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
strong.
I definitely think there might be a lot of teams that have Avila over Torrance.
He's got the wildest pass pro tape I've seen on a guard.
It's insane.
It's
no.
awesome.
He just sits there.
Except
It does-
against
nothing
Georgia.
happens.
Yeah, nothing went well for TCU against Georgia. But other than the national championship game,
I mean,
yeah,
shit.
he was great.
Yeah, when you.
Well, damn, picks in. Well, with the suspension to Cam Robinson, tackle becomes an even bigger need.
Why do we only got one round tonight, man?
I know.
Just keep it
2
rolling.
rounds tomorrow, though, bro. We're gonna be hype. And Pittsburgh started
I
off.
got nothing. Till third round, man. Tragic.
Who knows? They might make a move.
Deal with Dalvin Cook.
They might make a move. Who knows?
You think we do Dalvin Cook? No, we can't get a second round for Dalvin, dude. No way this late in his career. I would
Second
do
and
it.
a third?
No
Move
way.
up
I would
one
do it.
round?
No shot.
You don't think he can be worth 32 picks?
No. No, I don't.
That sucks. They just move up earlier in the third round with Dalvin
Also-
Cook. They go from like
Yeah, no, seriously.
they go from 87
That's
to
the
80.
upside.
87 to 80.
We've also
They may
had
be able
no.
to gain one third round pick.
That's
And
fine,
I don't
bro.
even think that's true. I don't think we can get a third rounder out of him.
We've also had no player trade, no Chase
Not
Young or whatever. Yet, there's still time.
I know. I am. I'm actually a little surprised by that. Sorry, guys.
I feel like it would have happened by now though, if it was gonna happen.
Well, yeah, it would
Do you
be
think?
here or I guess with Kansas City at 30. I guess would be the other spot.
I think the reason we're not seeing that is because there's a lot of deeper talent that's still on the board.
Yeah.
No one feels the need to trade for a player
Yeah.
at certain spots. I mean,
No,
some,
I mean that makes sense.
what position is really thin at this point?
Tackle.
Yeah,
That's
we're
it.
down to the last two.
But
Jawan
who's trading
Jones
a
and
tackle?
Anton.
No one's trading a tackle that I can think of.
Trading a tackle, you're saying?
So
or
like, think
trading-
about player. Like I'm saying, teams that will trade the asset, the player, like current NFL player,
Yeah.
Sure.
for a team for a position that's getting thin in the draft. There really isn't one that lines up.
Well, I'd
Like,
say,
we're
like,
getting thin in tackle,
It
but
could-
what tackle is being traded in the NFL?
Yeah, I don't know if there is one.
You know what I'm saying?
it could
Yeah.
be. I mean, but it could be so like.
Like, yeah, there's
So
running
edge is a
back, but we're not thin at
scenario-
running back yet.
Yeah, edge would be the only
Wide
one, but-
receiver, we're getting close to being thin. I could see D Hop maybe
Yeah.
moving at some point.
I
But
think.
Well, I'd said Chase Young, and then Washington takes Will McDonald. But with McDonald off the board, I just don't know.
Chase Young, Washington takes Anton Harrison.
dude.
Who's still on the board?
That was a demon. Yeah, Anton could work.
Because I mean, like your different positions, and then get your
Or
edge in
Nolan
round
Smith
two.
could work, for that matter.
Yeah,
Can't wait for
but I'm just like
Will
something
McDonald
like
to be a
that.
Hall of
Where I
Famer.
don't know.
I can't wait. Can't wait for Will McDonald to go for 15 sacks this year.
All right, Jags, pick is in.
Can't wait.
Ryan Branch, let's go.
I'm
They
gonna
look-
go Branch. Damn boy, you leaning out of frame.
Dude,
Oh, sorry.
it's gotta be. It's
send
gotta be Branch.
Going Nolan Smith for me.
Nolan Smith.
I think pick 27 is too far.
This could be Anton
He's too
Harrison
good of an athlete
with Cam
to drop
Robinson's
off.
suspension.
He's too good of an athlete to drop out of the first round.
Yeah. Oh,
Did we ever
totally.
get actual confirmation on what his game suspension was?
I have no idea. If
'Cause
anybody
that's-
knows what Cam Robinson's suspension was, definitely
Why
drop
is
it in the
Myles
live
Murphy
chat.
Please
still
let
on
us
the
know.
board?
But I mean, is this his second PEDs, or am I thinking of the other Jags tackle from years ago? I mean, I don't know, but that's tough because I mean they already lost Jawan Taylor, so you're talking about Walker Little and Josh Wells. I don't know about starting that.
I think they like Little though.
No, I think they do like Little.
Enough to.
Yeah, but he was injury prone at Stanford. That was the one knock.
was.
That's the reason he fell to 40. You know,
That is yeah. Yeah.
the fact that I remember that Walker Little went pick 40 is a little absurd. Oh my gosh, taking their time. Brian Brzee could also make some sense here. A little interior defensive line juiced. Ooh, they added Dearness Johnson this offseason? Why did I not know that? I love that fit next to Travis Etienne.
Really,
Dearness? Travis?
I love that name.
I know.
Dearness.
Is that what you're going to name your kid?
Yeah, actually.
By the way,
How
he's
do you
got
know?
a kid on the way. I know. Cat's out the bag. All right, here we go. Goodell to the podium. Show me Brian Branch. Anton Harrison. Yep.
Wow.
Cam Robinson replacement.
This would not have been the pick if Anton or if Cam
I
Robinson
don't
was
think it
not
would be.
suspended.
I don't think it would be.
They
honestly.
pivoted hard,
To me,
and he's great. He's
other than
give him a little strength, and he's going to be amazing.
yeah. And honestly, I think he has more strength than what he plays with. but also get to the NFL level and start working out, get on that diet, you'll be
Oh,
fine.
he's very underdeveloped as an athlete. It looks like, as far as like
The strength profile of it.
Yeah.
No, he's a good mover, but I also think he's the most polished pass protector in this
How old
class.
is he?
I want to say true junior. So, younger side.
Yeah, enough.
Yeah, best pass protector right behind Skoronski and Paris Johnson Jr. My
You give
books.
him like a full chiseled NFL, not chiseled, but like built up NFL body, he'd be fine.
Yeah.
Because you can tell, he looks a little
A little light.
baby weight.
Little Oklahoma-ish.
Right.
Like an Oklahoma tackle,
Yeah, like Will Levis.
Who is still on the board.
Yeah, love it.
Cincinnati.
Trash.
Joe Burrow replacement.
Horrendous.
No, I think this is Joey Porter Jr.
Let
right
that
here.
man
Cincy.
slide to the third round. Right where he should be.
Get the hell out of here.
Who?
Right where he should be.
You think
Levis.
Kellen Mond went in the third round. I don't want to hear Will Levis's name in the third
Yeah,
round.
I think they're about similar result.
Get
Never see the field.
Kyle Trask went in the second round. No shot.
Yeah, he shouldn't have gone there either.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
not a Trask guy either.
that's
Or
facts.
Mond, to be honest.
Yeah, well,
Not a fan of that pick.
yeah, neither was Mike Zimmer. I've seen enough of that in practice. One of the best coach quotes of all time. All right, well, Anton Harrison, I do like that. And then worst comes to worst, him plus Walker Little could be your tackle duo of the future.
Is this
Picks in
Mayer?
for Cincy.
Mayer.
I'm going Joey Porter Jr. here.
I'd like some defensive help.
They can go
That, you know what, Philadelphia just having Joey Porter Jr. fall into their lap would make too much sense.
It makes too much sense, which makes me
Also,
mad.
Joey Porter
But
Jr.
yeah.
Joey Porter Jr. and a Spagnuolo defense would be unfair. So please, God, do not let Kansas City get my number 3 corner in the draft.
Oh my god.
Like they need any more reinforcements. Sheesh.
Goodness gracious. I know, right?
All right, what do you got? You got a pick here for Cincy? This could be Nolan Smith too. Like I could totally see them loving his character, his upside, his athlete.
I think Mayer here.
Mayer.
Yep.
Mayer makes sense. He's a hometown kid too. He's from Cincy.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
I think Mayer's.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah,
I
hometown kid. So that would make a lot of Bengals fans happy.
Miles Murphy.
Dude, at this point we
How?
are looking at Will Levis,
Murphy and
Nolan Smith, one of these 3 guys, or Joey Porter Jr. One of these 4 guys, unless Porter
To
Jr.'s pick
me,
here.
Miles
Those guys
Murphy
gonna fall.
sliding this far is the biggest surprise.
I hope the Steelers
as
take him.
far as slides.
If he makes it to 32, I hope the Steelers take him. That would be insane value. We have other needs, but
I mean,
that or Arizona at 33 is going to get an absolute steal.
Yep.
this is wild.
He's a top 10 guy to me. Personally. I love Miles Murphy.
Yeah, he was 28 on my big board.
I
think.
wish the Bengals
Where's he,
all the
27?
success in the world because
Brzezzi's still here too.
if you live in Cincinnati, you got to have something going for you.
Not a lot.
You know what's going to be crazy? Detroit's going to get Brian Brzee at 35, and we're going to forget about Jameer Gibbs and Jack Campbell as reaches. And we're going to do what we used to do with the Raiders, where it's like, if you flip the first and second round, it doesn't look
Yeah.
too bad. All right, Goodell to the podium. Since he takes Miles Murphy. That's a fire fit.
Beautiful. Miles Murphy's a dog, man.
There you go. He should not have fallen to the second.
Right
so.
at your
Last year-
28?
Huh?
You said you had him at 28,
I
right?
had him at 28 on my big board.
Nice.
Hold on, let me double
Look at
check.
that. Look at that.
Just double check.
What good value.
Yeah, wow.
You know what? I think the
Crazy.
value. I think the value lines up for me.
Yeah, weird.
Yep, 28 on the dot. That means the next pick's Tank
No,
Dell.
I love that.
Take down.
Tank Dell's the next pick.
New Orleans, congrats. Dang, New Orleans would have loved Murphy.
Dude, New Orleans, Joey Porter Jr. No,
Dude,
no
just
one's
get dragged. Look at where's the tackle?
Dude, his ability to win with power is crazy.
That
but also,
left hand, dude.
Yeah, he's got a mean punch. But you're talking about Trey Hendrickson last year of his contract, Sam Hubbard,
Look at the
1 or
left
2
hand.
years left on his deal.
Dude, when he
So-
punches them, they look
Punch,
like they got hit
swipe.
by like a stun grenade.
No, a concussion grenade, honestly.
Oh, he's so good, dude. I love Miles Murphy.
So, yeah, I think it's a good BPA approach right there for Cincy. I think that was a guy they didn't think would be there. So they were like,
53 QB
Dubs.
pressure.
I think that's great. I think that's awesome. I think they're going to love
and I
him.
mean, he did all that production, 119 tackles, 17 and a half sacks, 37 tackles for loss while getting double teams.
That's what
Almost
I
all
love,
the time.
is that he was getting double.
Clemson ran so many 3-man fronts that him and Brzee were catching so many double teams. It's insane. And he still had production.
Dude, 4.51 at
278.
268.
Oh, my God.
my goodness,
I know.
he's a freak.
I know.
I love it.
That's
I know.
pretty insane.
No, I love that pick, man. I'd have taken him to the Vikings. I would love that pick.
Nah, that.
Wow.
that
We
would
need
be
an
solid.
edge too. I would love that.
Yeah.
This draft has been just honestly
Watch
exactly what
Philly.
we thought. So wild.
While being nothing of what we
So unpredictable. It's
Watch
just
Philly get Nolan Smith. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
no. They're gonna
Go
get
crazy.
Joey Porter Jr.
You think? Is that a good fit for them?
Breezy.
Oh man.
Our
They
Saints
did
fan,
last year. They
Saints
weren't
fan
on
in the
it
chat
last year.
saying it's gonna be Nolan Smith. So
I think
Smith could make some sense.
Smith to the
Third pass rusher.
Joey Porter's gonna be an Eagle.
If Nolan Smith goes to Kansas City, I'm gonna lose my marbles. That's gonna be insane.
They need some pass rush too.
Yeah, that's what
they
I'm
they
saying.
would lose their minds.
Who did Philly take earlier? Jalen Carter? Or what did they take? Nolan Smith too. 2 Georgia Bulldogs.
Shoot.
Like they need it. All right, yeah, New Orleans. Damn, I think they could use corner. Man, Breezy, let me know. I think Andrews Pete's overrated. I think they could use guard here. I think Osiris Torrance wouldn't be bad.
I think Osiris Torrance is kind of a plug and play anywhere. Like for most teams, like
Yeah.
if you need a guard,
Well,
he's
Philadelphia's
ready to go.
Philly's the other spot, but I don't know if he has quite the movement skills that Philly will covet. So,
I thought he moved well.
for his size, I think he has underrated movement skills. But that's been the main critique that a lot of people have had. But I think he moves
Who
better,
moves better, do you think?
at the
Like,
guard
what's a better guard?
at the guard spot.
Yeah, in the draft.
Well, if you call Skoronski a guard, definitely Skoronski.
Avila.
I don't know.
I don't think
Avila-
Avila moves better than Osiris.
I think they might be about the same. Maybe Torrance slightly better.
I like Torrance better in the run game. Avila better in the pass game.
Tippmann and John Michael Schmitz, I think, can play guard, so I'll lump them into that conversation.
I don't think they do though.
Cody
I don't
Mock
think there's
moves
anyone-
better, but Mock might also be better off as a
I
center.
I like Mock more as a center than I do at guard. I think Bergeron's gonna be a center.
Bergeron is a center.
I think Bergeron's gonna be a
Chandler Zavala. I'll take his movement skills over Torrance. But yeah, no, I mean, I think.
Who's the UCLA guy?
John Gaines. Juice Scruggs probably moves a little better, but he's probably a third
No,
fourth rounder.
not Gaines. Maybe is it Cal? He's got a weird name. That's not. Who am I thinking of then? John.
Weird.
He's probably more of like a fourth rounder, or third or fourth. Probably more of a fourth.
Michigan, Olusegun Oluwatimi.
No, but nice name.
Well, I got to say Olusegun
Say that
Oluwatimi.
Yeah.
Olusegun Uluwatimi.
I-
Hold on, let's have some
Wait,
fun
who
here.
was it?
Olusegun Uluwatimi.
UCLA.
Are you sure?
He's got like Boffy. His name's like weird.
Oh, Antonio Maffi.
There you go.
He's a mauler. I don't know
There
if he
you
moves
go.
that well. I mean, he moves forward great in a straight line.
I mean, before. I'm saying
Forward.
forward.
Yeah, forward definitely
I'm
moves
digging. I'm digging deep. I'm not. Yeah. He's like again. He's fourth, maybe later.
Hold on, I gotta show
But-
y'all this name of a guy I broadcasted for earlier this year at WNL. See if you guys can nail this pronunciation.
Oh yeah, I got you.
I'm gonna nail this.
JT's gonna crush this. This is his realm of expertise.
Oh yeah.
So we got a little less than 3
yes.
minutes to go before we get the Saints pick
You
here at
want to go
29.
first? Huh?
The guy I highlighted right there, 22. What do we think?
Agbayabe?
What would you say for the first name?
Wayemi?
Okay, not terribly far off.
Waimi Agbayabe.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think.
Waimi Agbe.
Agbayabe. Hey, we're close.
You're not far off.
We're close.
Oh, a lot closer than I was in my initials. Sorry, everybody watching.
My-
That was a
Take us
little
in.
small detour.
My two favorite names I've ever heard. So a buddy of mine, his mom was a high school teacher,
Sure.
inner city, and these are two real names. There was this girl's name was Ashole.
Sure.
Ashole, you know,
Oh,
spelled
nah. I know exactly what you're saying.
ASSHOLE.
Yep.
No way.
Swear to God.
No way.
That was the name. Said pronounced Ashole, but that's how it's spelled. There's another one
That ain't
named
right.
Shathid.
Oh yeah, we know that one.
SHITHEAD. That was a real name.
Shathid.
Those are two real
Yeah,
names.
Shathid. I said that as a joke.
I call people Shathid all the time. Oh man. Anyways, back to business here.
What's the
Picks
pick?
in.
What's the pick?
Picks in for the Saints. And
Oh, look.
yeah, I got some feedback that people like Pete. I feel like I don't like Andrus Pete as much as Saints fans, but it's all good.
We got
Let's see if the Saints like him as much as him.
Nolan Smith. What do we got?
What crap?
Mayor.
Mayor, that'd be hot. Brian Brzee makes a ton of sense.
Wow, I can't even think. Brzee got taken in the first round.
Got the frame, got the athleticism.
Big boy.
Area of need. Yeah. He's from Frederick. I didn't know that. Frederick, Maryland. Damn, not too far away.
Yeah, house
Dang,
rules on
he would have been a better pick than Emmanuel
That's a
Forbes.
Frederick house right there. That's a Frederick, Maryland house right
100%.
there. Good Lord.
Damn, well, good for Brzee. That dude has battled so much in his life, both with injuries and obviously his sister passing his last year. But I think a guy that hasn't really fully hit his upside, and it sucks they say 298 here on NFL Network. He's definitely like 308, but runs a 4.8.
He was at the combine 298.
Really, was he?
Yeah, he was.
Okay, Clemson had him.
I feel like he
305,
plays. I feel like he plays a
308.
little bit higher though.
He looks thicker than 298 though.
Yeah.
That's all I know. Maybe it's the pads. I don't know. But yeah, I think you're getting a good run defender right away in New Orleans, and a guy who can win with power. And once he learns a couple moves,
More of a run stopper.
yeah, definitely. But he's a D tackle, so that's fine. They
That's
lost
what they
David
got.
Onyemata, so you're trying to find that run stopping replacement, and then there's untapped potential as a pass rusher. So, former number 1 overall recruit, that always goes a long way to boosting the profile.
There's risk because there's a lot assuming that his lack of production came from his difficult year and then also injury. But if that's a correct assessment and you're getting the player that you got his first year, he is an amazing.
Yeah, him and Miles
tackle
Murphy were both
prospect.
so good as true freshmen, and then just never got any better than that, which sucks. And then again, they also both
Yeah.
ate a ton of double teams, so
They do.
only
They
so
ate a
much you can
ton.
do there. But I said the same thing about Lee McNeil from NC State. They ran 3.35, and I thought McNeil was going to be better once he got one-on-one opportunities, and that's exactly been the case. All right, Will Levis going to Philadelphia. Watch out, Jalen Hurts. No.
Kansas City.
I think it's Nolan Smith. Or,
Watch out, Pat Mahomes.
it's got to be Nolan Smith or Joey Porter Jr.
It's one of those two. It's too good a value.
I'm
Nolan Smith.
trying to think of
No,
anyone.
Joey Porter Jr.
I'm trying to think of anyone available. Here's the thing. I think it would normally be Nolan Smith because I could have seen a world Nolan Smith fell.
They already have Hassan Reddick. They already kind of have Nolan Smith. You know what I'm saying?
Give me
But
A-Chain.
exactly. That's like they.
Give me A-Chain.
Take him in the second round, though. You can wait. You can wait. That would be wild.
I'd love A-Chain. I would take him first. I don't care.
I'd be Cole Strange level shocked.
That would be cool, strange level.
I love him, dude. Trade
Dude,
out.
Howie's like,
Trade
how does
out.
this keep happening? Howie's just looking at it and he's like, how do the good players keep falling to us? Wow. Yeah, I think I'll go Joey Porter Jr. Darius Slade's getting up there in age. Gary Bradbury up there in age. I know they extended and restructured both those guys, but wouldn't hurt to get younger and find a potential replacement long term for those guys.
Sirianni. Oh, I hate Eagles fans, man.
I know they are kind of the worst. As a Steelers fan, I can't stand them either. So.
Yeah.
No disrespect to any Eagles fans watching.
No, disrespect.
Full respect.
Yeah,
full disrespect to
Yeah,
Eagles
full
fans.
disrespect.
That one's coming from a Commanders fan.
You guys.
The
are
two NFC fan bases here are a little more.
Yeah, you're the worst fans in that.
a little more.
No, it's the truth.
Your team's great. I wish I could say otherwise. Your team is built the way I would want to build a team.
Yeah,
But y'all are the worst. We all know it.
helps in on a second round quarterback.
You threw stuff at
That's what the team's
Santa.
about to do with Will Levis.
You attacked Santa Claus. You're the worst fans.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Arizona takes Will Levis just so they can have two pouting bitches.
Lock
crazy.
Kyler and Will Levis in a room. Whoever wins in COD 101 is their
Oh
starting
my God,
quarterback
dude.
week 1. No, I mean the question needs to be asked: could Detroit take them? Could the Rams?
Yeah,
take
now-
'em? Seattle at 37,
Detroit
the Rams
might-
at 38, or the
Detroit
Raiders at
could
38.
sit there.
Rams are just gonna sit and take, dude.
You think?
The
Detroit
Rams
takes-
could sit there and take Will
I think
Levis.
they should.
I don't think so.
Replacement for Goff, only one more
Detroit
year.
seems to be more of like a win now mode, man. I think they really think they got something.
Yeah, I know. They moved the needle a ton with Gibbs at 12 and Campbell at 18.
But it's not so much a win now as you got to think about a winning
yeah, let's
window.
look at the
and
consensus board.
how long can you win with golf?
Well, he's only got 1 year left on his deal, too.
I'm not
so.
a big golf
That's what
guy.
I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
You draft
That's
Levis.
why you got to get a quarterback.
Oh, let's see. Jameer Gibbs, consensus board number 25. They took
I
him
like
at
that
12.
actually. Because you're not reaching for it either.
Yeah. And then
Jack Campbell.
Jack Campbell, consensus board 44. And they took him at 18. So I think that might be our single biggest reach.
Where's Emmanuel Forbes on there?
Will McDonald's
36.
33.
Okay.
So yeah, I think Campbell
Might be the
biggest reach off the consensus board. Any other real sudden?
Does consensus board factor in that Gonzalez and Banks were available? Or no?
Look at all these
Curious.
Look at all these cornballs standing up. Weirdos.
Why do they kind of all look like the same person?
Why do they look like psychopaths? They look like
Looks like a bad sales office.
they look like they're about to. They look like they're trying to get you into their cult,
That's what it takes to be an Eagle.
or they're gonna ask you to join their consulting firm.
Oh, that definitely looks like a
That's-
consulting
there you
firm.
go.
That's a consulting firm right there.
We are Bruce Allen Hamilton, and we're here.
Bruce Allen Hamilton. All right.
How he's
Less
on the
than
phone?
3 minutes.
Yeah, he's talking to a player. He's not. They're not trading.
Yeah, he's smiling.
He's smiling.
Oh,
So
it feels like it's got to be Nolan or
Here's
Joey
Nick
Porter Jr.
Sirianni. Talk to your coach. Hey Joey, can't believe you made it here. Y'all are gonna fuck the Commanders.
Oh, they took that 165-pound fucking pencil.
Yeah.
They
Next-
passed on you.
Next Commanders game, can you just stand next to him for me, please? Thanks.
Need a side-by-side.
Yeah, for real.
It's like Kyler Murray standing next to Tanner McKee, or Bryce Young, for that matter, standing next to Tanner McKee. Man, well, that means... Yeah, it seems as though Hyatt's going to make it to the second round. I mean, we'll see what Kansas City does.
Yeah,
to the Eagles.
We still got a pick.
Keanu Benton. Man, it kind of sucks. The two guys I wanted Pittsburgh to take at 32, Monty Smith, Jack Campbell, both gone. So I don't know what they do there.
Jalen Hyatt to the Eagles.
Joey Porter Jr. if he makes it there. I mean, sheesh.
I mean,
Pittsburgh at 32. I'd be so pumped.
You guys are really high on him. I'm not.
He's
all.
not. Apparently, he's not even really high on the Steelers board.
I don't like him.
apparently he's not high on the NFL board.
I don't think he's very good.
The NFL draft doesn't.
Why do y'all like him so much? I really don't.
100%
I did
top
not.
arm length.
I didn't like his highlight, like
4.45.
his tape, his highlights. I did not like it.
Really?
I
like the press upside.
What I think the NFL might not like, that I don't care about as much, is he doesn't take the ball away. I don't care about that. I'd rather you
Take it easy, breezy.
I'd rather you break up. I'd rather you focus on breakups and fall into
No,
some
me too.
interceptions. He's got that ideal size. I actually do take into account the fact that he comes from an NFL family.
Yeah.
I like that.
I don't.
That has actually.
I don't at all.
That's actually helped worked in the past, and like for Patrick Surtain.
Yeah.
I mean, it like there's decent evidence that like you literally just have like the genes to be an NFL player aren't common. Like you need to be subhuman. So like you come from that kind of stock.
Yeah, he got better year over year at Penn State.
Got better year over
I
year.
just don't think they're good.
But hey, they're about to continue the trend. No Penn State corner's ever been taken in the first round.
Yeah, facts.
And that
He'd
might
be a great fit in
might-
Kansas
unless they
City,
pick
so-
him now, that's going to
Who are they
continue.
bringing out? What is this? Who are you?
Turn it.
21.
Okay. Who?
Keon White.
Are you? Dude, perfect, eh?
The Eagles would bring Dude
Oh, that makes
Perfect
sense.
out. The Eagles would bring Dude Perfect
That's cool.
out.
They brought out their high school math teacher. I actually don't know who that is, but she looks like a math teacher.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that is.
Dude Perfect totally epitomizes
She
the
does
Eagles
trick throws,
fan
what do you
base.
mean? Oh, that's Travis Kelce's mom. Jason Kelce's mom. All right. Well, this is cute. Dang.
He just said Casey.
You mean Philly? Good hair though. Damn, jealous.
Too bad the Eagles are playing or
On the clock.
selecting.
Yeah.
God, that was
But Kansas
horrendous.
City's hosting, so forget about it.
Yeah, you got to get them off the stage ASAP.
Yeah, this ain't.
There's
No-
corduroy suits. I'm good on that.
Yeah,
Y'all gotta get out of here.
No disrespect. Talking to a YouTuber. Sick to YouTube. Here we go. Nolan Smith.
Nolan Smith.
That made all the sense in the world.
Yeah, I did. I mean, they built through.
And Nolan Smith. They just drafted two Bulldogs to go with Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean. They are just recreating the 2021 Georgia defense.
They're just grabbing Jordan, which is not a bad strategy.
No, that's a smart move.
It's the best defense in college football history.
That's an A+ draft for Philadelphia. All the shit we talked about the Eagles.
Wow.
I think you might be the biggest winners of the NFL draft.
Man, I
night one.
like Nolan Smith. I didn't want to
Them
hate
in New
him.
England. Them in New
God.
England.
That's absurd.
That's so much value right there. Juice.
How on earth did he fall?
That's
30.
calm.
Hassan Reddick. What did I say? They already have Hassan Reddick on the roster. It's the same shit I was saying. So I think Joey Porter Jr.
They got him
round
at
out round
30,
one here.
dude.
He'd be a perfect fit in Kansas City.
Do you think they're going to select him?
Yeah, I think the value's too good. B.J. Ojolari could make sense. I'm trying to think about what other. I think they would like Nolan Smith. Whoa, that was weird how they did that.
That was
You haven't seen that?
awesome. That's cool.
That was
I
crazy.
like that. Pause everybody else except for his matchup. I love that.
Yeah. Damn, he's straight A. TJ Uwalungalele on that highlight. That's wild.
4.39 is so crazy, bro.
Yeah. I think he probably needs to add
It's insane.
7 to 12 pounds worth of muscle, but
He could do that, though.
I think he can do it.
Especially when the first year he's barely going to be playing. He's just going to be in the weight room just getting
Do it 100%.
yoked.
He'll have a small role. He'll be a specialist, third down guy. They might play him off ball, like low key. They need another linebacker. They could
And
legitimately just lean on his athleticism.
He
there.
can do it.
Yeah, no, I agree.
He could do that no problem.
Yeah. Wow. Yep, there you go. There's your Georgia recap there, NFL Network. You're welcome. I already said this.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Why do they make such good moves? I hate you.
Howie Roseman. Need you to suck
The
more.
fact that they just sat there and got all this.
Yeah. Well, they moved up for Carter, but yeah.
No, but like a
I know.
pick,
I know. By one pick.
bro.
Bruh.
Meanwhile, I'm out here getting a receiver. I'm like horrendous.
I'm not mad about the Steelers pick. I'm actually kind of a happy fan tonight. I'm the one guy that's happy with their
I'm
team.
okay with my pick. I'm not definitely not where he's at.
I am on the record.
I have Anton-
not okay with my pick.
I have Anton Harrison ranked higher than Broderick Jones, and we would have
I-
had to move up for him, but
I
I'll take it.
I give mine like a B.
I hate my pick, and
about that.
I don't see a path forward for my team. What's the goal? What position are we going for in the second round? They shouldn't have even gone for corner.
The second round?
Yeah, what can we get?
Oh.
What lineman are we getting?
Steve
No one.
Taylor, Cody Mock, maybe? Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe Jack Campbell's there. Nope. Apparently, he got picked at 18.
Trent Simpson could be there.
I don't want Trent Simpson, dude. I don't need another athletic guy to work on. That's the.
I like
That's,
Simpson, too. But
I do too, but like, we don't.
Play Simpson in the nickel. I think there could be something there.
He's a nickel guy.
Yeah. Plays that star backer role.
Ugh.
Yeah, I think Kansas City. Spagnuolo loves his guys who can press the line of scrimmage. I think this is Porter Jr. right here.
Who is it if it's not Porter?
If
That's
it's
fine.
not
That's
Porter Jr.
where, which we never expected Porter to be.
B.J. Ojolari would be my next favorite fit for that team.
I like BJ.
Have him solely be a DPR. You have a Menahue and Karlaftis play on rundowns.
Who I always would put in my mind here would be Will McDonald, thinking he would get all the way here. And he got picked.
Yeah, well, yeah. Or
But-
Felix Henry Ozama. He's another one that makes sense.
Ooh, yeah. But I
prefer Ojolari, I think. Sorry.
feel like they will too.
Hyatt would be interesting.
It's the last pick. First round.
Yep, last pick of the first round. Favorite pick so far?
That's tough. They have the 2 trophies and they have 1 empty. Is that on purpose for like this year?
this
you're
year,
saying?
probably, yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah.
That is, yeah.
That's tough.
It is dope that they get to make the last pick and they're hosting the draft. That's pretty sick.
It is sick.
All right, favorite pick of the first round. Go.
No, on like dang, this hurts me to say, but I think Gonzalez.
To New England.
At
I was
17?
gonna say the same thing. Trade down and get Gonzalez.
I mean-
that's fire.
Janet Carter at 9.
Carter at 9. I was gonna say Nolan Smith. That was my runner-up. So New England and Philadelphia seemingly have won the first
Carter at
round.
9 to me.
And then Porter Jr., if he is the pick here for Kansas City, would probably be up there as well.
Porter Jr. will, if
So,
it's picked, will be very.
Brian Branch, not a first rounder.
Michael Mayer.
Steve Avila, I would assume, is not going to be a first rounder. Will Levis, not a first rounder. Hendon Hooker, not a first rounder. Wow. And I mean, if this is Edge, Joey Porter Jr., not a first rounder. Sheesh. Yeah, no, this was a. We knew we were going to get a weird draft where we didn't know when anything was coming.
It was a
And
weird
it lived up to that. It lived up to it. We had, 5 trades? So enough movement on the board.
Yeah.
But nothing too crazy. really this was just teams trusting their own process, and Will McDonald goes 15, Jameer Gibbs goes 12.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it was a fun draft night.
Nailed it.
Yeah, I know. I do like that 15. Pick for the Jets. All right, here we go. What y'all's picks? You going Hyatt here?
I think I do got it.
You going Hyatt?
Why not?
Shoot your shot.
I mean, that would be wild. He could play out wide.
I think it's got to be Porter. I think the second half of this whole draft, I've guessed Porter. But you're right. I think I don't know how you pass up Porter. But apparently the league hates him. So.
What if Kansas City drafted Will Levis just to sit him for a year? And just build up his stock. Just to pull what the Bills did with Mitch Trubisky.
And honestly, how happy is Joey Porter if he did fall and goes to the Kansas City Chiefs?
God. Honestly, it'd be worth the fall.
I got paid a little bit less, and now I get to play on the Chiefs.
And now I'm going to win a ring with him in my rookie contract?
Hell yeah. You kidding me?
That would be fire. He is a great scheme fit for Spags. Man, whatever this pick is, though, that place is about to erupt.
Yeah.
They're crazy. And then once this pick's in, we'll kind of recap and we can kind of sit over the first round and then maybe make some early predictions for Pittsburgh for 32.
Yeah. Oh, shoot. If this is not Joey Porter Jr., how does Pittsburgh not pick Joey Porter Jr.?
I don't know. Literally, the report came out this morning that he wasn't very high on their board, but if you get the draft of him in the second round at a position of need...
That's just interesting that the report this morning came out. He's not high on their board. Report came out this morning. Porter was not high on Washington's board. I didn't think Gonzalez was low either, but or Banks or anyone or anyone else but Forbes. I mean, I don't think the league is digging on Porter.
Yeah,
if he's not picked here, I think that's.
He did every athletic test but 3-cone, and that was the one test I really wanted to see. That and the 40. And he didn't run the 3-cone, so I wonder about his ability to plant that back foot and go make a play on a ball,
That could have been on purpose.
Yeah, that's the concern. Right. That's the worry. Sheesh. Damn, they're taking their sweet time with this.
I mean, it's, they're hosting.
100%. All right, what was y'all's favorite trade of the night? Favorite move? Trade-wise.
Before the pick, I kind of just loved what the Lions did. When you have an extra first rounder, that's smart play. Getting more picks out of your free pick.
Cardinals.
I would have loved even more if they got a pick next year.
Paris. Yeah,
but they kind of ruined it for me by picking a running back.
But at that same point, it was a pick they weren't supposed to have, or it wasn't theirs. They trade back, get another asset that is now truly theirs.
Yeah,
and I just not terrible. Paris is a good one.
No, mine's more. I don't care about the move up. It's more the move back for the 2024 first rounder.
Yeah, so basically they move back 3 spots, get a future first.
I love the future first. That's where
move up 1 spot in the second round and get a tackle of the future.
Yeah,
right tackle of the future.
I think Cardinals won that piece of it.
Favorite trade up. Who else traded up?
I mean, the Eagles traded up 1 spot for Jalen Carter.
I like the aggressiveness of the Texans,
I do like
but they
that.
gave up a lot, so I don't know if I can pick that as my favorite.
Yeah, I don't want to be biased and say Pittsburgh, but I do like the Pittsburgh move for Broderick Jones. Even though I'm not crazy about Broderick Jones, I think he's worth being taken in the first round, and I do like leapfrogging those other teams. Honestly, I'll say Deontay Banks to the Giants. I think that was the right move. Move up 1 spot, not too much, and then you get a perfect scheme fit. You just take out risk. Don't let the Jags snipe you there. No.
Yeah, it was good as well.
So I think my favorite trade of the night was the Giants. That and the Steelers. I think that both those moves made a lot of sense. All right, what do we got, Cadell? Take us home.
I feel like they should do this. They definitely don't, but the draft every year should be Super Bowl champ.
That would be so
Hold
far.
the draft. I mean, it makes sense. Look at the cinematic stuff.
It was their third Super Bowl. I get it now. I understand.
I was thinking about that too. I'm like, wait, they won.
Because they won what, Super Bowl 2 or whatever, Super Bowl 3. That'd be so fucking funny. That's their team owner though, so you would think if anybody's gonna care. Those are literally his. Look how much older that old one looks. Or is that brand new one? Felix Anudike was on.
Oh my god!
I shouted him out. The fit makes sense.
It does make sense.
I had notes on him. Let's see.
Felix Anudike was on. You didn't like him very much.
They could use the third pass rusher. You let Amenahue and Karlaftis play the early down stuff. Use FAU as a third down specialist. A lot of bend. And I think 6'3", 255 was a good frame for him to check in at the combine. little bit of speed to power ability. Yeah, don't hate it. I think I might have preferred Ojulari at edge, but FAU makes a lot of sense.
Over him. I kind of noted I didn't love his get off personally, but I really like his hands.
Yeah,
which is I had that in my notes.
Matt Judon's actually
his
solid
hands are great. I don't love
Matt
his
Judon.
get off, but his hands once he gets to the line are insane.
Yeah. No, what do you think about the pick, Jake?
I don't hate it at all. I mean, because honestly, at this point, when you get to this part of the edge class, it's a lot of flavor.
Yeah.
Like, maybe
I
you
feel
have
like
BJ higher.
Ben is the one skill set they don't have. I like Emmanuel and I like Karlaftis, but they don't have that bendy
they don't have that kind of guy. And exactly where to like, you might have BJ higher. You might have, I don't know, like a Foskey or who else out there? Higher.
Derek Hall, maybe. Yeah.
Hall, but
Keon White.
at this point, it's all about flavor, especially with Nolan Smith gone. Otherwise, I think Nolan Smith would have been the selection hands down. I still would have preferred Porter here, but like I think there's more than meets the eye with Porter because clearly the NFL knows something I don't.
He's got the best size of the guys that are kind of left.
Right.
That's
Felix, totally, and like that's a big deal, frankly, especially for an edge rusher.
Him and
I mean,
Foskey.
you need that.
Yeah, him and Foskey definitely have the most
I think
mass.
he's better, higher upside than Foskey.
Yeah, I would
in the
agree.
pass rush.
Yeah,
I would agree
too. I'm not a big Foskey fan.
I think he's fine,
Solid.
but
He's alright.
I think he's fine, but I wouldn't. I think he's like a third rounder. I don't know if I'd want him in the second.
well, that does it. We worked 365 days to get ready for night one of the NFL draft, and it's come and gone. Christmas Day has now come to a close. It's right around midnight too, so perfectly fitting timing.
Is it?
Yeah, I know. Well, thank you everybody for watching and tuning in. We'll give you some final thoughts here. So we talked about favorite trade. How about favorite pick in general? Doesn't have to be from a trade or just favorite selection, best value, however you want to grade it.
Best value,
Best fit, whatever you want to grade here.
It's hard to argue Gonzalez at 17, was it?
Yeah, that's hella value.
I think that's the best value pick. Or honestly, Banks to the Giants.
Banks to the Giants is
The
also
two corner
tough.
picks, kind of middle first round. Those are my two favorite value picks.
Those are really high values for me. It also could be Jalen Carter because, again, if everything does check out, he is, to me, by far the best player in the draft, and I don't think it's very close.
I mean, you can make an argument Nolan Smith is as good a value pick.
I like that
Back
pick.
in the
I
first.
think we're all on the
That's
same round,
it.
or
Nolan
same
Smith,
page.
Nolan Smith that far back as well. I do understand concerns with Nolan Smith to where you didn't see enough in sure this Georgia scheme, but like you didn't see enough of a lot of Georgia's players. But then you didn't see it with Trayvon Walker, but then Trayvon Walker was an
number one.
alien.
Yeah.
But he was. But I mean, he tested better than anyone in the universe. Nolan Smith is smaller. He's fast as hell, but he's smaller, and you didn't get to see it enough. So I do think there's a lot of I don't know with him. I think he'll be great, but I don't know that.
Well, you say Trayvon Walker's an alien. Nobody here knows that I'm 6'5", 275, and run 4.4 flats. So I'm also an alien.
Yeah.
Naturally.
I don't know that.
Here's another pick that we haven't talked about in a little bit. How about Jackson Smith and Jigba going 20 to Seattle? I think that that might have to be up there for me. That might be like top 3 favorite pick of the first night of the NFL draft. Perfect fit for him, and I think it's third fiddle.
When's the last time the first receiver wasn't taken until the 20s?
I mean, that's where the first quarterback went last year too. That's kind of an interesting spot in the draft.
That is weird.
Man, I don't know.
Because
that's worth digging. I'll do that tomorrow before we start up tomorrow. And
I feel like that doesn't happen. Because I mean, I feel like receivers, especially, like they're different flavors. You could like to where someone always falls.
But there's always a
I think
guy
it's
that
just
goes
the
early.
abundance of like good receivers in the league right now. Like no one's really.
It's an
fishing
oversaturated
for-
position.
Yeah, no one's fishing for the guy.
Yeah.
Because they've got someone that can handle. you know, most of the time, like decent wide receiver ability. So I don't know.
It's solid. All right. Worst pick of the first round. I'll finish with you because I got a feeling I know where you're going. What was your least favorite pick of the first round?
I mean, Gibbs at 12 probably.
Yeah.
Just for positional value. It's not Bijan, and you took him only 4 picks after Bijan.
Yeah.
And it was in the first round, and it's a top 12 pick. That's just not great value. Gibbs is good. He's not a generational talent.
Yeah, I don't know about taking him at 12.
As a generational talent. Yeah. And I think that's kind of where
Which is a bummer, too, because I love Gibbs a lot. So
you want to love the pick.
I wanted Gibbs to be selected and be like, hell yes, they're getting a crazy good player. He's going to just kill it
in the middle of the second round, late second round, something like that.
And he went on a team where they haven't even dealt DeAndre Swift yet. Like, we're joking.
They've already made this mistake, kind of. Like,
Yeah.
And also doing this, like...
drafting DeAndre Swift, I mean...
And here's the factor too: they've devalued DeAndre.
Second.
They've devalued DeAndre Swift. If they trade DeAndre Swift before this, it would have made it still would have been a bad pick to me, but they would have gotten better value for DeAndre.
But now
they made
it on the market like pennies.
Less than
I think you can get a 2024 third. Like you wait a year, you get a third.
I don't.
You basically just put it into a high yield savings account and you just let it sit there for a year.
I think you're getting
future third.
A third's high value for a rookie running back that you've lost most of his rookie contract on, and on one that someone's trying to get rid of him, and you got to ask why. He's been hurt some. I think you're getting a fourth, maybe not. I could be wrong, but like the value of running back, other than unless you're the Lions selecting the draft, is not high. They're getting rid of him for a reason. You're not getting that rookie, so are you trading a third rounder for someone you're gonna have to pay in a couple of years as a running back? I hate that.
If you're the Chargers and you're moving on from Eckler anyways, like this could be a cheaper option there in the backfield because you could probably get away with paying Swift like $6 million a year or $5 million or something like that. Yeah,
agreed, but like
you make the trade and then sign him for a 3-year extension.
Yeah. And we're thinking about superstars, but like there's still
$4.5 million a year, if that.
We're thinking about in terms of superstars, but like the second and third round hasn't even happened yet. There's a ton of running backs in this draft.
Yeah,
Chargers and a bunch of other teams about to draft a running back. That's the thing, especially like the Lions need to be on the phone tonight because the value I think is already very low for Swift.
It's only going to get worse every day that goes by.
If it goes past day two of the draft and they haven't dealt him, value's gone. I don't think you can get anything for him.
Yes.
Like anything of value.
So Gibbs is a good answer there. I feel like Jack Campbell. I mean, I'd love Jack Campbell if they got him
the
at 48.
The Lions had the worst first round to me.
Yeah.
Which
especially
sucks.
for a team with 2 first rounders, I'm kind of let down with what Detroit did.
I think that's what made them.
I think they got good football players, but I think they just could have played the board better.
They had 2 first rounders. They could have traded both of their first picks out of the first round, gotten a ton of picks next year and later.
Maybe not Gibbs, but they could have gotten a running back plus game.
I think they could have gotten Gibbs potentially.
Apparently, Gibbs was going to go higher than we all thought, but 12 was higher than we thought.
Yeah, 12 is. The fact that they felt they had to take Gibbs at 12 versus 18
I don't know,
is crazy. And also, how do you then not trade down from 18? Who's going to take Jack Campbell that high?
Yeah.
Stay ahead of Buffalo if you're worried about something like that. But like,
yeah, Campbell's probably my third to least favorite. It probably goes Gibbs, Forbes, and Campbell. Now that I bring up Forbes, I give you the floor. Worst pick of the first round, was it Forbes?
I mean, my real answer actually would probably be Gibbs. My hard answer is it's Forbes.
Given who else was there at that position,
that's the problem. That's the problem. Yeah, when you're going straight positional value, it's Gibbs. When you're going this scenario that you were dealt with, you had Gonzalez on the board.
There was a lot of options you could have gone with that you would have loved.
You had Gonzalez on the board. You had Banks on the board. You had a trade down option. You had Anton Harrison. You had there were so many better options, but I mean, just sticking with corner, like so many of the corners on the board were better. He is 165 pounds. I don't care how good you are. There is no data to suggest that will succeed. I think there
0 percentile weight.
Now it was either Daniel Jeremiah or maybe it was Bucky. Someone brought up literally one example of someone close to that weight that has ever succeeded, and it was some very obscure person that I don't recognize the name of, and it was an oldish name.
Yeah.
Old as in like
probably some 60s, 70s type of stuff. Yeah.
8 years or more, and I think it was much more. Like I've never heard this name before. It's a data point that doesn't exist. You don't want to draft on outliers, and you did it once with Jahan Dotson, it's fine. You do it again, like you're not setting your team up for success. You don't want to constantly get the smallest guy at the position. And I don't think even if he was the same size, I don't like his tape as much as Banks.
Yeah, I agree.
Especially Gonzalez.
Let's say you weigh 185, I still don't like his tape as much as Banks.
Yeah,
that's what it comes down to.
Let alone Gonzalez.
Banks had a nice blend of playing man plus zone and Forbes is playing a lot of zone defense there at Mississippi State.
And Gonzalez has
could
that
be a good
perfect
scheme
body
fit,
that you're
but
looking for, the length,
Exactly.
the fluidity. You
can
pass
play
on
both
him.
man and zone, yeah.
You pass on him, so like maybe you want the more athletic, a little more burst Banks. No, but you pick this guy he's fast. I wouldn't really say he's faster. Maybe in a 40-yard dash, but game speed, I don't think he's faster.
Banks ran 4.35, Forbes 4.36.
There you go.
Boom.
He's not faster.
Numbers.
He's factually not faster. In game speed, I definitely don't think he's faster. And he's smaller.
Yeah.
And he was gifted most of his pick sixes. I'll have to sit on this, and we'll see what I think tomorrow.
Yeah,
but I think it might be the
definitely ask
worst
this
pick.
question again tomorrow when we have a night to sit on it. But
I'm not happy about it.
man, well, that's going to do it for round one of the NFL Draft. We're going to be live tomorrow starting at 6:45. Day 2 of coverage starts at 7 o'clock with my Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock. So for Jake, JT, my name's TJ, and we are signing off for tonight. Definitely come back and check us out tomorrow for night 2 of the NFL Draft. But until then, we are signing off.